try again today. Tune, tune, tune. Tune, tune, tune. Tune, tune, tune. Tune, tune. When I mop, goddamn mop, they getting red on it, yeah. Wanna see it down on it, yeah. And they get the guap on it. Get the guap on it, cause they see the guap on it, yeah. Cause they feel how they need it, how they want it. They don't see them on, they get them out, they got it. Wanna see it out that neck, cause they seeing about that stretch, cause they shit out that neck, like, yeah. Doing what they can, what they want. Feeling how they see it, they don't. Feeling how they feel, how they want, but do what they do because they're going, because they're growing. All right. Homies, here we go. Itchy, 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 itchy. Stupid. Oh wow. Oh gosh. That's just dumb. All right. I believe I have everything I need. Hello. Let us begin today. It is 12:22 on a Wednesday, on a hump day, after we have fully inundated the salt in our systems, chat. Let us begin with today's beginnings. Hope everybody slept well. And away we go.
Let me start off by saying that YouTube can be a very, very profitable platform if you play your cards right. There are respectable ways to make a living from this platform, and there are less respectable ways. This results in sort of metas that creators follow. Some of these require a lot of work. For example, in 2021...
Alright. Size. Yes. Lovely. Wonderful. Drag this back up to the corner. Alright, here we are. We have ourselves a large day full of drama videos from the commentary. Up. We're back. Yep. Up. OBS connected and disconnected. We're back now. 3 videos so far. One is a follow-up, or rather a full breakdown of Cam Nuggets, because after that bit that I saw from that VOD from Jud Logic, I have to learn more. Because what makes a man that dedicated to trying to lie to people live on air and then feigning ignorance to the point he makes another Mansberg? Got one about Cam Nuggets as a follow-up. Got another one from Horror. And then Dark Viper Rambles. So, it is dead. Long live Dark Viper Rambles. But the lolcow Dark Viper just keeps on giving. And Kristen Ark has the 411 on it. And we're gonna learn it all today. Let us continue. How I have all this functioning should be.
When icebergs dominated YouTube, a lot of creators started making videos in that format, and were very successful for it. However, to make a good iceberg video, a lot of research and effort was required, leading to a lot of people to hop onto the bandwagon, only to produce some pretty decent content. Granted, there was a lot of terrible iceberg videos, but overall the format was pretty good. However, recently, a genre of content has become incredibly profitable. However, not unlike other trends, these videos have zero value in entertainment, information, and quality generally. This is YouTube's slop problem.
All these
there are a lot of different
criticisms,
types of
none
slop
of
that
this
succeed on this platform.
Hold on now.
Value in
Not too
entertainment,
fast, sir.
information, and quality generally. This is YouTube's slop problem.
All of these criticisms are criticism of content, not character. None of this is personal, and most of the people who are mentioned here are probably great RRL. But not all of them, certainly. Some of them, but not all of them. They can't all be good. They're part of a slop problem, right? If they're making slop content that has absolutely no true viable substance to it, when you chew into it and you bite into it, you don't go, tastes good, whatever leaf it is. No, it can't be that. No, it can't be that. If there's a problem, it means there needs to be a solution. You don't just get to say it's a problem and then say, hey, but you know, they're great people. That seems like you're trying to dodge drama. Or you're trying to dodge blowback. One or the other. It could be one, it could be both, it could be many. But whatever it is, let it be something meaningful. But okay. Your opinion, man. Let's go. What's your opinion?
There are a lot of different types of slop that succeed on this platform. Most of you are likely familiar with content farms that produce content for children with little to no value. And in many cases...
Well, of course that's slop. Not even an argument.
These videos are straight up inappropriate and expose their young audiences to some pretty messed up stuff. However, that is not the subject of today's video. Drama is something that people are inherently drawn to. It's in our nature to seek out new and exciting information regarding scandals and controversies. Mainstream media has known this for decades and has heavily profited off of it. This is no different on YouTube, and it has been for a really long time. However, things haven't always been this oversaturated.
Oversaturated,
Back in the
is that the word?
2010s, drama channels were huge on YouTube, but mainly people went to the big channels as their sources. Channels like Scarce and the infamous Drama Alert were the two titans of YouTube drama commentary. Beneath them were commentary YouTubers, either leafy clones or white guys with annoying voices and a face cam. Things remained this way for a while, with a very consistent formula for the way that information was spread. Generally, the big two would release some breaking drama, which would then trickle down to commentary creators, which would then trickle down to the face cam commentary creators, who generally put a bit more time into their editing and scripts. There were definitely many moments where misinformation was spread and believed to be fact, but generally narratives remained pretty consistent. There was a lot of slop at the time. However, YouTube wasn't structured in a way that was so directly built for benefiting this kind of content.
Not really. The problem was that everybody was following the same model. It had absolutely no substance to it, because what the fuck do you get substance out of drama for? You don't. You get entertainment value. That's why almost all of that itself became the evolution of creating motherfuckers like me. Edutainment. You get to learn about something at the same time, usually as the streamer, where the streamer brings something to the attention of the audience for them to consider and consume. It entertains them and also informs them about something that they otherwise probably would have not looked into or done anything about themselves. Think Jay and Batwoman. Think me and She-Hulk. Think both of us digging into whatever and watching whatever trash show we're watching. Whatever trash movie Jay wants to subject us to. Whatever trash movie I want to subject her to. And making a video about it. Or making a stream about it. Or making an edit about it. Or making a broadcast over it. All edutainment is derived from drama. Because how do you learn about what is on the finger of the pulse of the conversation, if not trying to trend surf off the algorithm? What are people talking about? What are they talking about? Who are they talking about? Where are they talking about it? And blase, 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 blase. It all comes from that. So if the drama's not entertaining, in the sense that there is no, as Chud Logic would call it, no spice. If there's no spice to it, if there's no kick to this, if there's no flavor, then it falls over. What's the point of even looking into it? But in that, there is definitely things that are slop. 100%. There are definitely things that are slop. And those things being slop is not on, goddamn, it's always so goddamn right, is not on the fact of the derivative that most people would expect and look into. It doesn't just begin with, I'm looking into a single player Carl video, and the reason why I'm looking into it is because supposedly he's cheating on his wife. Hypothetically. You look into the drama video because you heard from a friend of a friend about, hey, this is a YouTuber who's doing this thing. Or, I saw a video, or a tweet, that then led to a back and forth drama that then got covered by people like Blowblack. Which in and of itself could be considered slop content. Technically, a pointless and endless drama with no actual direct source pretty much is. This created the actual slop content, where you have multiple people making things of the same format, but they're all saying the same thing with very little differentiation between them, which is what ended up becoming the majority of reaction content. Nobody was reacting harder. None of the people who were reacting harder not able to grow because there's so many. And then figuring out, honing it in, taking advice, correcting themselves, building it up, putting in more effort, blah 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 blah, reacting harder, and being able to get over that hump. At the time here in history, this was right before several levels of apocalypse and political review. This would be right when the left wing convinced Twitter alumni, who basically deplatform, non-platform, and then argue to become priority creators over others, thus changing the algorithmic game forever, creating the two-caste system of content creators and drama. That's my opinion.
However, this entire ecosystem changed in 2020 when the world locked down and suddenly everyone had a lot of free time. This led to tons of people trying their hand at making YouTube videos. Many people attempted, and many succeeded, with there being almost a baby boom of content creators who hit it big during lockdown, and continue to create videos to this day. Now, this may seem like a good thing, right? New YouTubers means new unique talent, tons of unique people who can provide their unique perspective, ideas, and content style that sticks out among the rest, right?
Only if they can remain consistent. If we're citing the boom, the inside boom of the lockdown, yeah, during the lockdowns where nobody could go outside without being potentially sanctioned for not having their face shroud, their face mask, their face shield, before people slowly returned to normality, not normalcy. That bubble had yet to burst. A lot of people who were stuck inside with nothing to do stumbled into the containment sites that kept multiple streamers. This would also be around the time, as Mixer was going down the wayside, that Kick would rise as a true competitor, brought up by none other than Trainwreck himself, and with Stake as the margin and the seller that brings it possible from the AWS service being sold to them by Amazon, thus creating and pushing out Facebook gaming from relevancy in the marketplace as just basically a side site that had no true purpose, just like DLive. The less said about that particular level of lemon scam concerning cryptocurrency on that end, the better. But you had a serious three-man contender coming up in the space. And for anywhere else where a person's broadcast could be seen or shown, because this was before Odyssey, this was before Rumble, before anywhere else could be seen or shown, you saw a serious contender in alternative media. Now, I wouldn't consider Kick alternative media in the sense of what most of us would have considered alternative media. And when we say alternative media, we would be thinking things like Minds and Truth Social and BitChute. But BitChute's completely ass trash garbage. It's not relevant. It has little to no traction. Depending on the people who use Rumble and Odyssey, it could end up going the same way, but they at least put in more effort to try and consider and lock down some content creators with their particular means and deals. You know, the same way that things like Locals and Unlocked do and did. Being able to connect people of relative size to things that they want to do and did. Links to websites like Fiverr, where individuals like myself and Jay, and other people who are willing to do so, could be able to make money doing whatever they do on the platforms. Offering services to whomever it can come to try and make whatever we can as a bag. All this and more came from that. And from that boom came a lot of what has now grown into the current commentary space. I wouldn't say community, because amongst those that are already there, they are definitely in a community. But all the frills and shit, all of that comes from a different area. It comes from a different place. It comes from a different energy. And that different energy was an entirely different, segmented, parallel social society being made on the back of things. Because now you had a breakdown of shit posters. You had people like myself and Jay, and then you had people like Grace Randolph and Chris Stuckman, CinemaSins, The Birdman, EFAP, before EFAP became EFAP, just Mahler and Fringy and Rags, and Dishonored Wolf, and all the others, and all the people who have been guests on it. In the political sphere, P.F. Young, Adam and Sitch, people like Aiden, people like Dev, people like British Carl, which is to say Sargon, Arch Warhammer before he changed to Arch because they tried to make him drop Warhammer because they got that mad, V, both before, during, and after his wife's pregnancy, The Phantom Menace, Geeks and Gamers as a company, Erotic as a company, Gary as a content creator, Jeremy as a content creator,
Heel versus Babyface as Ryan Keno, the Midnight Edge, etc. And then, of course, Persona non grata trolls. I go to Viswalty. And Mr. Buckster Baxter himself. And other people like that, including Ian Miles Strong. You had an entire eclectic space, an audience of people. Flashes in the pan that tried to grab attention but couldn't actually be able to manifest, hold it, and build it into something. And old legends like Andy Worski, rising again like a phoenix from the ashes, broken away from Asian Andy and found in the sweet loving arms of PPP, and Ash in his silken robes coming to rescue this man from the dregs of degradation to get him back on the right side and bring it up to Kino Casino. And the Fediverse itself on the sidelines, as they've always been there. And of course, even though some of it is to be remiss, Kiwi Farms still existing during all of this, becoming even more ratchet and insane as they did. And the ultimate sector, with a K, being formulated off of that back of infamous shit posters, especially those that were in the circles or were a part of administration, like that of the Ralph Retort, concerning people like Gator. All of this was parallel societies being built on top of each other and separated by the containment filter that each one had. It was not a top-down structure. It was side by side. Everybody had a space. Everybody had a community. Everybody had a group they affiliated with and that they ran in circles with. For me, becoming more online after I graduated in 2012. Count from then to now, and that's how I know and how I saw it develop. Because I was in college when the Goobergate happened. I witnessed how the scene of the internet transmogrified under the weight of scandal after scandal after scandal. All of us did. And that is what informs the slop content. Because Gamergate as an example, Kotaku in Action as an example, all the things with it as an example, MomBot, all of it. There were people who were winners and losers in every single one of these major events. Winners meaning they benefited from something. Not that they used it to their benefit to make money and climb on top as the biggest winner. But there were people who succeeded at using it. And there were losers, not in the capacity that they lost something because they went all in for it, but losers in that because they did what they did, they created an outcome that created negative consequences, just like the others created positive consequences, either for a group or for themselves, that directly affected the websites, the platforms, and the rules on those platforms, as well as the inner circle rules of that society, what was considered right for that side of that parallel culture. All of that was determinant on the people coming in and if they respected rules and rights to begin with. Some didn't. Some still don't. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. We're getting ahead of ourselves, Carl!
Right? Well, sure, a lot of people fit this criteria. However, many creators have fallen to create commentary slop.
And it doesn't take some galaxy brain genius.
Man with 300 million subscribers, he's got a burger business, a chocolate bar company.
Yeah, I think we might actually have the first YouTube scholar on our hands here.
Commentary slop can best be described as low-effort, frequently uploaded content that covers modern events and incidents. Like the old Leafy is here in Pyrocynical days, these videos often feature video game footage with minimal editing when needed. These videos are often hard to tell apart from each other from the rest, as generally the only unique aspect of them is the creator and their personality. The actual content itself is very cookie-cutter. Another genre of commentary slop is stream clips. These stream clip videos generally consist of a content creator who's already grown a sizable audience on their main channel, where they put a lot more effort into their content.
Okay, that's not what people think when you say commentary slop. They think that you're about to call out names and you're about to show examples. This is not the same thing. Does it mean that it's not credible and that it's not an example of something? No. You can still do that. But you're kind of capping. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. And that is a little bit bizarre. It's just a little bizarre. Not a whole lot, just a little. Come on. There we go. Come on. Space full, unable to put more. Shit.
This has led them to grow a loyal fan base who will just kind of watch anything they do. This leads them to live stream either on Twitch or YouTube. Those streams, who are then often multiple hours in length, get chopped up into different segments per topic, given some minimal editing, and then shipped out as a fresh video. I actually have a personal example that I'd like to use. On June 25th of 2024, I released a video about the word unalive and the absurdity of self-censorship. Since negativity thrives on this platform, the video did really well and was seen by tons and tons of YouTubers, including the one and only Pyrocynical. For those unfamiliar, Pyro is a YouTuber who has been actively making videos for a long time, with him originally making montage parodies, then Leafy is Here style gameplay commentary videos, and then eventually switching up to a more varied content style, featuring both reviews, video essays, and general comedic videos, looking at and riffing off topical subject matter. These videos were well edited and pretty entertaining. However, the main channel ended up becoming more and more focused on high-effort video essays, so the commentary videos were moved to his livestream channel, which is where most of his content's uploaded now. The content style now includes footage from either a stream clip or an individually recorded video, with minimal editing about current subject matters. This content strategy is basically what has won YouTube in recent times. However, my personal experience comes in when Pyro made a reaction video to my Unalive video, titled TikTok is Changing Our Language. This is an hour 38-minute stream clip of him watching my video, which the original is only 40 minutes long for context. When I was alerted of this, I was beyond excited, and I sat down with my friends to see what he would say about my
Why is my shit disconnecting? I paid my bills all.
We're good? We're clear? Wonderful? Yes. What the fuck? Yes, try to reconnect, please. I didn't do anything. I didn't touch anything. I didn't kick anything. Okay. Roll back 10 seconds.
being said, this video was kind of hard to watch in my personal opinion. Not in a way that it was cringe or misrepresented myself, but just kind of hard to watch because there was a lot of rambling and so many distractions, and very little focus placed on the subject matter at hand. Which again, this video is nearly an entire hour longer than the video that's being reacted to. This definitely isn't the case with all stream clips, as not every creator is as distracted, but the formula is often long YouTube videos presented as if they are their own independent video. They often end up being a well-established creator sitting there and watching someone else's video, pausing it every 10 seconds, commenting on something, and then continuing. That's kind of all these videos are. However, as a creator, it's not actually a bad thing to have a big YouTuber make a reaction video to your content. YouTubers like Tuv have completely had their careers launched by Moist Critical watching their videos on stream, which is something I would personally welcome with open arms. However, a lot of the time, these videos are presented as if they aren't just reaction videos, with vague and interesting titles and really good thumbnails, making them seem like much more than they actually are. This might not seem like a problem since, sort of clickbaity thumbnails and titles have been a thing forever, but this is kind of an issue because it could take views from the people interested in the topic of the original video, and further oversaturates YouTube with very similar content, making it harder for new original creators to be seen. But again, this is only an issue.
Which is effectively where the parallel societies came in. Because this is where the Twitch Kingmaker system comes in, and why there's such a vitriolic response to lazy, not reacting harder reactions. Like, there's a difference between a difference of cadence, of style, of movement, and just zero effort, not doing the work, not trying, no original opinions, pre-watching the content to try and make some shit up, not being able to step outside of its reach, not being able to step outside of the margins, everyone being able to see how fucking lazy it is, not doing the effort, not doing the work, fucking it up, making it harder for everyone to be able to get along with. There are several parallel examples that could be given from every single one of those different sites that I named. That are responsible for what causes it. I have to give him a message. 1 second.
It's more like a time-based. Hey, bro, sneeze. Okay. But, the parallel societies of the Kingmaker system is the reason why LSF is known as the if you can't get placed here, you can't have your clips go viral. Twitch has this problem, Kick has this problem, because, of course, the stars that were on Twitch that got banned off the platform permanently for some extremely erogenous slip, like Legendary Lay flashing the camera of a Kukwa, Ice Poseidon going viral for the shit that he does IRL, where people may or may not be trying to make him get in trouble, or him just actively scamming people on crypto. And everything else from Twitch drama in politics to literally who is this Twitch thought of the week 10,567, who is this Instagram thought of the week 10,568, or who is this VTuber thought 10,569, especially when they said they have no idea why they got banned. It just happened to be convenient that there's a view that shows that they were constantly jiggling the physics of their model up and down, specifically on a platform that tries to get tailored towards kids, whose parents probably don't realize that's what those kids are doing, and for whom which many of these girls is just an opportunity to say, oh, I couldn't make it as a flesh tuber, so now I'm going to become a PNG tuber, or I'm going to become a VTuber. Because there are VTubers like mutuals of mine, like Fizz, which is of course ran by Piper, and then there are VTubers like my mutual Amy, who has always had a model because she just didn't want to be seen on camera because she'd already been doxxed before. I've even had my sister make suggestions that I should try becoming a BNG tuber or a VTuber, but I don't want to, I don't see the point, and I'm already animated enough as a character as it is. Look at my face! I'm an actual cartoon character! But the parallel systems are what dictate that as a problem. The commentary issue isn't so much that people don't have a problem with people reacting to things on camera. It's that there is a minimum level of effort that should be required. You should not be able to farm infinite clips from somebody's channel for money by simply putting in no real effort of even creating videos of your own and existing as effectively a secondary watch party. The Hassan level, the Hassan limit, should never be what people aim to be. But that's what makes the most money. That's the problem of what caused the slop content, slop in the definition I'm using here, not his definition, is what made people say, no, why is Pokimane popular? Because she's a woman? No, she's popular because she's a big platform person that was on Twitch. She was responsible for that platform having as many stars as it did. Why? Because whenever she would stream with somebody else, and that thing were to happen, they would go viral on LSF. LSF, which only gets monetized by mid-level and mid-level streamers, especially those who have connections to OTK, and Dan Clancy, especially now, in this era. Not so much in the era before him, or the era before that, where Twitch was truly a place that could have had anyone and anything come up, if they had a positive enough audience, and if they had enough momentum behind them, and if there was a streamer that didn't go out of their way to try and deplatform because, oh, you don't believe in the right kind of political opinions I believe in. With people like Vosh creating the parallel society of the White Forest Collective after stealing a Destiny.gg fork and having White Nervosa become the manager of it, thus using it as a top-down measured way to bully the correct opinion out of the leftists that use the platform, or they go the way of Rose Wrist, having their website fucked with because the reason they hired or wanted to become a part of the collective was so that all they had to do was turn on their camera, go live and stream. So that wherever they were, wherever they could be, they had a website that people could go to, just like Destiny.gg.
It's the same reason why for all the people who did the same thing on the same level as YouTube, Sniper Wolf and Azzyland, for some of them, they put in the effort, they put in the amount of time necessary, and like Pyrocynical, they were able to make something off of it. And then eventually branched off and made the side channels and the secondary channels so that not to confound and fill it with too much stuff. But what we now live in the time period in society of is for every single site and for every single user on that site, you have millions, potentially, sometimes literally, millions of people, channels, content creators, content farms, multi-network platform content creators, and agencies and firms ran by single individual people who can have a mindset like that of Devin Nash, or have a mindset of that like Trainwreck, or have a mindset of that like Zachary, Asmongold, from which their personality and their persona isn't just the work and the business, but is the goal of the brand. In the case of Devin Nash is Devin Nash. He's always been Devin Nash. He's always been the media statistics guy. He's always been the guy who opens up with Notepad, now Obsidian, and Solinome, and breaks down the biggest winners and the biggest losers of the platforms and the techniques and the meta strategies found therein. He was the one that was at the lead of explaining here's why all these people are making it out. It's because of co-streaming. They don't have to put in effort and work. They can just stream with people who are already popular and rake in millions of dollars because they don't have to do effort. Do you really have to put in that much effort with your friends? And isn't it convenient that your friends also happen to be big content creators, that you don't ever have to actually do much work? People in your audience will show up to their audience and all of a sudden you have instantly made content? Not that there's something wrong with that. But how convenient is it that you can do that and you don't have to actually do anything else? Meanwhile, for every single individual or every group that happens to be unheard of that now goes viral because their techniques are being seen on TikTok, how many Yogscasts have there been in the past and in the future? In the past and in the future, words are hard. That they came up during a time like that of Sky Does Minecraft, only for you to see them fall in tragedy and in trauma. How many Total Biscuits have had Dodgers and Jessies around them that once they're gone, either because they quit, they retired, or in John Bain's case, rest in peace, Total Biscuit, they expire because of their battle that they've lost with their personal cancer, to where their friends, without that leader, become cancerous, and they are lost, can't find their way, can't be funny anymore, can't be entertaining, because they're either too deep in their grief, they are too lost in the sauce, or they have fully lost themselves to politics. Not accounting for the ones that they just lose themselves because of course they lost themselves. No matter what that limit is, no matter what that number is, the slop content will always happen. Mainly because the audiences want it and demand it. Doesn't mean they should do it, but they want it, they demand it, they justify it as good. Because, hey bro, it's all content at the end of the day. It's making the very thing itself a dirty fucking word. Instead of it's content because this is what people want to see, this is what they want to hear, this is what they want to be entertained by, is what they want to be able to engage with. It's, no, this is the hottest thing that's happening right now. I'm going to monetize it for everything it's worth. Fuck anybody who tries to stop me. And if they're mad about it, they're just mad because they hate us because they hate us. This was the elemental creation of the Hassan mindset, where, oh, I don't care about some smaller channel getting fucked over because I'm taking their views. It's not about taking the views from the channel. It's not even about taking the views from the larger channels. It's not even about making multiple React videos on top of React videos, because you can actually kind of, sort of, if you squint at it, make an argument that they're actually adding to the benefit and value. Because now, for every single person, for where there's a topic to be covered, you could just go to the video in question and see whether or not that video is worth its value and its weight in conversation. However, there are many times where the culture that rots and brings that content, the content, not the commentary, the content, is a critique of the culture that is making that content. The elemental ability, because it is physically tied into the existence, at least in the sense of Twitch. YouTube is different, Kick is different. Because Kick is parallel to YouTube, the same way that Twitch is parallel to Kick, in the sense that they have the same culture, but it's not the same mindset. The things that I can say on YouTube is not like the things I could say on Twitch. But the things that I definitely can't say on Twitch is nowhere even near the level of things that I could say if I was streaming to one platform independently. But of course, that would not work for growth, because what you need is exposure. And of course, if you're dipping into these societies, if you're dipping into these parallel functions, you have to be able to understand literally how to move in these circles. Not like a lech, not like a snake, not like a shark, not like a social chameleon, but as a living, functioning, breathing citizen. There are rules to this shit. In the case of Twitch, the culture of Howie music videos, the culture of Twitch drama that you don't understand being explained through song. And for that, I believe it's time for you to hear Force of the Seventh Time chat. Or any other case of fucking Howie music. I can't spell seventh. For the seventh time. So, from the element of things like the Katerino Tempo Storm drama, of her entire career imploding because all 6 men around her are exposed as the lovers that she's hooking up with, results in Call Me Carson's case, something that just fucking pisses him off to no end, especially considering how deep the shit was involved with his friends. And for me, on the gaming end, how that came to be revealed because of fucking none other than Christian Riviera, I Will Dominate, of formerly CLG, and then I forget what Team Liquid called themselves beforehand. Now they call themselves Team Liquid. I'm forgetting what the team was before that, because he was a part of Dignitas, and moved to the next team, moved to the next team, and he was there with Voy Boy, and I'm a Cubify. Anyway, it's not important. From dramas like Katerino cheating, and Call Me Carson with the rest of them, you get the culture of For the Seventh Time.
Whoa, for the seventh time. Whoa, for the seventh. If you said you had 2 million subs, I'd go on Raj and say I choose love. Who else could I date? I'm losing count at this rate. I think I've cheated for the 7th time. Once I thought I was the one to blame. Now I know it's illness in my brain. That's why it's 5 guys who took a ride on this bike. Looks like I'm cheating for the 7th time. Whoa.
Shit like this is cornerstone culture of Twitch. Raj Royale, Katerino, Call Me Carson, most of the commentators that come from backgrounds of parallel industries themselves, in gaming themselves. You do not get that on YouTube. Because for them, it's, oh, I've been watching this content creator for everything, and I've stuck through them through thick and thin. You don't have that without having true culture. And that culture died in 2014 for Twitch. Replaced instead with the Reddit era. You can't have these things. You can't go those places. You can't do that shit. It's not possible. Because in order to really be there, you actually have to have community. And you can't have community. Why did my live end? Lord have mercy, I swear to God. I swear to God, I swear to God, I swear to God. I swear to God, I swear to God. It must have been when I got disconnected. You can't have that parallel society. You can't have that understanding of how to move in those lanes of the culture. Because for Twitch commentators, that wasn't slop for them because there was way too much effort that went into it. Way too much. There was way too much effort that went into it. And then the kick element, as kick stretched away the culture like mitosis from Twitch, and all of those band creators found a new platform that effectively was Twitch. It was designed like Twitch, the website was simulating Twitch, ran on the same engine, using the same stuff, but was pulling enough of that sanitized culture away, where now you can hear the opinions of Trainwreck alongside all these other people that you would have missed on programs like Raz Royale. From safe members of the Anti-Semitic Squad hiding behind the paywalls of the local commie hour, of these endless podcasts that they appear on, that they all have, where they elevate each other to being relevant, despite them not having earned the relevancy. All of that filters down and backwards into what I just talked about. Now, the creative side of it, it still exists, but the amount of effort, it's not the same. It's not the same. It can't ever be the same. Not like it used to be. So, this is then where the reaction meta came from. Well, if I can't be able to put in the effort of Howie, if I can't be able to gap and yap and do as many things along as people like that of Mahler, because, bro, long content, I ain't got time for all that, but I will watch 15 hours of Hassan's stream. I will watch and consume 12 hours of Caterino. I will consume and watch several hours of days of backlogs of Amaranth, especially when she's fabricating things that aren't real to stay in the zeitgeist of the news. They will look at the newest video that came out. They will look at the news drop. They will watch that video from the Internet Historian. They will consume that drama that takes up 2 to 23 people that are showing up and talking on a panel. They will look at the crazy, insane cope of Jay Lynn screaming the N-word at the top of her lungs for the 12th time in a row that week. All of that together. All of that created. All of that together created that particular dichotomy and created that particular subsection of what would end up becoming the drama. But of course, on the other side of things, for the Pokemanes and the Valkyries and the VOs, the Son Pikers was another one off the top of my head, for the Ludwigs, technically at the time for the Destiny. Maybe you could consider this for Vosh, but Vosh never cared about video games. He's always been about politics, even when he was still under Irish Laddie 342. It all comes down to, I reacted to this person's video, or I was told by my audience about this content creator. Ooh, this looks like this person has the bad opinion. I'm not platforming that. There, insert buzzwords here. That became the element of what the slop content and reactions became. Because, hey, this person doesn't have the right opinions. This person claims to not like, or is claimed to not like trans people. So I'm not going to platform them. I won't listen to their content. I won't listen to their video. I won't respond to them in a debate. Which, of course, itself propagates drama itself. The real drama. Which then becomes the entertainment, and, for those who then watch that drama, the edutainment of digging into that deeper dive. But to understand the real problem, what I have with the use of slop in this context, especially in the sense of, if it's not a problem, don't call it a problem. Say they're a part of a greater issue, they're a part of a greater breakdown, but don't say it's a problem and then not go hard, if all you're doing is criticizing the work, at least. Because on one element, making the slop content is a choice of character. Because as I always say, and I will continue to say, some people make things and do things and play games and interact with people the way that they live their life. And you can't fix that problem in a parallel society. It's like saying that you can fix the trolling issue and the cow tipping problem of current day Kiwi farms. Because they didn't have this before. They developed it when they realized, oh shit, I can just make shit up. Is this gold? He is gold. Oh man, I can just make shit up about content creators. I can just lie. I don't have to do work and do effort. I can just say something and then people will believe it because, hey, drama, content. Which then leads to doxing, which then itself leads to propensive cyclical drama. But I'm getting away from myself. In short, at all. It actually made it look better. In short, at all. The whole parallel societies, sitting side by side with each other, trying to develop themselves for the better and not the worse, is a direct result of the influences of how each of those platforms grew up and then grew away from their origins over time. The culture of Twitch went from being Justin TV to being true-bred, pure, pre-2014, as I call it, the Twitch Plays Pokemon eras of Twitch, where Cobalt, Streak, and iCasper never endlessly playing the latest patch of The Binding of Isaac, are doing shirtless streams and marathon streams for 12 to 16 hours, where any regular person who is just willing to stream to the category and do the work and do the time could be able to pop off, maybe get a raid from one of the larger figures, and actually have real spread over, real turnover, real community moment, a real movie magic moment in the making. Live on air, no longer existing, post 2014 after Amazon buys the platform. Now every single streamer is isolated off into their own section of the platform, leading to the Kingmaker system. Hey, I can't get platformed here. Let me go ahead and show my body on camera. Let me show some skin on stream. Let me become a booby streamer for attention. Let me pretend that I cared about things that weren't about money, and then immediately pivot hard into the money. Let me do anything possible to go viral, because it's better than just being there under, quote, 0 viewers, being a 0 viewer or a 2-figure, 3-figure Andy. It's gotta be 5 or above. Then you're relevant. On YouTube, the same people that are monetizing that same structure on Twitch, doing so on YouTube as well. Double dipping, triple dipping, quadruple dipping into the numbers. On Kick, same shit, but now they're screaming slurs and obscenities that they probably got banned for on Kick to begin, on Twitch to begin with, thus leading to the paradigm where now they take more time and they make sure, no, that's not the image that we want. People who do that, you're not welcome here. And so on, and so on, and so on, and so on. Moving on.
Views from the people interested in the topic of the original video, and further oversaturates YouTube with very similar content, making it harder for new original creators to be seen. But again, this is only an issue if the person reacting to the video doesn't add very much. In many cases, I completely understand why this content caters to so many people. Commentary can be very interesting, when the person doing it is adding new info or their own unique perspective to the mix. However, the issue really comes in when they're getting constantly distracted by text-to-speech, talking about things that are completely unrelated to the video, or, not really saying anything at all.
Yes and no, because some people's ability to do this is where you start talking about the type of content creator they are. So, on one element side, let's use Twitch as an example, because it's the one that I have the most experience with. There's Forzen. Forzen's entire chat room is full of nothing but text-to-speech garbage, because half the content of it comes from someone spamming NLE. Half the content of it comes from Forzen malding at whatever game he's playing. Technically, you could say that of a bunch of streams on Twitch. You could even probably say that about me when I play League. Only specifically League. Or anything that happens to have a competitive edge to it. There's an element of that to a lot of them. Because for most of it, it's a rage room. Honestly, that's probably the better way that I could probably describe what Twitch has become now than anything else. To the small, cozy streamers, it's an audience upon which they listen to summer, autumn, winter lo-fi, and occasionally vibe with chat and have fun moments within themselves, within their insular audiences. For people like myself, it could end up being a rage room on which their content is, one, to be engaging and informative, but two, the elemental effort of the primal existence that if you care a lot about the game that you're playing, your passion will show through. And through that passion, you will demonstrate whether or not you are, quote, a shit player, or you're a good player. And then everybody else filters somewhere between those two paradigms, as either casual players, or serious hardcore players, or professionals that play events for money, or they play events or play invitationals for money. Or at the very least, are doing something that their reputation is on the line. Therefore, the challenger player will try to play an account inside of low elo brackets to try to make money. Because, one, it's playing at that low elo bracket and demonstrating that you can succeed without all of these high-level techniques and concepts that they claim they need to pay a company like Skullcapped for. And then on the other end of things, especially on newer games that are on the cutting edge, which is a problem in of itself. But I'll talk about that if he mentions it, or if I get there to mention it. For those content creators where it's just a slurry of millions upon millions of hype trains, half of that quality is just being there in that moment. This is more on the Twitch side than it is the YouTube side. For YouTube, it's more the engagement with the concept. Because it's like, get to the bit, get to the bit, get to the bit, get to the bit, get to the bit. Video, 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 video. Take, take, take. You want it to go quickly. Want it to be snappy. And there's lots of benefit to doing that. Because Lord knows you should not spend several days on end, 16 hours each, having to talk about a topic because everybody treats it like open mic night. And everybody's got a joke they want to say. But on the side of Twitch, that is the background of it. And for some people, it's a hard lesson to unlearn. Sometimes some people don't need to have their voices heard. Sometimes you don't need to send that text-to-speech for $3 so that you can have the Sora-like voice app AI that they have on the text-to-speech try to find new ways to sound like he's having a mind-blowing orgasm. Maybe it's not necessary. Maybe it's a waste of time, and some people wanted to hear the streamer break down how they made a 3-point dive on the top lane in Deadlocked Possible. Which then leads to the problem of access media and journalism on that end, but we'll get there when we get there. Period is, there are some people that they want to watch a YouTube video because they want to hear about the drama. There are some people who watch the YouTube video or the stream because it was brought up as a content, or they had a goal to request it, or somebody paid that content creator, saying, I will pay you money to look into this. Have me on camera next to you when we go through it, since I know about this and I want to bring this to your knowledge, because I want you to see how crazy this gets. There are people that do that because they want to be inside of that. There are some that do it because they just want to be in the show. They want to be part of your symphony. When you hold them tight and don't let go. And then, there are some people, they want to put their finger, simulating with Herbal Bro, they want to put the finger in your mix and stir it up. And then after stirring it up, say, haha, hey guys, look at this VOD clip where I fucked with it. There's all kinds. We've made run-ins of them during the stream, all three types. There are some in my audience that are type 1s, there are some in my audience that are type 2s, and for the type 3s, it depends. Sometimes having a troll friend like that, which I would classify Amy as, sometimes it can be good, because they can pull you out of your comfort zone and get you to think about things in ways that you probably wouldn't have if you were only focused on being tight-lipped, hard-assed, completely anal about the way that you approach things. Because I know I can be that way. Mostly because of what I just explained. Then there's everybody fucking else. There's an element to this that causes that pull away, that aversion, that when a person calls themselves a streamer, you have to find out what they mean is that they're trying to run after the fame of Minnesota Burnsy. For them, streaming isn't streaming. It's an opportunity to grief somebody live on air. You get a clip of them angry at the shit that you do, and then constantly nag and piss and shit and talk shit and rumor and gossip mill about them. There's an element of this that happens to all streamers. Sometimes, those subreddits, like LSF, become dedicated to that. That's why everybody knows that LSF is an OTK dick suck. Because you will never be able to get on there if you're not friends with, or streaming with, or interacting with, or coming across those people in your games. Unless you've done something so crazy and so viral that it gets onto the front page of the site. And that's assuming that those moderators lets it stay there. There are too many levels. Too many.
In many cases, the original video is already pretty long, so listening to it in the background while you're doing something else isn't a bad option. Just to be clear, I'm not criticizing the commentary community who does stream clips and stuff like that. My issue is only with the content that claims to be commentary but hardly says anything about the media it should be reacting to. If I want to watch a commentary video, I want commentary that's focused on the topic of the video. A lot of the time, people use these long videos as listening material while they're doing other things like gaming, cleaning their rooms, or drawing, or any other task that takes up a lot of time. There's an appeal to seeing how your favorite content creator will react to a video, especially if it's a video that you've already seen. If you're indeed a big fan of these people, then their input can definitely be transformative for you. However,
and that in itself is pretty much the entire dichotomy of why Twitch ended up the way that it is and why YouTube is the way that it is. Again, RIT at all. Twitch, they already know what's happening. They've already seen the content in question. They want to bring it to that streamer's attention so that they can get them onto the hype train. They can get them onto the topic. They can expose them to something. They can curse them. They can break them. They can ruin them. They can distract them if for a few minutes. Whereas in the YouTube sense, especially if we're talking about videos versus live streams, people want to see something. They want you to tell them about it. They want to go to that streamer who might end up being an independent journalist in his own right, who at the same time he's talking about shit, he has other things that he's trying to demonstrate and dictate and show. And by doing so, get across something that might be going and popping off on YouTube and popping off on X, but isn't necessarily popping off in other regions and other regards. To some particular sense. Some drama, some news story, or, for people like me, an interest piece about the particular game that they happen to follow, or news about that game, which then can lead into access journalism, depending on how large they are. For every single one of me, there's maybe 10 Josh Strife Hayes, and then for every single Josh Strife Hayes, there's a fucking Mighty Keith. And the interest that all three of those types may have, because it's more than just those three, is always going to be varying and different between them. Different strokes for different folks, ultimately. It is the job and the goal of the audiences of those people to be the ones that ultimately push them in that direction, which ultimately creates the problem. It's audience capture. It's just audience capture in various different levels and flavors. For streamers, it's a lot worse because, you know, live streams. And then, in their logic, of course, take that live stream that I just did that all those people liked and had watched, and then just make the VOD clip again. Then the people who were already there on the live stream when it happened live now get to bring it to their friends, and that potentially reaches a bigger audience too.
However, like I said earlier, this sort of content's just not really for me. Interestingly enough, in recent times, a lot of these content creators have started referring to their stream clips as slop, and they've basically embraced the term, as it spreads more and more throughout the internet.
Me at the top. I am the king of slop. I have 30 plus. I know I do. I should be there. At least in sloppy seconds, if not the king of slop. I am the king of slop.
Someone made a video on Slop Live. How much slop is in a Paralive video?
At least in Pyrocynical's case, he claims that his slop content is there to fund the main channel videos, which are incredibly high effort and high budget videos. So he just kinda does the slop on the side to help with the production of his main stuff.
Effectively, it ends up being B-roll. Anything that I do on my live streams can end up being B-roll or become the topic of a main idea that then focuses in another more focused video. Anything that is the topic of a versus chats becomes a video that could end up being content in its own right. And it's about more or less everybody does it. For people like Jay doesn't do things like that. For her, if she's gonna do a live stream about something, it's a night of cringe. Last night for her and myself was something that we planned ahead of time. If I hadn't had an interest in doing it my own self, simply because I usually don't get to participate in that parallel level of work, because I have almost always spent my time working overnight. So having to become a nighthawk to support my family, sleep during the day, work during the night. When I'm at work, everybody's live. When I could be live, everyone's either asleep or at work. Now it's inversed. Now I have the freedom to be able to be there at those moments and do those things and have that shit. And for her and me, planning that ahead of time, that's content itself. Her and I working together to do recordings on shows, that's work and effort, and that's content. Me doing shit independently of myself on topical news, that's work and content. Her dipping in if the content gets to the level that it reaches her particular sphere of influence, if I don't bring it to her myself, or she doesn't see it pop off on Twitter the way all of us can, content. All of it flows and trends to the same place. Nothing wrong with it. It's what people end up doing with that. That controls that. That's where it goes. That's where it goes right. That's where you fucked up.
Which makes sense. However, stream clip re-uploads aren't the only type of quote-unquote slop consumed by the masses. One of the most successful genres are commentary drama channels. To make a brief distinction, there's a difference between a commentary channel like Scott Kramer, Eddie Burback, or Danny Gonzalez. Creators like this are often regarded as commentary channels, but a different commentary from what we're discussing today. Drama commentary channels often upload on a near daily basis, covering the topical news and online culture. These channels are often—
This is your Rev versus Desus. This is pretty much Asmongold to some level. Technically will become me. Everybody is some flavor of this. It just depends on what scale of that parallel that you're on.
in a mad dash to be the first to cover something topical, whether or not their information is correct, and also whether or not there's additional information to give. They will cover the same topic over and over and over again until—
This is basically going to be the next video on Cam Nuggets. This is the type of content creator that he is.
they can no longer profit from it, leading to them to switch to the next hot topic, with legacy YouTubers like Moist Critical and Some Ordinary Gamers being at the top of the quality food chain. Beneath them, creators from the 2020s baby boom reign supreme, often being young men with a pretty deep understanding of current internet culture. These videos are often somewhat minimally edited, with gameplay footage serving as the majority of the visuals, with it sometimes switching to footage critical to the video's narrative, or the creator's avatar or profile picture. Oftentimes, these videos follow a very loose script, and in some cases, no script at all, with the creator just kind of recapping someone else's video on a topic at hand, giving sparse personal opinions and commentary. Now, to clarify, despite the simplicity of this content, the vast majority of its entertainment value is determined by the personality of the creator, because otherwise, in a lot of cases, the information between videos doesn't really vary too much. Granted, creators like Mudahar of Some Ordinary Gamers put a lot of research into his videos, and despite their length sometimes feeling a little stretched out in my personal opinion, you'll still come out of it with some decent information. Then we have creators like Critical, who, granted, have had some moments in which misreporting has taken place, generally make videos with decent information that's carried by the personality that they portray. I'll be completely honest, I'm not a fan of Critical's drama videos, and the naming conventions also drive me a bit crazy.
Ultimately, the problem with Moist Critical's videos, as Charlie has done over the years, is that he, being one of the biggest winners on Twitch, doesn't have to put in much effort. He is Charlie. He is an owner of a media conglomerate in his own right. He has fingers in every pie that every streamer would want to have a finger in a pie of. He's got it in news, he's got it in entertainment, he's got it in professional gaming and a business to the point that he has a team that he can field professionally in an esports scene. I believe he's in Tier 3 and Tier 2 esports and not Tier 1 esports. But they all take part and all field in. I need to pee very quick for some fucking reason. They all take part and they all field in to the same structure of how he makes his business. And because all he's got to do is just, bro, turn on camera, go live. The same shit that you could end up saying in a 9-minute video on a topic that goes viral everywhere is probably the same shit that he said in the VOD. But it's Moist Critical, so it changes it. It's a weird element of the long man bad. It's a very weird element. You could say that it's familiarity that breeds likeness, and then infamiliarity that breeds contempt. Because what's to say that that can't be you? Ultimately, it's because they're fans of him, and not fans of you. But really, at the end of the day, if everything's all equal and it's all slop, what stops a person from giving a newer content creator a try? Mostly because they're stuck up on the things that already exist. I will be right back, Jack. I need to be. singing around, I'm back, whoa. Alright. Sitting down. Headset on. Let's continue.
The worst, weirdest movie ever just it lived up to Barry's movie of the year. Made another huge I know you.
But the thing is, his other content I do find pretty fun to watch. Although, I honestly feel as though his older stuff was kind of better. Now, as of the time of writing this, the hot news for the past 2 months has been on Mr. Beast and the many allegations thrown initially against his crew member and longtime friend Ava Chris Tyson, and later, direct allegations of neglect, faking videos, workplace abuse, among many other allegations, most of which alleged by Dogpack 404. Upon all of this news breaking, these drama channels raced to their computers to bang out as many Mr. Beast cancellation videos as humanly possible.
That's mostly because they're writing the algorithm, which anybody can do in any particular field. It's not endemic of them being slop. The slop comes from the lack of actual commentary that is burning, scathing, or unique between them. The same shit's done by the bigger channels, like CinemaSins. And usually when they don't do that scathing criticism that people are looking for or asking for, this then leads to them getting criticized by those people that then become parallel to them. This is how we ended up getting what we got. With the creation of people like Jay, CinemaSins, Mauler, which was just his own channel, Rags, I'm forgetting one, Cinema Wins, Cinema Therapy, technically for a while Wisecrack, but Wisecrack went the way of the commie. There were different commentary creators that took those channels that were just monetizing the algorithm and riding a lazy wave and demonstrated how they faltered in their styles. Not all of them, however, stayed on brand, on topic, and did what was necessary. One that comes to mind is the Birdman, who for the longest time just produced good content and did not do what he's been doing for the last 3 months, which is just attacking commentary creators. Either in the field of being critics, or just literally fucking fighting with, I don't even know who the person should be or is. They just were brought up because I guess they said something negative about him once.
And it absolutely worked. A fantastic example of this drama slot machine in full work is a YouTuber by the name of More Pegasus, which is the second channel to the already immensely successful Pegasus. This person's uploaded over 15 videos that all roughly have the same thumbnail, title, and editing style. These videos got insane numbers, so obviously
some of them are literally just the same picture flipped on the other fucking side. It's really bad.
He continued to make more and more of these videos, which has likely made him tens of thousands of dollars. In a video addressing his criticism, Pegasus claims that he's not milking the situation, and that rather he was just covering every new situation as it arose, and that he's just operating as any other news station would, making frequent uploads. However, a lot of these said updates on the stories were by no means worth making incredibly long videos on a topic that could have been like 5 minutes or less.
Yes. And that's the same that's the same problem. Because ultimately that means that your problem with content creation slop isn't that it's slop. You're looking at the people who are gamifying the system. Instead of having something to say, they specifically only dip in when they can be able to make buku dollars on top of any parallel society or topic that they happen to come across of. And yeah, I can understand that. 100% that's annoying as fuck. That's what's killing gaming shit. That's what's killing gaming news. It's what's killing gaming topics. It's what's creating culture war topics. The same motherfuckers. Always talking about the same shit that may or may not be serious. 100%. I'm right there with you. But in order to stop that, you'd have to stop participating in the system, and that's not going to happen. Because money's on the line. And we all know that. Unfortunately. Unfortunately.
People have caught on to this guy and have given him a lot of criticism for his milking of the drama, but he continues to defend his content and claim it's not slop. Which it's like, whatever man. If I were in the same spot, and I wasn't so caught up on the topics of the videos that I produce, I'd be doing the exact same thing. And I think the majority of people would in this situation. But here's the issue. Dogpack is definitely not a reliable narrator. Dogpack videos very effectively craft a narrative that isn't fully true, and he's been justifiably called out for a lot of this. However, Pegasus doesn't really seem to care enough to actually check whether or not the information information that's being alleged is true before he parrots it. Clearly, getting the facts right doesn't matter when you're making hundreds of thousands of dollars off ad revenue alone, and you're most likely set for life. I want to be clear that this is neither a personal blow at Pegasus or a defense of Mr. Beast. I just think it's really important that the message that you spread is 100% true, especially when you're spreading it to millions of people. Lots of other YouTubers within this niche have had their go at Mr. Beast as well, to differing levels of quality. YouTubers like Turkey Tom have made some videos on the topic that have the due diligence of really looking into the sources, while a lot of other channels have just parroted and recapped Dogpack's videos. Even if they aren't particularly saying that everything said in Dogpack's videos is true, lots of these videos just provide very little actual value or information, and just kind of repeat that you can just go to the source to. Like, if you want to learn what's in Dogpack's videos, and then see the opposing arguments and things that he got wrong, you might as well just watch the original video, instead of a bunch of guys just recapping it and adding nothing but some, lame visuals to keep you from falling asleep. Not to say that you should take the Dogpack
100%
videos
true.
or any major allegation videos as fact, but honestly, if you value your time, just watch the original and search out additional information. Or hell, just watch another YouTube video like the Tom Dark one, or something along those lines. What the majority of these people will do is take a fresh controversy, make multiple videos, always over 8 minutes long, so they can profit more from it, and then upload new videos every time there's a new piece of information on the drama, no matter how small this new detail may be. You'd think that people wouldn't really watch this kind of content, since many of these videos are just kind of saying the same thing as everybody else over and over again. But no, this content's actually very successful, which is why there's truly so much of it. My best guess is the majority of the audience is either on the other side, leading to their standards for the videos that they consume to be lower, or it's just people who don't really want to put the effort into finding whether or not a video provides solid information, and rather just clicking because of the alluring thumbnails and titles. And I'm not, critiquing that. That's completely understandable, especially if you're someone who isn't fully invested and just kind of wants to learn the general idea of what's going on. I think it's really important to actually clarify what exactly slop is, since it's a title given to a lot of different kinds of content, and it can
You should
definitely
probably
be
have done that.
and a lot
You should have probably done that before you started getting into the reads about this. Okay, you got there. What do you consider slop?
of cases, the definition is almost subjective, but I'm going to try to segment it into different genres. Fundamentally, the idea of slop is something that provides little value and is just kind of there for people to mindlessly consume. But that doesn't mean that every creator who is described as slop particularly fits into this criteria.
Empty content calories. True.
Stream clips are kind of different from the rest and sort of need their own category. The way I see stream clips, they're kind of hard to place into a category, since at least from what I've been told, streaming isn't exactly the easiest thing in the world and does require a good amount of effort and hard work.
No. The action of broadcasting takes no fucking effort. The effort of creating content makes and takes effort. There is no material difference between the physical action of turning on and turning off the camera and the VODs of the stream versus testing everything and making sure that it functions, that it stays up, that it stays consistent, and that while you're doing the thing that you're doing, which mostly comes as a form of presentation, remains consistent, has the appeal, blah blah blah, blah 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 blah, all the shit I said earlier, and then at the same time, you keep that consistent every single broadcast. It is nigh impossible to do that for the parts that aren't modular. The content, the person taking the thing and doing the thing, is modular. That's why I've said that the way that I need to start looking at myself and classifying the shit that I do is not as a gaming content creator. My main channel, if anything, shouldn't necessarily just be solely focused on video games or streaming video games. It should be that I am a current event and news/drama commentator who plays video games. So in the category of Asmongold, he is what everybody would want to aim to be. He doesn't have to put time and effort into becoming good at Path of Exile. He can just play on the side. He doesn't give a shit. Zizarin, known Path of Exile 1 and eventually will be one of many of Path of Exile 2 content creators. There's no piercing his parallel community. There's no way of breaking into his mold because he has become an authority over years and years of innovating and perfecting the content because they are masters at their craft. It is no different than being level 99 rune crafting in old school RuneScape, if you want to look at that in that capacity. people like me, we are either peers or skilling accounts. We exist in a specific frame, a specific niche. We are very good at that niche. We are god tiers at that niche. That doesn't mean everybody gives a fuck about the niche, the technique, the tactics they're in, and blase, blase, blase. But we are gods of it. Nobody can fucking contend with us when we're in our arena. But for anything that is new and weird and strange to us, we are like babes in water with floaties. We are helpless. And as we acclimate, we then improve and become a part of that thing. Things change, things develop, things grow. But excuse me. But for people like, let's use Pokemon, because she's the one who's currently in frame on the video. They are maxed accounts. They are the top of the top of the top, the strongest that they can ever be, and until new content, in the sense of new deals, new brands, new businesses, come out, they will always be the top max of the max. They literal... Thought I heard a voice outside. The literal standard of you cannot compare, you cannot compete. These multiple things are different. Because, and this is where I would put myself with her in this category, the difference between Pokemon and myself, and from any person who could just steal shit, which could even apply to her herself in the past or in the future, is that you have to have the ability to know how to do that, how to make the stuff, how to find your method, how to find your voice, how to speak on the shit that you speak on, how to remain consistent enough to hold an audience for it, how to build and grow that audience, and then the work to expand it from there. But at the very minimum, the physical action of turning on the camera and actually having a personality, you can't teach that. Nobody can teach that. That's why most of them don't remain consistent. They want to turn on the camera and they want to be lazy as fuck, but they don't know what the fuck to talk about. They don't know what they're passionate in. Or they know what they're passionate in, and it's not something that they can be able to monetize. Ba-dum-ba-dum-bum.
While you're live. And the experience of the stream is so different to just watching a YouTube video. So I think that most streams don't really count as slop. However, on the other hand, the streams being re-uploaded to YouTube as their own independent videos is where things start to get a little gray. It's pretty complicated because the idea of transformation has to be set up. Reaction videos where someone just kind of watches a video in full.
I'm being called. One moment. the visual business I had to handle. Roll back.
Being re-uploaded to YouTube as their own independent videos is where things start to get a little gray. It's pretty complicated because the idea of transformation has to be set up. Reaction videos where someone just kind of watches a video in full are pretty heavily criticized and are often sort of regarded as content theft, and for good reason. But then videos where someone does watch a video, talks a lot, and just doesn't get to the point, that's also considered slop. So, I don't know. The way I view it personally,
That's not fair. Jinx was a content theft by the standard of he watched a video. He was watching videos that were comedic in design as a series of jokes from ASDF and other things of this regard. Sat passively. Of the reactions he had, they weren't extremely bombastic, but of the ones that he did, he would just do that endlessly. It's like being passive and looking at a watch party reaction of something and watching something concertly. But at the minimum, because this of course is the Jinxie parallel, he was engaged with it. Take Hassan stealing somebody's content. And you get the typical Hassan reaction. To the point that it became the meme and a standard. For Pyrocynical, if he's talking over and about the video, he's also engaging with chat. He could be live tweeting, he could be reacting to any person who's there, thus making it semi-formal of a panel. If he's doing a live chat with people who are in his audience, that becomes another layer of engagement and content that then pulls it off the mark of what you want. As a rough opinion, I would say if you go to watch a person's stream clip and you don't accept that whatever happened in that live stream is the direct result of whatever the state of that broadcast was at the time that the clips were taken from, or the VOD was taken from, is unfair and a little bit disingenuous. If a person stops somebody's work and someone's content in the middle of their broadcast to make them look at something or do something or react to something, a person's dropping thousands of dollars, hundreds of dollars to try and get a big reaction from somebody in the middle of a big monumental stream that may or may not be done for the purpose of either baiting that reaction or is literally and legitimately done as like an emphasis of something that then can become a part of a drama cycle focusing on that person, where they may or not become a persona non grata or a person of interest to a group. That is different than somebody facetiously attempting to dodge the point and not answer and address the questions in a video or address the points made by a video or a content creator or a panel. They're materially different. If anything, you're looking at the VOD because you want to see the stream environment in which it was part of. And for some level of that, you have to be fair.
is that there's kind of an in-between point. You should stay on topic and talk about the video, but also give your input pretty frequently, especially if it's someone who's watching something and disagrees with it. It's good to have that perspective kind of going against a video, and that makes for a good viewing experience. And then
ultimately, what you're just saying is you want them to be engaged in the experience, which is fair. But at the same time, if you want people to be engaged in the experience, the way that they engage in the experience is not going to emulate the thing that you particularly want out of them. Unless you're talking about, I want you to watch the video. I want you to comment on the video. Not, I want you to stay engaged and involved in the video 100% of the time with every single bit of effort, ignoring things in chat, even ignoring serious questions, even ignoring things that are going on in your home. The stream comes first to everything. You must entertain me. Entertain me now, streamer. That's not fair. Because then that's where the audience capturing happens. You don't want that for content creators. You really don't want that for content creators.
Then on the other hand, if you just have someone who's kind of sitting there and going, yep, he's right, that's very true, then, I don't know, it feels kind of just like nothing content. The most commonly regarded slop genre is drama commentary. We've already covered its shortcomings and downfalls, but is it really fair to call all of it slop? Well, you know, it's undeniable that videos that milk subjects and misreport things are undeniably slop. But what about the videos that do the due diligence of research and have journalistic integrity, but are still made in a way that's undeniably low effort in terms of the actual video production of it? Even in the case where a video has all the right performance in line, a lot of people still stretch the length of the video to get as much profit as possible. So a lot of the actual time spent in the video isn't really providing the viewer with too much information. To combat this, multiple YouTube channels have popped up that essentially very quickly summarize these videos to save the viewer's time. One of the main ones being ChadCat, who will take a video, show some messages explaining the conversation, with the Discord notification sound between each one. Another one who basically does the same thing is one by the name of In a Nutshell. I personally enjoy these channels, however, I think that they're not completely useful in every situation. For a lot of the smaller dramas and popular videos, these summaries can be a great way to get caught up on the general idea of the info. But in some cases, the videos that get summarized kind of need to be watched in full, and I think absolutely do get lost in translation through the summary.
And this is where I had that opinion last year that I've had and maintained since, which is that people want to be 110% involved in the situation and know all the details about it, but they personally want to be less than 10% directly involved in the outcomes and the consequences of the situation. Because they want to be able to take part of the viral shit, but they do not want to be in the shit that came from the virality. They want to be in that position and that position alone. Nothing else, nothing more. Anything past that, more or less comes down to coping seething. And they don't want to be called coping and seething. They don't want to be involved in that to that level, because that's the bad stuff. That's the bad cope. That's where you get the bad look, the bad touch. Don't want to be that.
But back to the main question at hand. Does this stuff count as slop? It's honestly really hard to say. And I also believe it's
You're never going to be able to come with an academic definitive answer unless we're going to address the concept of fair use content. Then it's very easy to be able to make a measurement on what is slop and what is not. Because if it doesn't pass fair use, then at that point, it's garbage, it's bullshit, it's literally fucking legal. Get rid of it. But opinions are opinions, and he's allowed to have them. So let's just let that, let's let that go to the ecumenical, let's give it up to the ecumenical politics of debate.
definitely a matter of perspective, but also the topics being covered in the first place. If there's something that happened that has 40 to 50 minutes of actual viable, good, factual information, then I absolutely think that there's value in that, and I don't think that that's really slop in a sense. But also, slop, as most people define it, is just kind of a genre of video, and doesn't have to be inherently bad. From my point of view, what a lot of this slop debate really boils down to is what the consumer gets out of the video that they watch. I could sit here and complain—
Entertainment. Information, knowledge, but ultimately entertainment. Because it depends. Now we're no longer just talking about drama content, now we're talking about content farms. Guru channels. Me staying up at night trying to figure out how to do something inside of a creation app compared to somebody trying to figure out and find a broken build to exploit in the middle of a league match. Two entirely different outcomes.
About how my Adobe Premiere timeline is so much more intricate and high effort and it took more time and I actually write scripts and blah blah blah, but really that's just menial at this point. And it's inherently my own personal bias and ultimately jealousy shining through, and that's really not what I'm trying to argue about today. However, in my opinion at least, the way that you do boil down the quality of a YouTube video is the value that it gives you. Obviously this is more person to person, but we're—
Yes, because it's subjective.
Speaking broadly here. To give my own personal input, I love when a YouTube video changes my day, when it makes me feel something, when I see that the project was made with intent and passion, and that the person talking about it really cares and wants to make this video, right? And in all honesty, my favorite videos on YouTube aren't the ones that are the most well-edited or the most popular. They're the ones that make me feel something. They're the ones that you can tell have intent and care and passion put into them. And I think there's a decent amount of people who feel similarly. Granted, what I find value in isn't what everyone else finds value in, and that's perfectly fine. I'm not trying to say it isn't. However, at least the way I've personally been seeing this content, and the way that my personal opinion and viewpoint has sort of evolved around it all, is a lot of time with what people call slop content, it feels like something is missing. You can really tell that some of these people don't really care about what they're talking about, and that their videos are just kind of a means to an end, and that being profit. Which again, it's their job. It's not like you're gonna tell someone, don't go to your work, you're not passionate enough. That's kind of ridiculous. But at the same time, I think viewers can generally tell when a video isn't made with intent and passion. If that's something that they look for in a video, of course. But hypothetically, if it were to all fade away and YouTube would revert to the way it was like 15 years ago, would the content that we're talking about today still be so prevalent? Would people upload daily about drama? Would people be so
Probably.
intent on being the first to break news?
Probably.
I really don't know, and I can't claim to know. But I do feel as though some of the people who make these sort of videos wouldn't anymore. I'm sure lots would. I'm sure lots are very passionate about what they do.
This is a mathematic problem. If effort becomes too hard to increase and create money, they stop making content. This is not a hard equation. I understand that you have to say that because you're not trying to label anything, but cut the shit on this. If they couldn't make money doing it, they won't do it. Xander Hall is about to fucking quit and end up being in McDonald's because he can't make money on drama. And he can't make money on politics because his political views are garbage. His political views are complete garbage. They are cancer. Why are they cancer? Well, TLDR, when little old Alexander was Pig Puncher, and he was just an edgy little boy watching edgy skeptics on YouTube, he was convinced by leftists that he was literally going to become the devil. And so they convinced him to commit YouTube sin. Cast off your old image. Become a new, shining form. They literally Xerxesed him. They Xerxesed him and made Pig Puncher into Xander Hall. And now what does he have? As his empire turns to ash in his mouth. Empire. Turns to ash in his mouth. Threatens Cherry Bread TV. Fires her. Is caught in scandal and drama because he couldn't pay her. Which then leads into him getting exposed for his crazy, delusional rantings. Gets seen as petty, childish, money-grubbing, etc., etc., etc. Tries to hire a new editor who cannot turn in the work and quality that Cherry does. Can't help him pick his topics. Doesn't help him stay on brand and on target. Not relevant. So, Kingmaker places and people like EFAP content doesn't look at him. And when they do, what is it to look at other than the garbage take? And their opinion then leads to people pulling away from him because he gets criticized for what he says and does. And this returns into, oh, goddamn, I'm losing money. I'm probably going to have to quit and go to McDonald's. And goddamn it, Malcolm, the channel, watching it happen in real time as a stream VOD itself. So you can see and hear from him in the video, Xander Hall break down and cope and explain why he's getting muscled out and priced out of content creation. Because he didn't want to make content that actually was fulfilling, as this YouTuber says, to the people who were watching. It was about antagonizing people. Not making them work together. And to that edge, he gets priced out of that market. If he really wanted to keep going, he could. He's not going to. Because if he's not making money on the short end, from live streaming, from making videos, from making VOD clips out of those videos, why keep going? He's only willing to do it if it can be easy effort. Once it stops being easy, he's no longer invested and involved. He's done.
But at the same time, I feel like the majority of creators probably wouldn't make videos as they do and might just kind of move on to what they want to make personally, assuming that drama commentary isn't their kind of passion or calling or something like that, right? And let me be so crystal clear, I'm not trying to criticize people who make content for money. Not at all. I think that would be an insane criticism to make. As long as you aren't plagiarizing or spreading misinformation, I think we all deserve to have this platform and be able to make money from it.
So that eliminates almost every single person who does make that drama content specifically to antagonize and potentially push somebody like James Somerton to commit sewer slide. Because somebody like H. Bomber Guy, the Troll's Remorse, wants to try and criticize people on plagiarism, but won't truly criticize Hassan Piker, and even tries to play off the criticism he gives to him as a small, some odd second joke. Or Grums, Mark Kern, being unable to deal with criticism when he fucks up a story, incriminates and implicates Sacred Symbols Plus and Colin Moriarty into a news story involving Dragon Age the Veilguard, gets the story wrong, then tries to dodge accountability and responsibility by not taking his authority to his platform so that he can be admonished for what he's done. Not because he has to be punished and taken down, because it's time for him to be taken down a peg. But that's what a journalist does when they get a story wrong. They print a retraction, they apologize for it, and if they did so to a person who they've indignified the credibility of their personhood, they have to have a face-to-face. He didn't take the face-to-face. He tried to dodge it. If you fall into those structures, you can never say that you're one of the good ones or one of the bad ones. You can never say that you're one of the movers and shakers. Because if you fail that basic step, you don't actually give a shit about what you're supposed to be talking about. Because if you're that passionate, you're willing to do it the right way. In this, the right way means if you're a journalist and you get a news story wrong, you fix the story. You correct the record. You get it right. You do your work from the first place, the first time. And if somehow it's because you were given misinformation, you do everything possible to inform those people that you're listening to. Everyone can do that. Realistically, that's where all drama comes from. That's where all content on information comes from. The use of drama and using the term drama. I'm talking right now, Lucas, 1 second. The use of drama as a catch-all term for media criticism is probably what I have the biggest grating with. Because you can make these criticisms of this type of media without calling all criticism slop. Because ultimately, the content is based on opinions, viewpoints, information. If the information itself stays static, and they only report things that are true, the only thing that is the changing variable is the commentator and their personality and how they consume it. So if you call them all slop for doing the thing where they produce the content that then brings the interest and then brings the entertainment value for the edutainment cycle to begin and propagate itself, you're effectively saying, don't you dare crank that engine that makes it possible. But then when you say the caveat, well, as long as you're not hurting anybody and you're doing things to make money, that's nebulous. A person can make a content piece about anyone and say it's not hurting anyone, it's just words. But that's not how reputational damage works. That's why people care a lot about whether or not a person actually has a real opinion or if they're just fucking sitting there saying whatever they have to know that they can pass the situation. And when people get accused of sweeping for the opinions of other people that are bad, when that happens, this is where that drama comes from. It's literally either you get this shit or you don't, and you don't need to be doing this work. Do something else. If you don't get news media criticism, don't do analyses. If you have horrible takes because you don't listen to the consumers of that particular demographic, don't be in that business. If you can't do the work of drama and actually listen and see and hear and investigate, don't do drama content. Focus goal. Focus goal. If you can't do it, don't do it. It's as simple as that. You don't have to make caveats. If they're making garbage, the trash will take itself out. Most of the time they usually do. It just takes a little bit of time for them to actually finally run out of money. And it also takes policy controls of a company and accountability of a corporation, and blah, 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 blah. But you eventually get there over time because reputational damage has a serious cost. It always has a cost. Some people like to pretend that that doesn't matter. They can just go wherever they want. And sometimes maybe that works until somebody makes a multiple mini-part, hour-long, plus hour-long video about you. And then you're cooked.
Like, be able to get that bag doing what you love. But I think love is also a big part of it. Is love still a part of it when content is purely profit motivated? I think it's safe to say that a lot of
It is possible. It is entirely possible that a person can make passionate content that is made for profit. Because anything that you do to entertain is going to be in that profit cycle. Just because they're making it for profit doesn't mean that they don't have care behind it. It doesn't mean that they are completely soulless and there's no value to what the fuck is happening. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way at all. None. There is no world where that factors. Not a serious one. You tell people that they can't do what they're doing for money and profit and be entertained by what they're doing in the same process, then you just don't understand streamers. Another opinion that I have, one that I have recently had to properly adopt and teach myself to reorient and figure out and change my entire way of perceiving how I do my work, or how I work with others that do the same work. Streaming, at the end of the day, content creation, at the end of the day, is less you making a physical product and more like you sitting down, hello, sweetheart. There we go, making content again. It is less you doing a presentation, whether it's in the form of a video for a single topic, which many people will give you the advice of until you get to 50 followers or 50 subs or 100 viewers consistently, concurrently on a channel, only do work and do business when you have something to talk about as a subject matter and a topic. You know, don't waste people's times, bring people in, do this, blase, blase, blase. It's less you broadcasting to the ado of nothing and creating content from nothing, and more you having something that you want to do and you entertaining yourself doing it, and basically schizo posting to yourself, talking to yourself ad nauseum to a potential empty void, and thus engaging the cycle of if you build it, they will come. Because eventually a bunch of people are going to just sit there like Fight Club and be like, hey, yo, what this man talking about? Why is he over here fighting with himself like this? And then, before you know it, the memes and the jokes are in-jokes because they were there when there was literally 0 viewers. But that person was still doing an over-explain to themselves, breaking down why they were doing what they were doing. Especially if that person, in the context of making videos, their videos are popular. But when it comes to the live streams, they're nervous. They don't know what to say. They don't know what people want to hear. So instead of worrying about all that, they just vibe to themselves. And in the process of the vibing, people then begin to fill the dead air themselves, which is probably one of the worst things that actually lead to that. The emphasis that if there are no people talking, that a stream is useless and has no value. Sometimes it's just that you need to take some time for the stream to start up, for 1. 2, you gotta find your audience. 2, 3, you gotta be able to be engaged, to be able to spin a wheel by yourself endlessly. 3, 4, you have to be able to do that while also addressing other shit. And yes, that element is probably one of the more important things. It's why, like last night, one of the things Jay said while I was giving my fucking takes and my reactions to what chat was bringing up and asking us questions about, or engaging the content that we were watching in the mining, was like, sometimes Carl, he gets on a tangent, you just gotta stop him. No, sometimes I'll stop myself, because I'll be like, no, I'm trying to break down the parts that are relevant to this. There's a certain level of knowledge you need in order to engage with this. If I show you something that you don't know how to operate, well, I was to go back in time, and I showed this to a caveman, and I told him to brush his teeth. He's gonna throw a fucking rock at my head, because he doesn't know what this is. He's probably gonna think this is some type of poison. Because things that are unnaturally turquoise blue like this in nature is usually poisonous. So I'd have to show them, squeeze, and then they'll be able to put it together, because they have to be able to recognize it by seeing it, associating the concept, learning it, engaging with it, and then repeating it themselves. They have to be able to do it, they have to see it, they have to hear it, they have to see it, they have to hear it, they have to do it, and they have to do it multiple times before all of those cycles engage, and they finally reach that point where, oh shit, I know what he's talking about. Absolutely. I'm aware of that topic that Carl made up. I'm aware of that thing that he said. And when he invented that word to describe it, I actually seen that phenomenon. I just didn't have a word to call it. And now I'm going to use the word he used. And then somebody else adapts that. Somebody else adapts that. And again, and again, and again. In a cycle. Before at the end of the day, you can have somebody make a meme like Safe Horny that explains a concept that people probably knew existed and have seen happen, but there wasn't a way to truly get it down. And this is then when you get to the problems like woke. Words that mean nothing anymore. Just like some content means nothing and is empty in caloric intake of spice anymore. Where people can't understand what it means because it means nothing. Or the phrase itself and the terms and the qualities, and more importantly, the values that it represents to each person can't be understood because those values are not expressed openly and changed variously. Because if you pen down what it is they believe, you now have something to be able to go off of and criticize. Be that as it may. Carl, have you heard about the game Foxhole? I'm not sure if I know what that is. Please post it inside of gaming if it's something you want me to look at on stream. Yeah, people can love their job like any game devs making a game they would like to play, but they aren't making Harvest Moon anymore. I don't know if you mean that specifically about Harvest Moon, but can be for anything. This was one of the other sides of Twitch culture, where instead of just watching streamers playing video games and having opinions and reacting to drama that their personal friends, lovers, husbands, wives, or mistresses, or femboy concubines were doing, you had people actually making things. Like there was a Maui boat guy who was carving boats as a part of his stream for crafts and art. And he didn't want people to have to feel like they needed to sub to his channel in order to truly feel like they belonged. And he was a part of an entire video demonstrating the greed of people like Invader V. Because for everything that involves Invader V and her ability to bring herself in the news, the only reason that girl is popular is literally because she had sex with Destiny. And Destiny said she had a fat white girl ass. That's it. That's the content of her character. Her entire personality, for any of the things that exist about her and matter, is somebody had sex with me once that was famous, and now I'm famous for being a hooker. An online hooker. Selling myself, selling my body, and getting people to look at me for the price of a medium burger combo back then. Now, a small burger combo, sandwich only.
Types of kind of content farms don't have any love or passion put into them. You look at like Elsagate crap, I don't think anyone put an ounce of actual genuine vulnerability into that. I don't think they put any care. I think it's purely profit motivated and in a way that's exploiting people. Therefore, it is bad.
Agreed.
Objectively, it is slop. But that's very, very different from what we're talking about now. But from talking to people and doing my own sort of self-reflection, I've kind of come to the realization that a lot of what this frustration that people have boils down to is the lack of passion.
Okay, so you're talking about Concerned Ape. That is accurate. It's a little bit more nebulous than that, though. This is the primal concept. Moving away from the person. The primal concept of any person that wants to broadcast, even if the person who wants to learn how to broadcast is somebody like my wife. If Star came to me and said, Carl, I want you to teach me how to stream. I want you to help me set up a broadcast. I want you to help me set up my own channel, my own YouTube, my own Kick, my own Twitch, blah, 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 blah. I want to understand what you know. There is no fucking world where I'm going to fit everything that I just said or any of the things that I've described before she arrived here into her head because she wasn't there and wasn't living through it. She didn't experience it. So her scale of that entire experience, not as a streamer, but now as a broadcaster and content creator, starts from a level where she is. And on that, this is where advice for streaming always gets fucked. Because the problem is, the content that I provide isn't just my opinions, it's my viewpoints. And the rationale that I use to explain it. the vehicles upon which I use to create the advice or the criticism that guides the direction of what I believe, because I'm speaking from the basis of my own principles, and I'm applying my principles to the problem to demonstrate how I would solve it for this issue, and how I would navigate these troubled waters on said issue. So, the first problem is what Devin Nash has exclaimed, and other people have explained as well, which is that some streamers give people literal in-game level advice about shit that doesn't even apply to them in the beginning. The second problem is that you have to meet them where they're at. It's going to go straight over her head. Pew! Right over her head. So in order for her to understand, I have to meet her where she is at, and let her become comfortable in herself. This is something that I had to learn the hard way about 3-4 months ago. Or, no, probably longer than that. Probably much longer than that. When I first became friends with Sage. When Jade started bringing her around to come play with us. The forceful edge of getting people up to my speed is cancerous and cantankerous. Not because I'm an evil person, but because there's a level of forcefulness that I have where the annoyance comes from, this is simple, why aren't you getting this? And it's something that has been brought to my attention, that I both noticed myself independently in my own time, and then also brought to me by trusted people that I take the advice of seriously and the criticism of with all respect. So, I would have to meet her where she's at. And it'd have to be just like floating on the water with weighties until she can swim. Or at least until she can be able to tread water and float. Then from there, this would be where I then do the Kingmaker thing. And as the gamer boyfriend / husband, I bring her up. Then it's a back and forth. Because now, when it comes to making that content, I'm not alone. If I want to play a video game, and it's multiplayer, and it has the ability to have multiple people, I already know who player number 2 and player number 3 is. Because once Zulu has the ability to hold a controller, and the ability to function and use a computer, that in itself is made, bred-in content. Which is the evolution of what can then become a streamer family. Hypothetically speaking, this is not what I'm saying is happening in my mind. It's a whole fucking level. And if people were to apply what I just said there on that element, then you will see an entirely different type of streamer. That different type of streamer will approach those goals and be able to fix for those problems, where before it's like, God damn, I don't know what to do, I don't know how to stream, I don't even know blah 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 blah. Find something you want to do and start talking to yourself. Practice talking to yourself. Excuse me. Just start talking to yourself. Accept that you're going to be seen as a schizo. Accept that it's not going to be perfect. And just do the shit. Engage! Even if it's by yourself. And you will have more fun than if you're stressing about every single little thing that you don't need to worry about. Even for the level of stress that I have with like the regular things that a person has to worry about. Y'all probably have noticed that I've had a lot less stress than before. There are things that I will talk about, but I don't stress over them. Not like I did before in the past. Because mentioning something as an example and traumatizing myself with it because I have to find a way to deal with it, but I haven't found an outlet for it, two different things. And this is the element of what allows that to happen. Because when you find the methodology on how you take care of it and how you vent about that, you are now able to create that cycle, the engine, the gear, the key that starts it up and does it. And everybody is different. And the way that they find their way to turning the key on that particular creative engine is always fucking different. You can vibe on the level of the concept and aspect, but them getting on that road, putting them in the driver's seat of this mentality, starts with them wanting to commit to it. All content flows from this energy. If you don't have the motivation to create, you will only make shit. So, taking something that is in the context of the topic and saying, oh man, this guy's video and this thing is several hours long and this video is only this big, is garbage. It's insulting garbage! You ain't really talking about shit when you do that. Many of them know this. Many of them get away with it. Just my criticisms. Just my criticisms. Moving on.
Is that kind of lack of love that a lot of people can sense. I wouldn't say it's the only thing, but I think it is kind of an overarching theme that we're dealing with now. Again, everything that I've said in this video is just a criticism of content and not character. I'm sure most of these people who I've criticized are great people in real life. There are just issues with what they put out. What counts as slop, what slop is defined as, really kind of boils down to you, and I guess more importantly, what the overall groupthink of the internet considers it to be. But whether you like them or not, the commentary community that we see on YouTube does serve a purpose. When someone fucks up, they're there to cover it. But more importantly, when someone's being terrible, they are there to cover it. They are there to make sure that people know what's going on. Obviously, as we've discussed before, there are shortcomings to this, but assuming we're not considering that into our discussion about this, there is definitely value these people hold. And whether or not you or me are personally invested in internet drama, they serve a purpose. Not everybody in the community, but a lot of them, you know? Lots of them have their place on YouTube. But you know what doesn't have a place on YouTube? AI slop. Throughout 2024, AI-generated media has absolutely...
Okay. AI-generated content that is absolutely slop is definitely shit that should be criticized. But there is a difference between, hey, this content is slop, and this is stuff that I would rather not support. There is also another level on top of that, where not only is it stuff that I would rather not support, but it's stuff I would rather not support because ... it does this, and has this outcome, and has this consequence behind this manufacturing, and all of it that goes together with issues that arise from the problem that is, will this push somebody out of a physical job and career? Will this cannibalize a career field for people who are involved and engaged? Is this something that will bring about the death of a business, of an industry, or of a way of life? Will this monopolize something? And ... circle ... That's entirely separate from the other fucking problem. It's fucking crazy that it took you this long in your video, 2029, middle of the video, for you to be able to get to a definition where it's like, okay, that is absolutely slop, but it can be, but there's also uses to it. It's crazy that it took you that long. Plus, as Bearish Knight just pointed out, if you don't have the passion to do it within the sphere of being isolated without that blow up, you're going to fall off. Because before, the way that I was years ago, year 5, Carl, I was completely results oriented. If I didn't see effort, if I didn't see product, if the rock did not produce water, drop the rock, crush the rock, move on.
Taken over the internet to the point where you can barely look up anything anymore without some soulless glossy piece of AI slop thrown in there. This, unfortunately, is no...
Ultimately, on the issue of AI, it is a tool. Jay and I use it to help generate B-roll footage and thumbnails. Some people probably use it to spin ideas and interesting visuals. However, there's always going to be the cantankerous Quabblecop that's going to try and create an AI to replace content creators. Two separate issues.
No different on YouTube, with tons of clearly AI-generated videos filling up the platform. But generally, long-form AI content didn't do too well since it wasn't exactly watchable enough yet. However, automatically generated and uploaded shorts have reigned supreme for a concerning amount of time now. Generally, these videos will have some sort of mind-melting video game footage like Subway Surfers gameplay or Minecraft parkour or something of the sort, playing in the background while an AI voice reads off a Reddit post, while obnoxious captions fill the screen with nearly every word. Of course, this is by no means the only kind of AI slop Slop that does well, but it's definitely one of the best performers. There are literally tutorials that show you how you can make one of these channels, and once you set it all up, it takes very, very little effort to actually make these videos, and once it is all set up, you're basically good. Just let the views and ad rev flow in. I hate this so much. I think it has no value, no intent, and it's literal slop in every sense of the word. It's content that you watch and then immediately forget once you see the next short. It's honestly kind of disgusting. You're likely familiar with this type of thumbnail. These weird cartoon recap videos that feature a white background with a character on the left and text on the right. I personally really don't like this style of thumbnail, which is why I made the thumbnail.
Hold on, wait a minute.
With this type of thumbnail. These weird
I'm pretty sure that's an M11. Some videos and some thumbnails for those videos are designed specifically to spark a conversation about the thing in which it is being described. Old SpongeBob versus new SpongeBob, especially after the death of Hindenburg, and then them taking his work, Hindenburg, I hope I said it right, taking Stefan's work, and then churning out the Patrick Star Show and the newer techniques of SpongeBob. There's a high and low status on exactly why people feel that way and why they do that, simply to demonstrate the qualities between them. And certainly that must not be the particular thing that he was trying to speak on, but that rubs me raw. That still rubs me raw. Because, sure, you're annoyed with the thumbnail that people make, but the reason that people make the thumbnail is because it works. If you want it to stop working, you have to criticize the process that's making that happen. When it stops being profitable, people stop doing it. Basically, literally, essentially. Otherwise, it's just a meaningless criticism that won't go anywhere because it's going to continue being a thing that will work and thus pulls views and thus creates the value that leads to it being used in the first place, which will change nothing because people will keep doing it because it works. A little bit of a meaningless criticism. It's okay to be a yapper when you're single player Carl and having lots to add to a conversation. For some guys on YouTube that yap for 20 minutes to say that they could have said in 5, it's probably a problem. I'm adding it's probably a problem at the end there for you, Lucas. I wouldn't say use me as the standard. I would say probably use It's a Gundam as a standard. It's a Gundam and Mauler. Being able to talk about something... Yes. Being a content creator that makes long-form content requires you to have a way to be able to pivot your topics and your points together so that you can harmonize them onto the point that you're making. It's just like if you're doing a political debate, or if you're engaging in a type of debate that then leads to politics itself that can be described as a part of the thing that you're working towards. Being able to make content that specifically requires you and engages you to be able to explain and elucidate on a long time span the idea and the concept that you're getting across in isolation is not going to be equal to the same level of what you would want to do and could be capable of doing if you try to do the exact same thing on the upper and lower end of that content without engaging that particular medium as you're doing so. Usually in the sense of, hey, you want to be able to talk about this concept, but you can't truly get the thing that you want to be said across and done. Because getting it across and done is really fucking hard for you. For reasons that remain to be discussed and seen and accessed. Some which are obvious and others which are not. For example, having a person try to give criticism about a particular thing done on a... God damn it, this goddamn guy. Trying to speak about things done on a particular preventive measure because of the style of work that they have to engage with, or the style of content that they as a pro player have to be willing to deal with and learn in the short amount of time that they may have before competition, is all part of the process. And so you must be afforded the space in which to do it. But there's unfortunately a part where there are people that have a, I want it here, I need it here, I want it now, skip this part, I want to get to the juicy bit, just give me the answer to my question, that truly do not understand, and can be able to truly elucidate on the subject matter, on particularly whatever it is they're talking about. Because in order to understand it, you have to be engaged in it. And many of them are not engaged with it. And being engaged involves them actually spending the time to understand what causes the concern or the criticism at all. Most of them don't. Because understanding the criticism, it begins with, well, the guy just uses a lot of words. Guy's just a yapper. Bro's a yapper. Like, how dare you talk? But of course, like I said earlier, there are some things that people will not understand, that in order to understand it, they have to be willing to take the time to learn. And most people don't want to take the time to learn. They don't want to take the time and the effort of process to become knowledgeable on the subject matter in question. They don't want to take the time to truly get, understand, and grasp the issue. Because for them, there's nothing to grasp, there's nothing to understand. It's as simple as, bro, this is not what I want to hear. But what they can be involved in and what they should do is not ever going to be equal. And kind of begins and ends from a particular position that has to be bought in. They have to be willing to not only buy into the position and have stakes, have something to scrap for, but they have to be able to admit that they have stakes, that they have involvement, that they have investment, and that they're not just taking up space, wasting their time, or other people's time. Not usually convinced on any particular level. How the fuck do I kill you? And that's not something people really think about. Because for some people, I fell through the floor. For some people, their investment with most issues begins and ends with, well, I want you to tell me the answer. I don't want to think about the answer. Just give me the answer so I can monetize and make money off the thing that everybody else is doing. But that, of course, that's lazy. That's lazy slop. At worst and at best. And on topics to where you need to actually have deeper opinions, it is a failure, honestly, of multiple scales of things. But it is usually a failure on a very serious regard that we cannot be able to bridge this problem. God damn it. Where people that are involved, here I go again, where people that are involved on a particular level about a topic don't take the due diligence to learn about why the topic has the opinion, oh my fucking god, has the opinion that it has. And from there, it's just, oh, well, words, opinion, word salad, blur, blah, 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 blah. And that's every dichotomy. Every single issue could be monetized down to, I have seen it. Let me finish my thought, please. There is an inevitable cycle where that is the problem, and understanding good bases to base that opinion from creates that process of engagement that allows you to understand the issue and thus get the problem to be understood. We'll be going over it later after the drama stuff, Peon. Trust me, we're getting there. But if you want me to be able to see the clip, please post inside of Printing Press Express. But the elementary issue that should truly be understood about factorializing that problem, where there are people who just spend hours yapping about fucking nothing and have said nothing material to the issue, and those that, yeah, they can go on a big tangent, but that's not because they're just talking and there's no substance to what they're saying. It's because they're running down a list of things that are secondary knowledge to understanding the problem and understanding the concept and understanding the perspective and figuring out how to factorialize those things so that you can fully grasp what it is that you need to know and understand, so that you can truly be engaged in the process of what it is that you're talking about or doing. This stuff, those places, these things, require that elementary effort and essence. And without them, we are up shit creek without a paddle. Because then, to understand the issue doesn't really get across how serious the problem is. Because if you look at it from the perspective of a slop content creator, it's not anything to be said. It's just content, bro. It's the equivalent of saying to somebody, bro, why do you care? Just play the game. You're just mad that they're bigger than you. But it's not. It's obviously levels to the shit, like I said earlier. Simply yapping on the subject is not the issue. Yapping on the subject is not the issue. It's not what causes the frustration with people's opinions. It's the categorical misunderstanding and desire to have an opinion that has none of the secondary characteristics and traits required. To make a parallel, it's like wanting to have flight or super speed and not understanding that in order to have powers of flight, you're going to require super stamina. You're going to have to require a superhuman level of resilience. In drama, in order to be able to talk about drama, you have to be willing to stand drama. You have to be willing to be involved in the processes of drama. You can't just dip in when it's interesting and dip out when it's no longer of interest to you if you've decided to insert yourself so far into that drama that you literally cannot exist separated from it because you injected yourself so thoroughly into it. Stormtrooper aim. You injected yourself so fervently into it that there is no getting away from the opinion. There is no getting away from the take. Because your opinion and your views are the existence. They are the drama. They are the substance of the take. And thinking that you can avoid the criticism that comes with that, or the necessary fault that comes with that, is half of why most people look at people as pathetic, avoiding controversy, not truly being able to handle and stand what has to be said and done, concern themselves with the topic, all that and more. It all comes from that elemental part of it. It's not everybody who does it. It's not everyone who engages with it. But it's more than enough and frequent enough that it's a problem. Especially enough of a problem for it to be a concern that everybody gets worried about to some degree or level. But anyways, that is all to say that if you don't have the fucking skin to deal with the stuff, to survive the methodology, that is the method of the madness that requires you to be in the business, you definitely have to find something else to do with your time. Because it will get sticky. You will find yourself in sticky situations. You will find yourself, especially when it comes to drama shit, where your friendships now somehow are transmogrified into allegiances that you've never made and have never had an interest with. People will say things about you as an opinion that aren't and can't possibly be real, but they'll say that they are, because it all goes to the same place. It's all part of the same thing. And as long as people are willing to say it or can say it as a thing that is real, even if it's not, it ain't gonna change nothing unless you're willing to change it on that degree in monogamy. Alright. Back to video.
Cartoon recap videos that feature a white background with a character on the left and text on the right. I personally really don't like this style of thumbnail, which is why I made the thumbnail of this video in that style. You get it, whatever. Anyway, if you've seen this thumbnail but refuse to watch the videos no matter how much they showed up, they're basically just recaps of cartoon episodes and plot points that have a vague connection to the title of the video. It's real, hot, stinky garbage slop, but it does incredibly well, which pains me. It's painful to see this, honestly. And I'm personally someone who is very subject to injury, unfortunately. which is why I'm actually very happy.
More or less what you're describing is just people hate watching a piece of content. And the hate watching of that content, oh my god, this shield. I have found a new type of vulture that I hate. And on the element of that hate watching content, you really don't like the material in which you're having to deal with. Because you view it as part of the problem. Which, that's okay. You're allowed to have that opinion. Yeah, I can't kill this. For whatever fucking reason, it's not allowing me to kill her. Moving on.
Happy to have partnered with Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Here's the thing. When you're serious...
Ambulance chasers!
you're
No!
worth millions.
Not the ambulance chasers! Back to this. Hello, Bolster. One example of bad yapping was Lewis Rossman. I disagree with you. Uri Lewis Rossman, when all he did was talk about issues and problems, while also doing the job of right to repair and showing people how to be able to fix problems with their computers that they otherwise would not be able to because of Apple's policy on proprietary parts, stopping them from being able to solve something that could be repaired with a basic issue. That is actually something that he definitely did well. What he's pivoted into now is the result of that no longer being a profitable engine model that he can be able to make money off of. Those are two different entire things and two different entire eras. I personally don't watch his content, but I also understand that he's where he is because of what he started out doing. It's what he's evolved into that you take issue with. And that's allowed. You're allowed that opinion. You're definitely allowed to have that opinion. I personally think some of that mindset can be traced back to Channel Awesome. Yes, it can. Everybody on that guy with the glasses, and then eventually ChannelAwesome.com, were the first wave of slop content creators. From Shay Apocalypse, and then in my opinion, one of the better ones, because he puts in the effort, Brad Jones and Stone Gremlin Productions, and all the people that individually do things like Film Brain and people who probably don't make shit anymore, like Rantasmo of Shay Apocalypse, or even Antonella, the female responsible for that Cthulhu knockoff Twilight. And Lindsay Ellis herself, and maybe Doug, and people like Eliza Hansen, wife to Paul Dugan, and them getting together and then content being made hinting at the fact that they're together and partnered and booed up and now a family with multiple kids. All of that was the beginning of the slop era. Because there was more effort put into the, oh my god, I can't believe that my favorites are together and they made a video that does everything, that destroys those evil, nasty, dumb chuds and their talking points and opinions of videos. They were definitely a part of that first wave. Because they are themselves leftists. And so, that leftist opinion filtered through and was a part of that design of creation. It created boring content. How did it not get lit on fire? It created boring content that ultimately did more to demonstrate why Channel Awesome and the people who were part of Change the Channel were looking for relevance by any means necessary than having the ability to stand on their own without Doug Walker as the person leading the head of the channel. It's why any work that's done recently concerning Channel Awesome is a renaissance era of quality. Like, before the replacement of the old female, before they brought in the new one, the one that was the roommate, I'm forgetting her name, the thin one, not the plus size one, the two on-screen talents, other than Malcolm, the black one. These two individuals were basically the backbone of all of the running gags and jokes of the channel. Because Doug cared about making content first. He didn't care about any of that backdoor politicking that everybody else on Channel Awesome was doing. Which is why, when Channel Awesome blew up for hashtag change the channel, it was very obvious this was an attempt of people trying to do everything they can to further justify the canceling of Spoonie, and thus further creating the anger cycle that would lead to Noah Anteweiler losing his fucking mind and becoming what he is now, and thus leaving all of content creation because of one bad Black Snake Moan joke made about Faith, before Faith transitions to, I forget what their new name is now, and Oscura Slupa just really wanting to turn and twist the knife as much as possible and demonstrate how much social power she actually had in the situation, either granted or given or bestowed by others that decided she deserves to be the one with the correct opinions. No matter how you could see it, that element all came from that. The social, you will do what as I say and we will decide your faith postulate. Without that happening, Spoonie probably continues making content. He probably doesn't leave content creation. He probably spends time understanding and learning. They eventually laugh over it. When they go to record to boldly flee, he's not treated like a social pariah. The leftists don't start social group shopping to find the new groups that they're going to be associated with. They don't take all these extra efforts of trying to find new places to associate with and to be a part of. Because that happened the way that it happened, everything broke down the way that it broke down. Leading to Bundy King Jr. being the king of the pile once everybody was gone. Because it was never about making stuff. It was about being a part of a big platform that would allow them to grow. And without that element, you effectively have a bunch of people that are there for nothing. Who are there for nothing, who achieve nothing, who do nothing of value. I'm going to try using this. I don't have fucking shotgun bullets because I broke them all down. I'm dumb. It leads to that. It creates that instance. It makes it into what it ends up being, and just not great. Not great for anybody. At all. I'd say it was mixed. Reading. I'd say it's mixed, but more blame on the platforms like Shorts, for instance, the way that the YouTube algorithm set up Shorts for being cracked. Yeah, it's another lever. It's another lever on that fucking slop shit that leads us to where we are right now. It's not by any means better, but it's a tool. But the way that people use that tool, there are bigger winners than losers. I can almost promise you, all of us have seen a version of a short made by Pirate Software. If you were randomly scrolling through on YouTube Shorts, than if you had seen any of my particular shorts posted from my channel. And it's simply because being a content creator, viral, platform, algorithm, feed, drip, content. Brad and Ben in the Sage, only ones that I can respect. Top of Fourth World still going as a time capsule to the AVGN derivative slot. True. How the fuck do you used to watch them? Because before, it was just entertainment. It was just entertainment. You didn't have to think about that shit. And now, when you look back at it, after the Green M&M saga, look at how far many of them have fallen, especially in Ankara. You just grow up, and you grow apart, and you grow away.
But people often get very, very lowballed by insurance companies who don't have their best interests in mind. However, with Morgan & Morgan, there's a chance you
Excuse me, sir. I don't want to buy any ambulance chaser insurance. I will skip a little bit of this.
offer. And Morgan will fight for the part, right? They're for the people from content almost exactly. And a massive thank you to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this video. But it gets even worse. As of late 2024, channels have been popping up that steal long-form content almost exactly, but they change it up just enough to make it different. I'm actually a direct victim of this myself. Here, let me show you how. So, to make it brief, in March of 2024, I uploaded a video about Disney World and some of the more tragic things that have happened there, alongside the more lighthearted and spooky urban legend stuff. I grew up with videos talking about Disney deaths and urban legends, but in retrospect, so many of them felt very disrespectful to the victims in the way that they were portrayed. Portraying these tragedies as spooky, creepypasta-like stories, and not addressing them with the respect that the victims deserve. So I decided to make a video like those I was so fond of growing up, that actually tries to be respectful and honor the victims. I also mixed it up by going to the parks at the end, and going to the spots that allegedly have these specters and ghosts. It's a good video, but more importantly, it has wide appeal. So someone, I don't know who, watched the video and decided that they want to make one themselves. Imitation is the purest form of flattery, so what's the problem? Well, they didn't write a unique script and make their own video about things that they found interesting. No. They seemingly threw my script into ChatGPT, told it to rewrite it, and then add some AI software, edit and splice everything together. I was made aware of this when a buddy of mine sent me a link to this tweet by the internet anarchist, which shows that they also completely stole the thumbnail and just made it look way worse. Initially, I was shocked by how blatant this was, but I decided to give it a chance, not knowing the actual content of the video. And believe it or not, the video covers every single thing that I talked about, but it just has zero soul. It's like a top 10 list, but worse. And the editing is all stock footage, which I hate to see personally. When looking at the channel, you'll see it was their first time making anything of that style, with the rest of their videos being top 15 style videos of animals attacking each other in most cases. Through this wild animal footage, the channel amassed 722,000 subscribers. However, their last animal-related video was uploaded 6 months prior to the creation of this video, with the Disney knockoff being released in October. 2 days after they stole the Disney video, he stole another video, this one being from YouTuber Ryan Pictures. The original video is called When One False Accusation Ruins a YouTuber's Life. The slop copy is called How One False Accusation Destroyed a YouTuber's Life. Interesting. What's likely happening here is that the channel was likely sold to someone who paid a lot for a channel with close to 1 million subscribers, and is now stealing content in the hopes that he can profit. But luckily, these videos are flopping. I hope whoever runs this account now looks at those gray arrows and cries himself to sleep. Now, these videos suck, but they won't for long. I fear that we're inching closer and closer to a reality where AI-generated soulless slop will become harder and harder to suss out. And I really fear that channels like this will take good videos from small channels, rewrite them in ChatGPT, then shit out a garbage copy of someone else's hard work. I genuinely think that this theft is reprehensible, and I think more people should call it out, given the damage that it does to not only the individual creators who are having their work stolen, but to YouTube itself and its trajectory. This is definitely a problem that goes far beyond YouTube, and is still a huge problem here nonetheless. AI content is something to be aware of, and if you're as sick of it as I am, I recommend hitting do not recommend whenever you see one of these channels show up in your recommended. Now, when this video was conceptualized, I had the idea to reach out to some of the people who I've met who are in the commentary community. This interview isn't about grilling them on the things that they've done wrong in the past, but rather just a guy-to-guy talk about the work that we make. Without further ado, this is Sensitive Society and a Cheeto. So I'm here with the one and only Sensitive Society to get his opinion on everything that's being talked about.
Hi, thanks for having me. Appreciate you.
What is it like to make drama commentary? What is the creative process and the research and all those things?
Truth be told, to get a little backstory, the reason why I have a channel in the first place is because I really like the idea of just a random guy saying whatever's on his mind. I'm just an everyday guy who sees something and he's interested in the topic, whatever it is, whether it's something serious or goofy like we're seeing with KSI and Lunchley and everyone treating it like it's World War III, and I think it's hilarious. It's not that serious.
No, it really ain't that deep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm wondering also, what is the research process like for these videos?
Whatever situation's going down, I whether I see it on Twitter, Reddit, whatever, then I start looking into where it's coming from and trying to make sure I have the story as accurate as possible. If it's something on Twitter, I just don't read the headline and I grab my microphone and get to it.
Right.
I try to look into it, look for other tweets, similar tweets, and then, Google that and then see if there's articles written about it. Just trying to cover everything, and there's always two sides to a story.
How do you feel?
News media journalism. He just described the active process of news media journalism as it's intended for research purposes, which is exactly what our job is supposed to be. Any person who writes anything with the interest of topical news is supposed to do that. Good job. Gold star.
Feel about the slop label? Does it hurt your feelings, or are you just kind of like, you know, it's a job, or I don't know, what's your input?
Really doesn't hurt my feelings, to be honest. You know, I do think, I don't want to sound like the nerd emoji here, but and be like, technically, guys, but I do think there's definitely some channels out there that are like the definition of flop, and I know that's really coming from me, but I don't know, I think there's a difference, and between, I guess, channels like Pyro or me or Critical or, you know, whoever else, and then there's like an other subgenre of channels that is no different than the brain rot channels that they, you know, talk about.
How much time does it generally take to make a sensitive society video?
So nowadays, because they're longer and I don't upload every day, I have it takes a little longer from start to finish, probably like 2 to 3 hours.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's once I have the topic locked down, because I'm usually looking for a hot minute.
Yeah,
So
no,
once
that's
I have
fair.
a topic locked down, then from start to finish, it's probably like, yeah, between 2 to 3 hours.
Gotcha. Awesome. Well, I think that's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Of course, appreciate you, dude.
So, I now have the pleasure to talk to the one and only Achido. Welcome.
What's up, man? Thanks for having me.
Of course, yeah. What is the creative process for kind of putting together one of your videos, and what's kind of the timeline of the creation of it?
Yeah, so what I used to do, and I try not to do this anymore, is I'll try to balance something that I am interested in talking about with something that people are interested in hearing about, whereas maybe, you know, 2 years ago, it was more so just like, all right, well, what do people want to hear about? And I'll just make the video knowing that even if I don't really care about what I'm saying or what I'm talking about, that at least some people will.
Right.
And now I try to balance something that I find interesting and can talk about extemporaneously with something that I think people will genuinely be interested in, right? Because I could talk for hours about like YouTube itself, like the internal workings of it, because that's something that I'm super interested in, but no one wants to hear that, right? They're more interested in like the dream poop today or something like that, right? Like whatever the fucking flavor of the day drama slop is, right? But at the same time, right, I don't really want to talk about the dream pooping stuff anymore. I want to talk about, like, you know, stuff I actually find interesting.
Right.
And just finding that balance, you know? So that's sort of like my creative process, right?
So you've incentivized more so what you actually want to put out rather than just only what audiences want to see, essentially.
Yeah.
I also want to ask, too, how do you feel about the label of slop that is often thrown around? Do you feel it's an accurate descriptor, or do you think it kind of, you know, isn't exactly that?
Well, when people say it, I think a lot of people don't, like, they don't mean it to be rude or anything.
Yeah.
And so I never take it as, like, personal. Like, I never care if someone's like, oh, that's slop. Like, who gives a fuck, right? Do I think it's accurate? I think it depends, because I think every channel is different. But, you know, overall, like, there are things that I think that there's a list with boxes that you check, and the more boxes you check, the more, I guess, slop you can be considered. I think as time's passed, I've unchecked some of those boxes. Like, I've sort of made the goal to shift away from gameplay, which I think a lot of people use because it's easy. They can, like, basically maximize the time between when the headline drops and when their video comes out by using gameplay.
Yeah.
And I've tried to basically not have that pressure of, like, I have to be the first to a topic. Like I can sort of talk about things that are older or newer, depending if I want to. So I, like, try to do face cam and stuff now. But I mean, overall, am I, like, still a slop channel? Do I still talk about things that are menial and, you know, useless? And are my videos, like, essays that are well edited and well thought out? I don't have a script, you know, a lot of it's just off the dome. So yeah, I guess it's fairly accurate. I'd say it's like 70% accurate for my channel.
Gotcha.
Then obviously for some it's like 80-90%, for some it's like 50-40%, but yeah, I mean, I don't care. Like, I don't get offended by it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it's not out here hurting your feelings and stuff like that.
Not one bit. No, I don't give a.
Good.
Because
I
people
think
still like it. I mean, like I think the best comparison I've ever heard, and I don't know who made this, but yeah, well, this was actually said about, like, React content, like Asmongold sort of stuff.
Yeah.
But I think it still sort of applies to, like, commentary and whatever, is that it's sort of fast food content, you know? And there's a market for that. Like, in the restaurant world, in the world of cuisine, there are places you'll go to on a nice night to get dressed up for your anniversary for, like Michelin food. And then there's 3 a.m. food when you're fucking stoned that you can get on DoorDash, and it's like,
looking at certain content creators as a guilty pleasure watch, knowing that the type of content that they make can facilitate a process
is a rough sell to me. I'll say rough sell. Because maybe that's good, maybe that's bad. It all really depends. Again, you have to meet people in the middle when it comes to that. But both of them are giving fair perspectives, especially him.
You know, they all serve a purpose. It's hard to compare one to another because they serve different purposes.
Yeah.
And the best way I can put this is like, there's certain YouTube videos that you're doing a disservice to by watching them on your phone. Like, you should be watching them on your television.
Yeah.
My videos are not like that at all. They're meant to be watched when you're like on the bus ride home from school on your phone and there's an argument in the background, but you use headphones to drown it out, right? Like, it's not high quality, you know, and I don't care, but it's like, I certainly wouldn't get offended by it. You know, I know what my role is in the YouTube ecosystem, and I think other people should as well. You know,
that's interesting. I like that you know your niche, right? That's a good perspective to have. Great, awesome. Thank you so much, man. I think that's all my questions. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
I think Achito said it best with the dining example. There's really not anything I have to add to that, but it's some pretty good insight, and now you know their perspective on the entire thing. This slop problem transcends just AI and false information through means of lazy content, and it's present in a lot of different genres. For example, with video essays. A big YouTuber by the name of Moon is responsible for making really well-produced, constant pessimistic slop that provides nothing but negativity and doom when discussing most topics. He's also been responsible for lots of plagiarism, like when he very directly ripped off Overlord Gaming's Reddit video, Jack Saint's Wonka video. He's freebooted on multiple occasions where he basically just takes someone else's video, rewrites it just enough for it to be different, and then makes a worse version of the original, but does end up crediting them in the description. There's a lot. But he's too much of a can of worms to cover today. Rather, I intend to make a full video that's dedicated to Moon and his shortcomings, as I feel his cult of personality is really harmful for not only the viewers who religiously consume his content.
True, but you should be able to give people some bullet points. You should be able to give people some bullet points on exactly why Moon is bad. It's very easy. Please do so. Please tell me you do so before you're done with this section.
But also just for the platform as a whole. But again, video for another time. So, smash that like button and subscribe if you want to see it. I almost feel as though slop as a label is a little too polarizing, as there is absolutely an issue here with these things, but it's all kind of put under this one wide umbrella, which doesn't really help us define what's going on here. But I feel as though what I've done here in kind of having different genres of slop is the best way to go, as it really isn't that simple. Not every stream clip is slop, not every drama commentary video is slop, every AI generated video is slop, but you know, I don't think that's much of a hot take. But saying videos that have no value, quote-unquote, is slop, it's very subjective. Because, in a sense, what does have value? Is only educational content not slop? Is only advocism-based content not slop? Is only, like, cooking videos not slop? I don't know. And I don't subscribe to that line of thinking. Not every video has to be this transformative, amazing experience, but they should at least still try. There should still be effort and, like, care put into things. But also, not every video has to be like an hour-long video essay that's just going into a deep dive on some topic. Not at all. In fact, they can get a little overwhelming and annoying. Sometimes it's nice to just have some fun, silly content. That's perfectly good. To prop up video essays as this, like, better type of YouTube content isn't really accurate, as a lot of them themselves have a lot of issues and aren't very good. Listen, lots of them are really, really good. Some of the best videos I've seen on YouTube are video essays, but still, there are issues there. But ultimately, this whole situation is a lot more nuanced than a lot of the discourse portrays it to be. So, yeah, YouTube does have a slop problem. But it's an issue that transcends individual creators, and it's more based around the way that profit motives play into all of this. Though it is undeniable
If
that titles
YouTube
and thumbnails
wanted
have
that,
gotten really, really stiff.
Pause, sir. If YouTube wanted to change the profit motive of the algorithm, they could do it overnight. The problem is, he hasn't actually talked about this. The slop is well, he mentioned it, but he didn't dig into it. The slop is doing what it's doing because it's monetizing advertisers. Monetizing the watch time is not anything close to monetizing the advertisers that exist to radiate the problem on the platform. When you factor in for the ads that they are making buku money on top of, That's the end-all be-all of most of the conversation. It starts there and it ends there. Again, if they didn't make money doing it, they wouldn't do it. And removing the profit margin of incentive to continue doing it requires changing that algorithm. If not literally putting a thumb of an active human on the scale to say, this is garbage, this is not. This is garbage, this is not. This is garbage, this is not. It's a bit weird. Because this is part of the reason why they make us declare what we need to declare. When we try to identify something that we're doing or using, when it comes to addressing our policy violations and our marking of our advertiser content warning on our videos when we upload them, especially for YouTube. Marking how a video is or isn't a part of that problem is literally most of the platform at this point, if not a high majority. A lot of it comes down to, hey, if you don't mark yourself correctly, we're going to limit your reach. Or, you didn't mark your video correctly, you got it wrong, so we decided to take away your advertiser revenue for this video. You're demonetized for this one. Or, you've been doing too many things, you're a naughty boy on the internet, we're demonetizing your entire channel. If they started striking the slop content by showing that the person is willfully doing it to monetize and gamify the system, you can change it overnight. But that requires having somebody who's passionate, who's going to give a shit. Most of us don't see them giving a shit. So it doesn't change.
Dale and samey in recent times, and a lot of the popular content out there may not feel the same as it used to. The internet itself has changed very rapidly within the years post-lockdown, and in my opinion it's kind of for the worse. And I think it all boils down to one word: content. Everything is content. Everything profitable is content. Art isn't very profitable. Passion projects aren't very profitable, but pumping out a wide array of videos that are already subjects that are popular is profitable. The age of the individual is kind of dead and replaced with an algorithm that effectively tells us how to feel. And listen, I don't want to end this on a negative note, so I have some advice. If there's something that you don't like online, just don't interact with it. Don't leave a dislike, don't comment, don't do anything of the sort, since by doing that you're just fueling the production of more of it. If you spam comment on AI slop videos telling them how much you hate AI slop, the algorithm's gonna see that and reward the AI slop. Hell, it's the same here. If you hated this video, don't interact with the video. It literally only serves to push it further. So on second note, yeah, actually do. If you hated this video, tell me all about how much you hated it. That sounds great. I also want to give a shout out to some content creators who I feel make really good and unique videos. Check out creators like Jaden Salads, Lula Loopsy, Is, Strange Eons, Scumbagovich, John X Woodcat, Debunk File, Maverick Files, Swanene, The Beak, Terror, Sournail.
At least he was able to do the same thing that JF Signifier did, in which when he criticized the kind of content he said that he didn't like, he offered alternatives, and he offered real alternatives, because these are names I've never heard before. Or at the very least, when he said he wanted to uplift people and have people be uplifted, he actually did the uplifting himself and didn't just wait for somebody else to do the work for him.
Danerade, or any of the other hard-working, honest, high-effort independent YouTubers that are out there. You won't regret it. Watching their videos actually gives you something to work off, something to think about, and hell, even if it's just entertainment, I think it's really good entertainment. These people are great at doing what they do. With that said, I've been Raymundo2112, you've been a great audience, and I'll see you in the next one. If you're interested, the rest of this video will just be addressing the fact that this ain't my first time making a slop video, and I just want to make clear why the original was privated and share my side of the story. So, we need to talk. Like I just said a couple seconds ago, this is not my first time making a video about slop content, and there's a reason for that, which I'm excited to share with you. So in early October, I made a video called YouTube Has a Slop Problem, just like this one. But it wasn't actually just like this one. It wasn't the strongest video in the world. The first part of it was pretty similar to what you saw in the first part of this one. Then it got kind of unfocused and started talking about things that weren't fully related. It was presented in a way where, you know, it was an opinion piece that wasn't exactly fully stated to be one. And tonally, it was like this angle of, oh, I'm the one realizing this deep problem with YouTube, and no one sees it, and I'm so pissed off about this, which was a choice. But regardless, the video comes out, and it's like the best performing video of all time, which is insane. And with that, a lot of criticism came. Really good criticism. Really bad criticism too, but, you know. But there was a lot of good and very solid points made against the video. I talked to other YouTubers, I went on some streams who all had a lot of things to say about it, and ultimately, after talking to people and really hearing them out, I realized that my video wasn't up to my standards of quality, and that there were just lapses in its writing and its research, and just kind of the way that it was formatted, and it wasn't my strongest work. Granted, the video wasn't some horrible, atrocious mess, but it was a little too pointed and not nuanced enough in my opinion, and there were parts that just kind of fell flat. And so I decided to private the video, and I released a tweet and a community post, which you
That's pretty fair.
may or may not have seen. My mind has been changed a lot by actually talking to people in these communities. I've been given new perspectives, and have been able to just kind of expand my viewpoint on everything. Does this mean I'm now personally fond of gameplay, commentary, daily upload videos? No, but, I mean, does that really matter? I feel as though the video you just watched was a much better representation of what's going on. But yeah, really, the first one just didn't live up to what I really want to set standards for the content that I produce and what I show you guys, and the points that I make, you know? Now, a question people have been asking is, should we expect more sort of like drama-ish content from you? And my answer is a hard no, because it's not what I'm about. So if you really wanted me to keep talking about sloth content, I'm sorry, but it's not happening. But yeah, that's pretty much it. And now we're here. Got some really, really cool and exciting stuff coming up that I'm personally very invested and excited to show you guys. So, stay tuned for that. And of course, we can't end this video without thanking the patrons, because you guys are amazing, you make this happen, and there are a lot more of you. Holy crap. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Enormous thanks to John Grob, Orcanus, Tortured
Alright. We got to the end of it, because I believe this is all of his outro.
You should check out.
Yes, it is. Alright. Decent topic. Decent subject. Nearly 3 hours on that alone. Truly great content, Carl. Alright. This next one is a lot more sensational. Cam Nuzzik is an annoying fucking cretin, and it needs to be said and seen and heard by all of you here. The shit that he tried to do on that stream that I looked at the other day. Let me pull it up. This one we're going to be fast forwarding through a lot, but I'm going to have lots of things to say because I witnessed this shit in its full concern. Cam Nuggets is the worst commentary channel on YouTube, featuring Cope and CTV from Gamma. 4.09k sub channel.
Yeah, do you think censored TV should be allowed on YouTube?
What is it?
Do you think censored child should be allowed on the platform called YouTube?
If you edit it and censor it and it's in context to
Okay, so
exposing
you're not
something
listening to what I'm saying. You're take the earplugs out,
Stop
right?
asking me questions if you're
Listen to what I'm saying. You stupid. Listen to me, okay? Shut the f up. Listen to me. Censored. I said censored. The first word in that question was censored. Do you think censored should be allowed on YouTube? Yes or no?
Yes, depending on the context.
Okay,
yes, that was the infamous genius commentator known as Cam Nuggets defending the distribution of what he believed to be censored CSAM. Now, some of you may be wondering what is driving me to make this video, and it's because after a heated debate featuring Rao, Cam Nuggets, Beckett, and yours truly, Cam Nuggets decided to misrepresent me and make a community post to thousands of people of a tweet without any context. But before we get into that, how did we get here? There is an incredibly important story to tell here. On October 26, 2024, Rosanna Pansino and Dogpack released a video titled Mr. Beast Knew All Along. In this video, they made some incredibly slanderous allegations against David Chris Tyson and Mr. Beast, where they implicate not just David Chris Tyson, but the entire Mr. Beast company, including Jimmy, of distributing what Rosanna and Dogpack believed to be CSAM of a 13-year-old Ivanka Trump. Not just that, but they also lied about this being a work group chat, and even embellished details to make the allegation that people in this chat were interested in cannibal fetishism over a Garfield vor meme. But why is any of this important? Within 48 hours, there were very important concerns being brought up towards Dogpack and Rosanna Pansino. In that video, they came to the conclusion that Chris Tyson had distributed what they judged to be CSAM. However, not only did these individuals believe that this was CSAM, but they had this image in their possession, uncensored, censored it poorly, and then distributed what they believed was CSAM to what is now over 1 million people. A literal day after the fact, it was proven that that was in fact not CSAM, and a simple reverse image search, which Dogpack himself as well, would have revealed that this image was never CSAM and was in fact an image of an 18-year-old girl. So not only did Dogpack make a poorly researched false allegation against David Chris Tyson, Mr. Beast, and the entire company, but per his own assessment, he possessed CSAM and distributed it. Here's where Cam Nuggets comes in. Cam Nuggets made a video that was titled Dogpack and Rosanna Pansino did nothing wrong. And as he started getting criticism for the title, he changed the title to Rosanna and Dogpack Twitter Drama Explained. Now, something that's important to contextualize here is that within this video, he defends Dogpack of not just making a slandering accusation for the third time, but also defends Dogpack of being in possession of and distributing what Dogpack believed to be CSAM. And Cam Nuggets
what we collectively call sweeping, as in trying to sweep shit under the rug. And he makes jokes of this inside the video, literally making the titular, I'm sweeping, I'm sweeping, I'm sweeping, I'm sweeping, I'm sweeping, I'm sweeping.
Quite literally quadruples down on this.
Do you think it is all right if someone takes a screenshot or downloads an image of CP and then in editing software censors it and then puts it on YouTube? Do you think that's an okay thing to do?
I think that's weird.
Sure. Why are you defending Dogpack with doing what he thought was putting censored CP up in the video then?
Why am I defending it? Because I think the video itself isn't illegal, like when breaking a law.
You're bringing legality into this. I'm asking you morally, right? I don't care if the video is illegal, right? I'm trying to figure out if it's okay to exist. My question then would be, why are you defending Dogpack when he does this thing then, right? Don't use the law, don't use legality. Try to explain to me why you're defending him without that.
I would say that he thought he was doing something good that technically isn't illegal.
Do you think it really matters what he thought he was doing to be good if what he was in reality doing was spreading illegal content, explicit content of a minor being abused, and what he thought to be? Because those two things, at least in my mind, can't mix. You can't think you're doing something good and then get an image of what you to be a child being exploited or abused and then put that on a video and then upload that to a channel that has like upwards of 10 million subscribers, right?
I mean, if you're using it as evidence of something disgusting happening in a group, then
you do understand to censor CP, you would have to download the CP and edit it.
Yeah,
right?
I know that. I said that's weird, and I don't know how Dogpack can explain that.
You just think it's weird? That's it?
Yeah.
Because I would probably proclaim it's like way worse than weird. Like that's probably
because I would assume that
right?
when he downloaded the logs to the entire group, the image was included.
And then he got that image, he downloaded it, and then he censored it, and he put it onto a YouTube video, right?
Yeah, that was the worst part.
And you just think that that's weird. You don't think that that's bad for him to do.
I mean, weird kind of implies bad.
I think bad and weird are on very different levels of severity. Dude.
As a result of Cam's video and his egregious takes, where Cam Nuggets defends Dogpack of potentially downloading CSAM, barely censoring it, and then distributing it to hundreds of thousands of people, as well as equating that to being better than Chris Tyson, sending CP, his words, to a private group chat of only a handful of people, I started theory crafting and doing some layered research to point out why Cam Nuggets is a dishonest and bad faith individual. Here's the thread, which adds context to the community post Cam Nuggets made, where he completely misrepresented me to thousands of people. So my thread goes as, gonna say it, Cam Nuggets needs to be blackballed. There's no way you're seriously going to sweep for this and neglect crucial information that Dogpack willingly misrepresented these allegations and then attempted to defend them while being dishonest, claiming they did nothing wrong. Not to mention the fact you're completely neglecting the fact that Dogpack is equally as guilty of what they accuse Ava of, especially after ignorantly misinterpreting and misrepresenting Ava's reason for looking at this image in the first place. Contextually, per that image, Chris Tyson probably didn't even consider the CP, but rather was concerned that Ivanka had a manager that was a potential pedophile. Chris Tyson even said allegedly 13. For all we know, Tyson probably didn't even actually think this was a child. That's not to defend Chris Tyson and her previous behavior. That's to be fair in the criticism for any reason Tyson may have looked into this image herself. But here's where it gets important. Additionally, it's entirely possible all of these people knew after conducting a reverse image search, Tyson and Dogpack, that Ivanka in this picture was in fact 18 years of age. Considering this image was present in several discussion boards, heard their reverse image searches. Even people like Damage Sector pointed out that a reverse image search would have in fact made it very clear that Ivanka's age was in fact 18, quite easily at that. So Dogpack lied about shady websites. One of the reverse results was Reddit, another was Informer. Why would any of these websites willingly publish CSAM? They wouldn't. You legitimately just lied and implied Chris Tyson willingly distributed alleged CSAM. Point being, I will not stand for this blatant dishonesty or attempt to obfuscate anyone's wrongdoing to protect them. Now, some of you might be wondering why I even think that's a reasonable assessment. Well, for one, it's because I personally thought Dogpack was safe, considering that the image was probably never CSAM at all. Listen to what I said in this video. Now, while I have been very harsh towards Dogpack, keep in mind I am only being harsh using his own judgment of whether or not this image was CP. Keep in mind he judges that this image is CP. However, in fairness to Dogpack, ultimately this depends on whether or not proper authorities would be willing to constitute this image as sexually suggestive CP. In spite of this, though, if the facts turn out to be that this image was not CP by legal standards, that means that he and Rosanna both implicated Chris Tyson and Mr. B's company falsely of having possession of and distributing this material, and misrepresented Chris Tyson's reason for bringing up this image in the first place. This is not to defend Chris Tyson or Mr. Beast. As a matter of fact, I think that there are a lot of things that they rightfully need to be criticized for. But Dogpack, making this monumental screw up, have directly given Mr. Beast and Chris Tyson a win, and has tarnished his credibility and trust. To add more,
and that's the reason why when Grums did this, we all said, "Take your ass on the square." On that, the words are hard. Words are hard. We told him to take his bitch ass on to Sacred Symbols Plus and face the music. Instead, he ran for the fucking hills. Disgraceful, disrespectful, indignant, pathetic. Use the words that you want. All of them are accurate. Coward. Level of coward. Because in order to get there, and to say that, and to do that, requires so much effort. It requires so much effort.
more credence to this theory, I have to bring up some wider context, which was also featured in this debate between me and Cam Nuggets. Dogpack here, I received access to the word chats not knowing there was potential CP. Obviously, when I saw it, I reverse image searched it, thinking it was probably fake news. Cursory search revealed nothing conclusive, and I obviously didn't want to dig deeper through weird websites. By the way, this is also a lie because those websites weren't weird. When we see the fucking reverse image search in his in the video, it literally just shows Reddit and infographic. Those websites would literally not be fucking publishing CP by any means. If he actually did his research and looked at those websites, which he probably did, he would learn that Ivanka Trump was actually 18. So I censored the image, meaning he had to censor the original naked image, which he assumed was CP per this fucking for this Reddit statement, and deleted the source, which means at some point he actually did have what he believed to be CP in his fucking hard drive. And in another reply to this fucking initial tweet, he says he tells Cam from Ethics essentially that I copy pasted the image. That you do realize that per the law, having data of that image in any way, shape, or form is still illegal. If it can be reproduced into a discernible image, it is still illegal. Developed film, undeveloped video, that means if it wasn't even visible from the get-go, it would still be illegal no matter what. If it was undeveloped and you can't see it, as long as it's stored in some way, that is still illegal. And electronically stored data that can be converted into a visual image. So he did have electronically stored data. So he believed that was CP. He was himself committing a crime. Why did you not put that in your video? You pulled up the same exact fucking law, by the way, in your video to try to defend Dogpack. If you read the portion, you could criticize Dogpack for fucking doing this exact same thing that he accused Ava of, without actually doing his due diligence and potentially Ava herself not even believing that this could have been CP. There's multiple layers of the amount when she sent it. She didn't need to censor it. Potentially because she probably believed it wasn't even actually CP.
Where are you getting logic from? Why would you send me a picture you don't think is CP and say I think this is a 13-year-old?
Okay, where do I get the logic from?
Yeah, because if I send you a picture of a naked kid and say, oh, I think this is a naked kid.
Was the image a naked kid, by the way? Keep in mind. Was the image a naked kid?
That's not where we're at yet.
No, that is where we're at. You brought it up.
If I send you what I think is a naked kid and you search it up and you're like, oh no, this is actually a midget or something.
Can you tell me definitively that Ava actually thought that was a naked kid? Because she did use the word allegedly.
Can you show me the part where she didn't say I think this is allegedly a 13-year-old?
Oh, I'm so glad you said that because you're walking yourself back to a fucking wall. I can't show you. I can't show you that.
Okay, how can you do that? How can you do that?
Because it was in their fucking video.
Let's see.
It was literally in their fucking video.
Where?
So in this picture below, Simpleton, he literally says, so this photo is allegedly of Ivanka Trump when she was 13.
Why would you say it's allegedly a 13-year-old naked?
Because look, listen, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you a lesson. I'm going to give you a lesson about how hashes and CSAM works on the internet, by the way. If this image was around the internet, keep in mind, Tyson probably found this off of people making conspiracy theories at the time because this image was floating around a lot back then in conspiratorial boards. Chances, if this image was actually CP, Chris Tyson probably wouldn't have been able to get like, you know, any semblance of it at all, because it would have been scrubbed from the internet so fucking fast. I don't know if you were around back then when 4chan had a CP issue, but when people would post images that were even remotely alleged to be CP, and then it turns out they actually weren't, those boards were scrubbed so fucking fast. So
we don't have any of this context from this conversation. I think it's all irrelevant.
Okay, we don't have any of this context from this conversation, right?
His voice the entire time, as this is being explained to him, is so extremely bad faith. The inability to address the problem, and worse, trying to push it off like, oh, well, I don't understand why you bring that up. That's not relevant here. That's not for me. Listening to this when it was happening, I didn't know if it was, is he literally high? And then when he says, no, I'm not high, I'm sober. Are you dumb? This is just extremely malicious. That's all it is. Focus, girl. It's extremely malicious. It's extremely malicious. Because he's saying with a straight face that he understands the problem, but he doesn't get why it's relevant to this problem. Which, if somebody does this, that should be institutional basis for a full ban, honestly. Not having disagreements on the internet. Putting out a piece of material like this in the capacity of a news journalist, because this is an example of slop content. Cam Nuggets is an example of a slop content creator. You have a conversation like this, you hash this out, this person says that there's no difference with this, there's no issue of that, there's no issue of this, they say that they're going to do this and they're going to platform that and they're going to speak on this. Yeah, you have to get them off the platform. Either by bullying them off the platform, socially, so that it doesn't require YouTube to make a ruling, or somebody at YouTube, like I said earlier, would have to look at the channel and say, oh no, this person's bad faith, and they have no informational integrity and quantitative quality of positive message or learning that could be done. This channel has to be demonetized permanently or suspended. There's no world where you can allow this to happen. Not a person who wants to call themselves a journalist. Not a person who wants to report on breaking news and then gets the story wrong and then basically admits to saying that, yeah, I'll break the law too. Or defending breaking of the law. Actually not on an issue concerning minors.
Right? Which is why it's important. Which is why it's important. We don't have. No. She didn't think it was 13. She said it was allegedly 13. Since we want to talk about semantics here, which is something that Dogpack himself does, by the way, since he's so busy saying that he only allegedly said things in his videos. So if you're willing to defend Dogpack for only making alleged allegations that weren't 100% confirmed or definitive by him, you also have to give that same logical consistency to Chris Tyson. Which is why I say yes, it does. Fair representation. Yes, it does. Fair representation is incredibly important. Okay, like I said, would you want fair representation? Yes or no?
That doesn't make sense in this context. Look, even at the bottom, it says, how is this shit not being addressed?
He literally says her modeling agent John Casablancas has been accused of pedophilia. His concern is Casablancas per the fucking context. And as a matter of fact, I had somebody dig into this fucking thread, and we did find it, by the way. That thread was entirely about Casablancas. So, per the context and the fucking thread that he linked in this fucking chat, it is entirely possible that Chris Tyson probably didn't even consider any of this to be CP at all by any standard.
How are you coming to that conclusion?
Because it's called doing layered research, moron. Something you can't do.
How are you going to research something that doesn't have context? You're making things up but keep acting like it's facts.
So I want to jump in here because I'm pretty sure some eagle-eyed viewers are going to notice that Camps accuses me of making stuff up. Yet if you've been paying attention to the images I've been editing on screen, I didn't make any of that up. I provided receipts and evidence for everything that I claimed in that debate. I never spoke out of my ass. So to be clear, everything that I said was in fact within context and did in fact have real receipts. Cam simply just doesn't do his research and doesn't know anything about the situation at hand. No, it's called fair. It's called fair assessment. It's called fair assessment. I'm saying, okay, listen. If you want to accuse Chris Tyson of her believing this was 100% CP, then you also have to give that same accusation to Dogpack and then guilt him accordingly. Yes or no?
What are you asking? Dogpack did not part. A 13-year-old to a group.
If you want to, like, what Gamera's doing is providing context for the wider conversation Chris Tyson was having, correct?
No, none of that context is relevant in this screenshot. There's no need to add context for something that doesn't exist.
But it does exist, and in this video, I provide examples for everything that I claimed. You're literally just lying because you're incapable of doing research or informing yourself. You are also unwilling to acknowledge this research or do further research yourself because you'd rather be biased and, in some cases, unfairly represent people or side with them when they don't deserve to be sided with. As a matter of fact, Cam Nuggets, you say that I'm sweeping and that none of this makes sense. However, even your friend Dogpack, the guy you're willing to defend, agrees with me on a technicality. This means that Dogpack is equally as open to the idea that Ava possibly didn't fully believe this image was CSAM. Of course, that's not to defend Chris Tyson, not at all. It's to open the discussion up to the fact that both Dogpack and Tyson could have possibly knew that this wasn't CP. If I'm going to give that assessment to Dogpack, which I did in my video, then I also have to be logically consistent and also provide that assessment to Ava Chris Tyson. Of course, this opens up the conversation to something else entirely, which is additionally a theory. It is possible that Dogpack knew that this image was actually not CP the entire time and potentially even falsely accused Ava Chris Tyson of distributing CP. And again, just to double down, Dogpack himself would say that he didn't falsely accuse anyone because Ava only alleged that this image was 13 years old and not a definite sign that Chris Tyson knew it was in fact CP or more appropriately CSAM. This brings me to another point. Per Cam's own logic or line of logic, he is more than willing to obfuscate facts and deny people the right to be fairly analyzed and looked into to clear people of wrongdoing or to assess them of guilt. This is another interesting point that I want to bring up. If I actually did think that you sent me a picture of a minor and then I accused you of being a pedophile, would you not want fair representation?
If your proof was that I said, hey, look at this kid, then I would not want fair representation because that's what I did.
Wait, what? You just oh yeah, it's a fair call. It's a fair call.
Yeah, I mean, if I sent him something I thought was CP and he goes on Twitter and says, look at Cam sending me CP, I can't be like, you silly Billy, that was actually a porn star.
Do you realize what you admitted to right now?
Are you dumb?
No, do you realize what you admitted to right now?
Let's hear it.
You literally admitted right now that you think it is perfectly fine for people to fucking slander other individuals and then not represent, like not have any sort of fair assessment. That's literally what you admitted to right now.
Stupid?
Listen, if you send me an image of what you presume to be as a minor, and I called you a fucking pedophile, would you not want fair representation?
If I sent you what I thought was CP, and you went on Twitter with a screenshot saying, "Bro, this guy just sent me CP," that is, what are you even arguing?
Would you not want people, if I falsely accuse you of something, would you not want people to step in and be like, well, actually, I recognize that image. That's not CP at all. You just falsely accuse that guy. Would you not want that to happen?
That's fucking stupid because the context.
What do you mean that's stupid?
Bro, you can actually go to prison for that.
What do you mean, dude?
Off that alone, if I was a member of the YouTube side that heard that, I would definitely take that person's account down. Because they either maliciously do not understand, and they are clearly operating an account for the purposes of attention, and at that point, you're not actually doing anything of journalistic integrity. So, you don't get the protections that would come with somebody just making bad takes. You are directly doing something that's going to cause a fucking scene, and now YouTube gets implicated, which is the reason why it'd be important. Or, this person's a malicious troll, and so it's a problem.
Accusation if I thought it was CP. You guys are actually fucking stupid enough to listen.
So he actually doubles down on this a couple of times. And in the past, he has made videos where he accused people of things they simply didn't do or misrepresents them. Cam has falsely accused Logan Paul of pushing his dog off a boat when evidence shows that was never the case. Cam also misrepresents a smaller YouTuber known as ETK for ruining a young girl's life in a video, not giving ETK the benefit of the doubt that ETK has his own prerogatives and claims ETK went into this intentionally ruining her life over jokes. Which is funny to mention considering the fact that what he did in this video would make him a complete hypocrite in comparison to statements he made about Chud Logic, where he also throws Chud Logic under the bus for reacting to a video in full, despite it arguably being fair use.
But in this case, I'm on Dark Viper's side. I think that if you are going to watch someone's entire content without their permission, and you're not going to at least do the due diligence of editing, like if it's just you talking, doing something like this. Oh, face cam mode. If I'm just going to, pause halfway through the video and add my own context, and maybe I'll have a script written up and I'll read the script and give more context, give my own opinions. If you're just going to watch someone's entire video and then pause it occasionally to insult them, you're not adding anything. You can argue that it is fair use, but if you were to go to a court and the judge was like, okay, Dark Viper's original video, 10 minutes, your original video, 30 minutes, 10 minutes of said video was Dark Viper's video. So only 2/3 of your content was original, but it only existed because you paused the other guy's content, if that makes any sense.
So Cam argues that Chud Logic deserved to be struck down by Dark Viper because Chud watched Dark Viper's 9-minute video in full. He added 30+ minutes of commentary. Yet funnily enough, Cam Nuggets does the exact same thing, which means for his logic, he deserves the same treatment.
His 13-minute video, which I do a reaction on, that ends up being a whole lot longer. What do we gain for this? Just the idea that we've ruined a mentally ill girl's life.
Not to mention the fact that Cam completely disregards the facts of the situation and essentially smears Chud Logic here over his own vague assessment of the law. There is not a single thing that Cam isn't willing to lie about or obfuscate to paint a certain narrative. He is willing to lie about so many different things, so to avoid this video being too long, I will just speedrun some things he lied about in Hippleton Fate. He lied about Dogpack uploading what he believed was a fully blurred image, and he also lied about knowing that it was only a partially censored image.
Cam, this is a quote tweet of the original Rosanna censor. This was her tweet when that video was first published. That post that is unavailable, that shows the first censor of the red bars. To claim that you had no idea, to claim the lyrics that you had no idea that that's why people were upset is fucking egregious.
What are you saying? Why are you slandering me? What are you even saying?
You literally said
that. What are you saying?
Okay, let's show them the proof, and then you go ahead. Okay.
Yeah.
So Cam, we got this. This is the original. So now let's scroll down a little bit. Okay. So here's you responding to this thread. That tweet, the post that is unavailable under Spondyle's quote tweet, is the original Rosanna censor that she posted on her Twitter.
How does what I commented to a guy named Legally Lolly mean I saw that?
Because it is under a quote tweet. Are you actually sped? Yeah, this tweet was.
This is where the malicious action of him feigning ignorance became obvious. Because anybody would understand that if you're talking on a thread that has this image, and you're just saying, bro, I didn't have anything to do with the original parent thread. I was in the child threads. It's fucking yucking it up with this other guy. You're full of shit. Because that's not how Twitter works.
Was originally up, and you responded to it an hour later. To claim that this tweet was taken down when you responded.
Are you telling me that if someone were to reply, that means they also saw the original?
Yes, I am. Because it is literally a quote tweet. Because you had to go into the reply to reply to this Legally Lolly dude.
He lied about not scripting his content to claim that he doesn't remember what he said literally just the day before, when in the past he has said he does script his videos.
You're really just gonna tell me you forgot, man. Come on, dude. Like,
you script your videos. You script your videos, okay? I mean, Cam.
What?
You script your videos.
No, okay, don't even pay attention. Can you just only take, dude? Come on. Like, do you believe in this?
Believe what? What are you asking me?
In what you just said, that people are sweeping for Chris Tyson.
Yeah, I think there's probably some people out there. I'm stamps that I want to mention, and then I write my scripts on.
When he says some people, he means some nebulous random individual, not a named figure, because he never provides names. Or, when he does try to provide a name, it's clearly bullshit. And then, he says this shit in his video.
Google Docs, and then I will be like, so, in this part of the video, Dark Viper said that blah, 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 blah.
In fairness to Cam, he probably didn't write the video where he defended Dogpack of uploading what he believed to be CP, probably, but at the same time, it brings up another interesting point. Someone this forgetful and incapable of formulating coherent thoughts probably shouldn't be giving any takes to anyone on the internet if there's a possibility they can't remember every detail to a story, because that could lead to obfuscations or misinterpretation of events, which could potentially slander somebody. He also lied about my connection to him and tried to frame him so that he could turn around and call me a snake. The reality is that no, I never respected the guy. I never liked his content, and I've actually been planning on calling him out for being dishonest for literally months now.
So the reason I called Gamma Two-Faced is because we've literally talked in the past, and he said like he disagrees with me on things, but he respects me, and we followed each other, and have had like good mutual conversations, and then I find out that he like made a whole thread on me and didn't even at me, so.
Wait, Cam, follow up question. Am I two-faced for like doing this right now?
I don't think so. I mean, you're doing it publicly. You're not like going behind my back. You didn't unfollow me and then make like a post about me saying I should be blackballed from commentary. Like that just comes across really weird. Like, you disagree with my opinion, but
well, admittedly, this is largely irrelevant and petty, but one, I never followed the guy. Two, I never respected the guy. And three, we were never really friends, and the conversation really wasn't mutual. He came to my DMs asking me to also have egregious takes on ETK. I disagreed and said maybe you should be more good faith, and he said that ETK was.
You have a clip. I want you to see a clip of this.
complete snake. That's the context of the conversation, and I did not want to subscribe to that notion. Of course, throughout the video, Cam lied about many more things, so I encourage you all to watch the full conversation over on Rao Live or Hempleton. So after Cam essentially smeared me to literally thousands of people, I had to clear my name to a couple of other individuals because of how poorly framed the image he posted on his community tab was. This led into another confrontation with Cam Nugget, where I explained the further context of his conversation for literally the 4th and 5th time, and given my thought process as to why I would even bother to explore different angles like that.
I didn't. I literally posted your thing.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you don't provide context,
These were your exact words. You said it's entirely possible that maybe even Chris didn't actually think it was CP. If you just said that, I'd maybe be like, okay, that's just his like opinion. Yes, right. No, but you also added that's a bad faith assessment. Dogpack made. So you assumed that Dogpack.
No, I have to stop you right there because Dogpack contradicts exactly what you're saying right there. Because on 2 separate occasions, Dogpack himself even said that Tyson allegedly claimed it was a 13-year-old, which means that people that are taking the idea of it being CP as fact are wrong because Tyson alleged it, as in she didn't confirm that it was. So even Dogpack is giving credence to that theory. Even Dogpack is unwilling to verifiably say that it was CP. It is fair, dude.
No,
Also, Cam, why don't you just test the theory for yourself? Why don't you ask Dogpack personally whether he believes that Tyson fully knew that it was CSAM?
I mean, don't you think the context of his post does? When
No.
you said that like this is disgusting, it's crazy, this is being swept under the rug, doesn't that kind of imply the fact that the photographer that's possibly a pedophile also knew that and Chris Tyson thought it too?
Well, not necessarily. Here's the reason why. Because at the time, 2019, 2020, around the time when Trump was getting a lot of fucking detractors for the second election, people were shopping this photo around. I have articles to prove this of Trump potentially being a pedophile by hanging around modeling agencies where they had underage women. And a couple of these conspiracy theories, people were like, hey, wasn't Ivanka 13 at the time of this image? But the thing is, that was only an allegation because everybody knew that that modeling photo shoot was in fact Trump hosted, like Donald Trump himself hosted that modeling photo shoot, and she was 18 at the time. And even then, that's an obfuscation because Ivanka Trump started her career at 15. This is verifiable information. So if Chris Tyson herself was doing this research on Casablancas, which she was, considering the topic was not actually Ivanka Trump and Casablancas, he would have understood, or she would have understood. Sorry, Chris Tyson would have understood that image was actually not.
How does that make sense? How does the context of Casablanca being a pedophile correlate to an 18-year-old then?
I just explained it to you. Because if Tyson got this image from a website around the time or a conspiracy theory board, she would have understood at some point in time that she was actually 18, which is why she said allegedly.
Do you see like how those mental gymnastics might make sense to the idea that you might be mentally unwell?
It's not mental gymnastics. It's just somebody who can't follow the topic, desperately trying to make it something that it's not. To the point of obliviousness, that's obviously fucking stupid.
No, dude, because lawyers do this. Would you consider lawyers mentally unwell for trying to fairly assess somebody?
That's not a fair assessment, though.
That is a fair assessment. An interesting thing about Cam Nuggets is that if you are a logically consistent individual that is willing to explore different avenues of how people may be more innocent or more guilty, he considers that to be a symptom of someone who is mentally ill, which is why he made the post against me for his logic. So in order to prove what I'm doing here is fair, I asked Cam Nuggets a hypothetical question. Cam, listen. Say for example, some guy gets murdered, right? Yep. This guy's at the scene of the crime. He goes home. Police are at his house and he has blood in his hands. That guy gets arrested and is immediately assumed to be convicted of murder. Would you not want to explore the possibility that maybe this guy was trying to save this guy's life by covering a wound?
I would agree with you, but that does not correlate. Those two comparisons. I'll use that same example. The guy with blood in his hands.
No, you guys
is also like a schizophrenic and tells the cop, "I think I killed that guy," and then you'd be like, "Oh, well, we got to give him a fair trial because he might be just schizophrenic." And
this goes to show how completely uneducated and dumb Cam Nuggets actually is. Because even if somebody does confess to a crime, even if they are schizophrenic, there are literally laws that protect you from confessing to a crime you didn't commit, and you are still entitled to fair representation and entitled to an investigation. The term is literally called corpus delicti, and it's a common law Latin phrase that translates to body of crime, which means that you are entitled to an investigation before you are convicted of a crime or you are convicted of any sort of deal. So what Cam is doing here is that he's being intentionally bad faith to attempt to try to smear somebody more than what he has to. What I'm saying is like, okay, Cam, say you were the guy who's trying to save somebody's life, and your fingerprints were found at the scene of the crime. Would you not want someone to go out and explore the options that maybe you were actually trying to save the guy?
They do that.
Cam, that's what I'm doing here, Cam.
But what I'm saying is it doesn't matter. You're like,
what do you mean does it not matter?
Lock it down. Both people. Let's reset for a second.
People are allowed to have their opinion. Like if I say, yeah, even sending what the internet is alleging as a 13-year-old is fucking disgusting, I think I'm allowed to have that opinion. Like I don't think anything wrong. And you're allowed to have your opinion too, right?
That's not what I'm saying, dude. My opinion is that I think Chris Tyson is a fucking degenerate. But I'm also giving the fucking exploration of so like even if somebody was a fucking pedophile, I wouldn't falsely accuse them of murder. You know what I mean?
That's the thing. You're allowed to have that. I don't care about your opinion.
Okay, so I'm allowed to have that opinion.
Yes.
Yeah, you're calling me mentally deranged for having my opinion of
well,
trying
you said I deserve to be blackballed for my opinion.
No, dude, I'm saying you deserve to be blackballed for like fucking obfuscating like what Dogpack did. Here's the thing that Cam doesn't understand. Cam is a lying, dishonest, malicious, and hypocritical individual that took me out of context and led people to believe that I was a pedophile per the comments on his community post, and was even open to the idea of deleting the community post. However, me calling him out and criticizing him for being dishonest and misrepresenting facts, such as obfuscating what Dogpack did in regards to potentially distributing CP to hundreds of thousands of people, is not equatable to him posting this and leading people to believe that I am a pedophile. And he fights for his right to take me out of context through the entirety of this call. Okay then, Cam, I'm gonna offer you this fucking. I'm gonna offer you to continue on this one more time. If somebody falsely accused you of being a pedophile by taking something out of context, or let alone, would you not be upset at that?
I am upset at that.
Would you not want people to come in and say, hey, this isn't actually how it happened?
Yeah, they are doing that.
Oh, you would. Cool. You would. Cool. So you would have to offer the same fucking privilege to me.
What do you
for
mean?
your standards.
Your
You would have to.
statements don't make sense.
What do you mean my statements
I
don't make sense?
understand you're upset.
You're being illogical. You're being illogical here. So what you're doing is that you're allowing yourself that privilege, but you're not giving anybody else that privilege.
Say what you just said again, because it doesn't make sense.
If people are fucking making false assumptions of you, you would want people to rectify that, right? Why are you unwilling to do and to provide that same privilege to me or other people?
What does that mean? Everyone who's been accusing me of being a pedophile, I've had to explain how I'm not.
Would you want others to understand?
They do.
Okay, no, well, not technically, actually. Would you want others to understand? Just like it's a hypothetical. Would you want others to understand if you were being falsely implicated of something?
They are.
Okay.
What would you? I'm literally being falsely
No,
accused of
would
something.
you? Something funny to point out here is that this is literally the 4chan IQ test. If you ask someone a hypothetical, such as how would you feel if you had breakfast this morning, a low IQ person's brain wouldn't understand the hypothetical and answer, but I did, instead of theorizing an alternate scenario. Cam Nuggets is literally a low IQ individual. Let's not forget the hypocrisy that he exhibits here. I'm going to show you a clip. If he cares so much about context and potentially ruining someone's lives, why did he take me out of context and imply I'm mentally deranged, leading other people to assume that I'm a pedophile?
Body shamed her, Asian fish shamed her, whatever the case may be, all based on, you know, some screenshots and a lot of stuff out of context. Again, it's kind of hard to say like the salute is out of context, but dark humor is very dark humor. If you're doing things in like a server or a private call that you have a tight niche and tight click with. You can do things, and sometimes you might do things that are a little too offensive and too edgy. More of that like 2016 type of humor. Again, I'm not defending it. I think it's dumb.
So, Cam Nuggets, you care about screenshots being out of context, potentially ruining someone's lives, but for your own logic, you can see on anything said about her because she said what she said. Isn't that what you told me? That I said what I said? Cam, the difference is that 2,000, no, over like thousands of people saw your fucking post. Thousands of people saw your post verifiably, right? Because of the amount of likes that it got, which supersedes or overpasses every other fucking what's it called? Every other post you made, right? That post has 3,000 likes, and all of the comments. Dude, how is it your fault? No, Cam. The thing is, you are fucking like like it's not equatable, dude. People are disagreeing with your take because they think that you don't have enough information. People are believing that I'm a fucking pedophile. Do you not understand how bad that is? Yep. And not to mention, there's more people believing that I'm a pedophile than there is people that fucking don't take you seriously. There are more people that still take you seriously per your own fucking videos, per the views you get. That's the card you want to play. You are literally admitting that you fucked me over significantly harder. It's not equatable. It's not equatable.
I don't think he's saying he's admitted it, but I do agree with Gamma's point that these people, because of how if the post was more in depth, saying like maybe making more of a informed rapport on his on his like take, I think it would have been a lot better than just saying this guy might be mentally unwell, because it leads other people into thinking that hey, this guy likes Chris Tyson, ergo he's a pedophile, and your comments are definitely reflecting that 100%. Okay, like what I'm saying.
It's not just that his opinions reflect that 100%. The fallacious, what's the word I'm looking for here? It's a word that means severity. There's a particular word I want for severity in this conversation, but the severity and the gravitas of the level of the accusation and the flippant streak of his salacious comments while sitting here and flippantly doing this in the defiance of I'm going to say what I can say and you can't stop me. And that there are people who are taking it as real, not assessing, not thinking, not addressing, because I don't have to address. He already addressed it. It was done. He did it. It's so pants on head stupid. It's so pants on head stupid that there's no way you can approach this without it being on purpose. That's a choice being done specifically to irritate people. Because playing stupid, is funny in this situation. It's content. Blase, 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 quote, quote, quote. Look how mad you are. Kind of shit. No, it is not Hirohei.
I have a bias towards you. We're friends, but I think you're wrong on this point. And I think both of you, I think Cam, you should either change the wording of your post and make a new post, or you should just delete. Why not?
Because it's stupid. That's stupid double standard. Just because my following is larger than yours,
that's
fine. I'm talking about Gamma. My following is larger than Gamma, and I reposted something you said to them, and they came to that conclusion. That's fine. If you want to share your,
they came to that conclusion because you were being dishonest and didn't provide context. Everybody at this point probably heard my context and can agree that I wasn't being fucking delusional. Let me give. No, that was not the entire context, and you know this. But now that we're on the topic of hypocrisy, what if I told you that Cam is the biggest example of don't throw stones in glass houses? So let me introduce you to someone that is absolutely locked the fuck in and calling people out for their dishonesty and hypocritical standards.
Why, thank you, Gamma. My name's Becker. I'm from Copenhagen, and I'm here to tell you all about Cam Nuggets' weird Discord habits. But first off, let's have a quick style switch up, shall we? Now, Cam Nuggets has an interesting online history when it comes to Discord, and this would come out at the end of our conversation with him on the Himpleton stream.
Failed tuber at Cam Nuggets discovered by grift agents to have been active, perhaps staff, member of online Gooner erotic roleplay channel, The Gentleman's Club.
Yo, babe!
Here, a rudimentary Discord dating profile was found alongside various interactions with the deviants therein.
Now, this particular rabbit hole has a few twists and turns within it, but what's great about it is the timing, because it displays what Cam is like when he's on the receiving end of a false narrative. At the very least, the stuff that's been dug up on Cam Nuggets does display his inability to hold himself to the standards that he would hold other people to. That being said, I do want to wheel back to something else, because I recently discovered that an interview I had with Cam that I assumed I had deleted because it is largely fucking boring, I actually still have a copy of, and there were a few bits in here which are kind of interesting given the current contact.
Did you see his James? I think it's James Warren pays for sex workers.
Yeah, I did see that too.
What's your initial reaction?
It's just, it's a lot. I mean, I've kind of, taken a step back. I mean, I am moving as well, so stuff's been going on. But yeah, I mean, I've made videos about Dog Pack saying how his newest video just wasn't the best, and he pretty much admitted, he came out and said he was wrong. And the way I see it is, just because you say you were wrong, it doesn't mean, you didn't do the damage. And so definitely have become someone who's more like, I'm willing to not instantly attack, narratives. Like, I'll definitely wait a little bit. I don't mind watching a live stream and a reaction, but I'm definitely not going to make a video shouting to the high heavens like, we need to take down Mr. Beast. You know what I mean?
Which is interesting, because since we had this conversation, Cam has released 34 videos, 21 of which are connected to the Mr. Beast drama. Even being charitable and removing everything involving KSI or Logan Paul, it would still be about 14 videos made on Mr. Beast himself.
Do you think that, not just yourself, but this kind of thing has discredited you guys, potentially? The other people who covered it, People Express Witness, whatever his name is, the guy who looks like Harry Potter.
Quinthio.
Quinthio, and Echo from Above.
I definitely think it's gotten to a point where we have to be upfront and say we may have covered it too much from a biased lens. And I'm more than happy to say that I've done that. Like I even said in my newest video, yeah, Dog Pack's newest video, it makes us look bad. Like, we've been the one platforming all these ideas, and something this brutal comes out not being true, and we've kind of built an audience of people who aren't even willing to understand that. Like, if you even say, yeah, maybe this video wasn't good. Yeah, maybe you shouldn't make claims about a guy beating his girlfriend, and without proving it first, even by waiting a couple days, we get attacked, and they're like, you're a beast glazer now. So I can definitely say
that's dumb, and you know that it's dumb because those are two separate problems that you have to address, and both require you just not to be stupid. If you can't deal with the not being stupid part, you're just gonna fail at everything else. Because that not being stupid is like it's the beginning and the end of the issue. And unfortunately, he's too dumb. Just off of what we know alone, off of what we've seen alone, Cam Nuggets is too dumb. He's too dumb. Way too dumb.
Say we've kind of put ourselves in a corner by building that little audience, but I'm more than willing to say I'm going to look at this content with like a different lens. I don't know about the others though.
Now, I don't want to harp on the fact that Cam is obviously fucking compromised, and this is why many commentators are going to look at him and question whether he'd be a liability to work with. It seems a lot more fun, quite honestly, to look into Cam's history and see why he is so heavily incentivized to make Mr. Beast content. And I'll give you a spoiler. It's because Cam Nugget's previous content, some of which was radically different. No one fucking watched it.
Zinnia began her weightlifting journey in 2022 and in just 1 year has become a real-life Marissa from Street Fighter 6. Rhea Ripley. Rhea is an Australian WWE superstar who was taken the world by storm recently for being the gothic muscle mommy who leaves every man and woman alike wanting to be crushed like the floor she stomps as she makes her way to the ring.
Yeah, I can see why you enlisted this, Cam. This content is ridiculous. You couldn't waterboard this sort of shit out of me. It shouldn't come as a surprise to anybody this motherfucker was caught in a gooning Discord, and that's to say nothing of his bizarre ASMR content.
What's up? Welcome. My name is Cam Nuggets, and you are watching my first ASMR video. I don't really know how to do ASMR, but I've been getting a lot of requests.
Okay, who was requesting Cam Nuggets ASMR? This isn't a bit. That sort of person is a danger to society that needs to be looked into and possibly experimented on. Regardless, I hope they got what they want because look at the fucking state of this shit.
Baby hands.
That is the face of a man who is already picturing the lamp that he is going to make out of your skin. Though, while we're here, it's probably worth noting how Cam first came to the attention of the commentary community. And it will come as no surprise to any of you, it was from having a terrible fucking take on a story that he didn't really understand.
I am not the arbiter of what is considered fair use, what is considered, the rights to create content. Dark Viper has been on YouTube for almost a decade. I'm not sure how long Chud has been on YouTube, if this is even his main account. But in this case, I would argue that watching someone's entire video and just occasionally pausing it to insult them isn't as much fair use as you would like to claim. Even
the insult discourse. The majority of content that a person can make about the amount of effort that it takes to make a video where you're effectively making fun of a person kind of hits a high or low status of, is this truly content? Is this something that should be deserving and capable of being claimed? Short answer is yes. That's the short answer. The absolute short answer, don't even waste time, not even an issue, move forward, yes. I can insult you on your content. I can insult you on your content, and I can be able to say nothing else other than it. Whether or not it's valuable to the people who hear it now depends on them being able to say and show, okay, here's the reason why he's calling you stupid. Because now we're making emotional arguments. If it's an emotional argument of, well, you can't call me stupid, that's not content, you're just insulting me constantly. How do you think that's fair? Probably because you did something to deserve it. That's the first step. Probably did something to deserve it. Probably went out of your way to demonstrate something that shows that you don't get the problem that was at the fault of the issue. On top of not understanding it and getting it, you wasted other people's understanding, time, energy, and then ultimately just acted like a preening, I'm not using that word right now. All of that goes to that place. It goes to that energy, it goes to that area. Why is there mushrooms here? It goes to that place, it goes to that area, it creates that problem. It is the source of the annoyance. Because if the problem is, well, you had a problem with calling me names, I didn't like you calling me names, and you use my content for that, I'm going to control what you can say and do. You're not allowed to make fun of me. I'm going to make fun of you harder. If you try to stop me from being able to say my opinions, whether you agree with them or not, because you don't like the words that I use and you tone police me, I'm going to use worse words. I should have the right, in that moment, to say slurs. I would have earned it. It would be mine. You couldn't take it from me. It'd be really hard for you to argue to. There's lots of reasons why. First reason would be, well, it's my opinion. If I'm watching your content and I'm giving an opinion, you cannot just decide, nah, your opinion is to be removed because I didn't like what you said. You don't get to be the arbiter of that. Unfortunately. Fortunately, unfortunately. You don't get to be the arbiter of your opinion is only valid if I agree with it. And then you don't get to be the arbiter of saying, well, you can't prove that I'm wrong. Oh, no, yes we can. Especially if your opinion is so dumb that if we were to hold the internal logical consistency and the ontological inertia doesn't hold up when we start applying it to yourself, which is the hypocritical shit. When we do it to you, you are screaming, crying, begging for someone to do something. But when you were doing it to everybody else, Oh, it was good for the goose and good for the gander. It was all so funny. It was all so entertaining. It was all so fun and funny. There's no world where you can allow for that to happen. Or, rather, there is no space in which you can be able to argue that it would be unacceptable. And then say, I can't believe that that was done to me. No, you can believe it. It's right there in front of you. In black and white. Clear as day. You just don't like that it's happening. And then from there, it's pretty much up to interpretation of who's watching to decide whether or not it was savage and it was rude and it was mean. Because half of the time, the seriousness is going to decide whether or not it's valid or it's fair. And that's left up to, again, the ecumenical politics of sincerity and debate. Middle of the debate, if you're going out of your way to misunderstand something that I've explained to you once, twice, thrice, thrice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, 6 times, other people are there witnessing you doing this, mauling, coping, seething, trying to run away from accountability, not owning your take. There's only so much and so often where a person's not going to sit there and just say, oh, so pathetic, so dumb, so dumb. But in the world of drama, especially debate drama, no, he's allowed to call you names. He's allowed to call you words. You irritated the piss out of him because you gave an opinion that effectively says you're a pedophile. And hearing somebody argue that and then say with all 100% severity that they are serious, yeah, he's going to say that you should be blackballed because of that. Because you're not willing to tell the truth. And then when you get called on the truth and they hold you to the truth, they put your feet to the fire and they tell you, own it, say it, admit it, and you don't do it, the only thing that they can do is start calling you slurs. Because the physical desire is going to be more annoying than you could possibly imagine. Clearly.
Even my videos, even commentary content is kind of in this weird gray area when it comes to fair use.
Okay, Cam's response to a lot of the pushback he gets is he is just covering the story. But the Dark Viper stuff highlights the issues because he's not just giving commentary, he's giving opinions on what he feels. And most importantly, he just doesn't understand what the fuck he is talking about. Subjects like fair use don't come down to how you feel about something or somebody's coverage. They come down to what the law says. And even in cases where this has been tested to its logical extreme, such as Sargon of Akkad versus Aquila, obviously, the law has come down the side of content creators doing something as simple as changing a title and re-uploading somebody's content. And obviously, I'm giving you a very broad brush approach because I'm not a lawyer, and neither is Cam Nuggets. So why would he even have a take like this? Well, the answer is fairly fucking obvious. It's because he didn't know who Chud Logic was, and he thought siding with Dark Viper, a far bigger content creator, would be the sake of that. And he just started
Yes.
to happen, congratulations, you have better cognitive skills than the average 5-year-old. And what makes this kind of hilarious is Cam Nuggets is fully aware of what he's doing. The reason he has covered so many topic areas in the last year is he has been looking for something to latch onto to grow his channel.
I mean, I feel like with any up-and-coming YouTuber, they find that gold mine and they hit it. Usually it's like, oh, Fortnite, or like Minecraft. And this time it's like news coverage, so, for me, I'm in the middle.
And right there, that right there, that's the problem with slop content. That's why it's so frustrating. That's why it's so irritating. And why it can become easy to get stuck in a loop talking about the topic. Somebody like this, doing it for attention, for clout, for money, for business growth, and you know they're doing it for those reasons? Oh yes, sir, you are going to get angry. Everyone with a normal functional brain and normal functioning morals is going to get upset. They're going to get annoyed. They're going to get upset. They're going to want to do any and everything possible. Kick, cry, scream, anything to make sure that you're not crazy. Because when you hear a person say some shit like this, you're going to feel like you're crazy. It's going to feel like, wow, I can't believe they unironically believe this. That's so weird. It's bizarre beyond limitations. And the length to which they're willing to go to do it is the more concerning part. Because it doesn't begin and end. They keep doing it. And nobody calls them on it. Because first they have to know that it's happening. It's cancer. It is absolute cancer.
Of a move, so I can't really give an honest answer of would I keep covering this stuff every day all day if I wasn't in the middle of a move? I don't know. So I can kind of blame my move as to why I'm not covering it. There's some people who every day there's still new Mr. Beast videos. I've kind of fallen off that. I can't really give my energy to that every single day anymore.
And I'm pleased to inform you that Cam Nuggets' opinions on Dark Viper drama still fall apart under the smallest scrutiny.
There were plenty of large creators who were in that same kind of circle at that time that weren't striked. The only one who got striked was the one who reacted to the longer content. and it didn't really transform it in the way that Dark Viper defines as his like form of fair use, which
He
is
wrote a
technically-
17-page psycho document about it. I mean,
Yeah, but like for example, like even Moist, who he says that Moist basically tried to ruin his career by misrepresenting some of his ideas and whatnot from that. He didn't strike him, even though he probably could, and be like, oh, well,
you just like Moist Critical, one of the largest commentators on
Yeah, I mean-
on Chad Logic, who at the time I believe had about 30,000 subs. You know what? If you're gonna pick your fucking battles, are you gonna pick the dude who is much less likely to be able to fight back against you? Okay, with that out of the way, let's talk about the Discord servers. Please note that is plural, as in there are multiple we're going to talk about. Because shockingly, the first one that was noted, the Gentleman's Club, is not the juiciest part of the story. Nevertheless, let's begin there. The Gentleman's Club is an exceptional server designed to cater to the refined taste and discerning needs of astute individuals seeking a sophisticated and engaging online community. Established as a sanctuary for like-minded individuals, this virtual haven cultivates an atmosphere of purity, knowledge, and camaraderie. Yes, that's right, Cam Nuggets levels of degeneracy would give Reddit a run for its money. But what I'd like to focus in on here is the colour of Cam's name in the chat. You will note that it is white, which begs an interesting question. Where do all these screenshots with Cam's name in purple come from? Well, that would be another server named Edgy.
Okay, right? These were just all troll messages. No, so there's two. Apparently one leaked from this Gentleman's Club, which was a server for only 18 plus people. You had to verify with your ID to join.
Yeah.
And I did my introduction, saying who I am, what I prefer in people, and you can just do whatever you want. It's kind of like a little swingers club of like consenting adults.
And were you trolling in there, or were you generally just trying to find someone to...
I mean, I just was in there to have a good time.
Okay, because I mean, the messages are they are just...
You have to pay attention to what servers the messages are from. Like, for example, if I was talking sexual in a server full of all 18-year-olds where everyone consented, that's a lot different than me talking sexual in a public server full of all kinds of people. You know what I mean? So I think knowing which Discord each chat you're referring to is important.
You see, Cam immediately jumped to his own defense by pointing out that there were no children involved in the server, and everyone within the Gentleman's Club was ID verified, which would be kind of inconvenient for Cam if he was well aware that Edgy contained minors. Now, a lot has already been said about this particular message, but personally, I actually think it's a bit of a red herring. Though it is worth noting that Cam's actions around this incident are just fucking weird.
You reported someone, right? Did you leave the server? Because that would be my first thing. Is like, okay, there's a kid flashing in here, right? I don't know how long it's going to take the mod.
Well, no, that's not. The server is public, which means moderators can come and do this. If someone flashes or like does something illegal, you report them to Discord and the mods. You don't need the server. It's not a common occurrence that a kid would go in there and flash.
But at that point, I would go, the fact that this is even happening, I'm going to delete them and distance myself, right? Like, did you at least like even calls? Did you just like,
yeah, I let that go.
Did you move any other calls in that server?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get to the meat of this. Cam's actions within Edgy and his defense of Girl Cat show that he does not give a fuck about the Chris Tyson story. Cam is well aware that Edgy is a server that contains underage people, but he is perfectly happy to make sexual jokes with him. He can deflect and say this is trolling, but he is more than happy to call out Mr. Beast for making a dick-joking Chris Tyson server. Now, is any of this on the level of Chris Tyson? No, of course fucking not. But it displays very clearly that Cam Nuggets doesn't actually have any standards. He's not even really giving his audience his opinions. He's giving them what he thinks they want to hear so they don't eat him alive. Cam Nuggets is quite literally the sort of person who will defend the distribution of censored CSAM if it's for his tribe.
And that's why he was so fucking mad. That's what made that really that mad. That's what made that really that mad. The sheer audacity of it is what pissed him off. Should piss off any person with red blood. And then his unwillingness to take accountability for what he said.
Really not here to morph to you about Cam being a gooner. None of this is a shot. The guy had a poster of Rebecca on the wall, a character that even CD Projekt Red had issues around because of her lolly coding. What I'm trying to highlight to you is that Cam Nuggets doesn't actually care about Chris Tyson's story. He probably doesn't even care about Mr. Beast's story. In fact, I know he doesn't.
You know, I've kind of gotten critique from the Mr. Beast, but I don't even care anymore.
If I have one actual issue with Cam Nuggets, it's that I can't stomach creators who can't even pretend to be consistent. And ironically, his Mr. Beast story would actually be more interesting if he was just honest with the audience, that he doesn't think sexual jokes in Discord, including minors, is that much of an issue. And you could do that and still be critical of Chris Tyson for things like Shadman art, or the fact that Nathan, who was a minor at the time, was the one who set Not Safe for Work channel up. Unfortunately for Cam Nuggets, much like his audience, you can only see things in black and white. You are either for Mr. Beast or you're against Mr. Beast. You're either against Chris Tyson or you are not. And I take great pleasure in breaking the news to you that audiences like that have no value. It's why most commentators have no interest in placating the anti-Mr. Beast crowd, or even really making anti-Mr. Beast content at this point. Audience members like that carry an inherent risk, because they will do damage to your channel over time. It's how you end up with channels with massive sub numbers and no fucking views. Because when that story moves on, when they're bored, or when you have a take they don't like, they will fucking abandon you. Anyway, thank you to Gavin for letting me do this over here, because I don't want to put it on my own channel. If you would like to check me out, you can find me at Cope and Seed. Our content is incredibly hit and miss. And finally, because I didn't know where to fit it in, but I find the soundbite funny, I'll leave you with this.
When Rosanna covers it, it's kind of like, this is the facts. Here they are.
So, that's Cam Nuggets. That is the man. That is the man, the myth, the scumbag. Which now brings us to good old Dark Viper AU. Molding about the commentary community and Chud Logic again. Because Viper Rambles is now dead, yet he'll still try to defend any and all the things that are inside of it. Let's get it. Let's get it on! CAM, Cam Nuggets. After what we've heard, though, he could probably be called like a tool. Anyways.
I would really give further clarification. Oh, wait, hold on. I got distracted. So if you want to stand on your convictions, right? If you really care about your positions, your convictions, all of these things, Dark Tipster AO, you should be comfortable with doing a call and arguing those points and being confident in those because you are the expert in your opinion. So how is it not worth your time to do that when you're the one screaming from the rooftops? I'd be happy to hear any particular issues you have in my videos or positions. I'm more than willing to give further clarifications or attempt to rebut any particular criticisms, despite it would clearly be more sensible for me to simply let the matter drop. So you're just afraid of actually talking about that.
You're showing a better
He's wrong, Diego. He's wrong.
Cops is filmed on location with the men and women of law enforcement. All suspects are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law.
So Dark Viper really believes he's in the right on a lot of things that he's saying. The problem is that things are either exceedingly over-exaggerated, blatant lies and slander, in my opinion, with some aspects of what he was saying. That's just me. No one else thinks that way that I'm aware of. I believe him saying that we doxed him is slander, but, you know, you'll sue Chud for making fun of him and put him on a defamation case for shitting all over his content. So Dark Viper has been crashing out. He's been crashing out for about, I want to say a year now, since all the videos making fun of him came out or criticizing him came out. He can't handle criticism under any scrutiny whatsoever. Okay?
No, he
Whether
cannot.
it's constructive criticism or basic criticism or full-blown laughing at him criticism. He can't handle it. It's all a coordinated attack against him. Now, I will state that the group chat at one point were shitting on him, which is totally fine. We also did try to help Chud get that DMCA strike removed because it wasn't fair. Now, I need to show something to you guys, and I think I can show this. Where is this? I could have sworn Confusing the one that tweeted it out. Confusing Opinion. Hold on. Where is this? So there's a section in Dark Viper's video where it's 5 minutes of uninterrupted Chud logic. That is uninterrupted from what I understand. Okay? Chud, with Dark Viper's mindset, can DMCA strike Dark Viper. But the thing is that nobody's going to do that because we understand the importance of not trying to put people's income. We understand trying to not overall harm the platform, unlike Dark Viper. Now, because Dark Viper is a soy-filled bitch and will DMCA strike anybody that reacts to his content, Dark Tipster AU has uploaded a 41-minute response to Willie Mac Show. Now, this is not Dark Viper. Obviously, this is Tipster. So, Tipster has taken upon himself to criticize Willie. And that is what we're going over today. Okay? Be careful. Be careful.
You guys for a second, telling you a long story that most of you won't care about and that the most of us should not care about anyway. So, where to begin? Like, the story's...
Let's start off with what you just stated there, Dark Viper. So you're saying that nobody should care about this, nobody in the world should even pay attention to this. Why are you uploading it to your main YouTube channel? Why make a video in the first place at this point? Like, what's the point? What's the point? You're not really going to be changing minds with this. From what I understand, the only people that think that you've done good here is your own families. People outside of the commentary sphere are starting to see what we've been dealing with for a year with you, and they think you're a joke as well. Trust me, I've talked to a few of them. So your need to upload this video to your main YouTube channel because Dark Viper Rambles is dead. You killed it yourself. A whole new audience, which is yours, is now seeing the crazy, okay? Is seeing the crazy.
It's almost impossible to tell, which is why it has been told. So like 7 months ago, I took down this video from this guy named Chud Logic, right? And I explained the whole story in this 45-minute video. I think it's pretty good. There were details...
Not really.
In that at the time, even I didn't know. So basically, the story of Chud Logic is... All over a year ago, there was a dude in my chat spamming, you should debate Chud Logic, you should debate Chud Logic, you should debate Chud Logic.
Why are you listening to random shitters in your chat? There's my immediate response to that. Why are you paying attention to that? Who cares what the shitters say in your YouTube chat?
It says, focus on the video.
And he put his Ramble channel over drama, but uploaded a drama video on his main channel. Also reminded he said he's happy losers care about drama. Yeah, that's the issue with Dark Viper. Every time he makes an action, every time, this is not me being hyperbolic, this is a fact at this point. Every time Dark Viper says he hates drama and wants nothing to do with drama, will immediately engage in drama in less than a month. He's...
Absolutely. 100%. And it was part of what I criticized in my video when we covered it, when I listened to the entirety of his thing, and we got through it for the majority of that broadcast for the first 2 videos, and then the follow-up. Because remember, Dark Viper's opinion is that you need to know the full context, because you don't know my name, you only know my story, you didn't even read the glossary. So I read the whole book from cover to cover. And what I have come to the opinion of is that Dark Viper's opinion is you can't criticize me. And when you criticize me, I take it personally because there's no difference between me and my online persona. So, the Carl bad habit of Carl don't use people's first names because people's first names are not them. They are content creators and you should address them how they want to be. No, he likes being that. He likes having half and half. He wants the half and half. Because the half and half is how he justifies why he gets upset. Aw, man, somebody should do work about it. Not me, though, but man, I shouldn't obsess over this. My girlfriend's sitting up at night telling me, honey, come back to bed. We're on vacation in Rio. I can't, hon. Someone out there in the world is talking shit about me. I've got to get him. Crikey. It's so irritating. Because really, at that point, why not just do it? Just pop off. Like, pop out. Like, turn up 5 times. Like, what's stopping you? And the answer is because he knows he can't handle it. In the case of Cam Nuggets knows that he can't be able to deal with criticisms. So he instead acts flippant and plays the angle and plays the argument of saying, nah, you're ridiculous, you're ridiculous, you're ignorant, you're ignorant, you're ignorant. He turns into South Park Michael Jackson. However, good old Matty, good old Matthew Pocket here, he went above and beyond the pale. It's not just, I will say that any person who's not friends with me is sweeping for the people I don't like, and I'll demonetize their content. It is, I will lie about the intentions of why you're going viral about me. I will insist that you are selfish and that you are obsessed with me. I will imply things and say things, outright state things that are not true because I can't handle that this is something someone's doing and saying and acting like. Because I can't handle that hard opinion that I can't be able to remove from the besmirchment of my channel. And these takes that people are being brought to, because you're looking into my backstory, so I have to kill the channel that all these takes come from, but the reason they're there is because I re-uploaded them from my own streams, because I believed, in my own words, a part of that video, they have value. Oh no, they attacked it because they were doxing me. That's why I had to act and add extra security. No, you got mad that people did research and they knew what the fuck they were talking about. And then when you said, that's not real, they said, okay, what's this? And you got mad and started molding about it. Ridiculous. Ridiculous nonsense. Ridiculous fucking nonsense.
Drama addicted. His whole personality is being the guy that controls the narrative to the degree that he believes it to be. Instead of just looking at it at an objective level, whatever he believes, that is the narrative. Instead of, hey, you're a dick for striking Chud Logic, you shouldn't have done that in the first place, and you're a complete lolcow. Those are the big three that people have been focusing on. And he just doesn't get it. He doesn't get it. That is the main hyperfixation point that we have with him because he keeps responding. Like, we'll forget about him. We'll be dealing with other stuff, and then randomly, he'll just start talking shit, and everyone's like, okay, like, let's go again. This is just like what happened with Tipster. Tipster left the commentary community, people forgot about him, said that he left in February during the Lolicon video, like the Lolicon, is this really Lolly video? And then started poking at everybody, saying, oh, I left the toxic community, commentary community this, commentary community that. And everyone was like, okay, Tipster, I guess you want the smoke. That's what Dark Viper's done, and he's done it for a year. Tipster did it for a few months, okay? What is this? This is a live stream last night.
Diorio, as is a... So, there's a guy named Nicholas Dedria, which is Willie's other friend, and...
I love that he's like trying to be like, yeah, Willie's friends with these people. So that means it is indicative of Willie's actions that everybody just agrees, like Willie agrees with every single thing that Diorio says, that Logic says, that I say, that Keemstar says. You do realize we're all independent people, right, Dark Viper? You do realize we all have independent thought processes and independent ways of thinking. We argue more often in that chat than people give us credit for. There is more arguing happening than you would realize, constantly. We are all never on the same page unless the drama is like super obvious, right? Like we argue all the time. Keem will say something stupid, we're like, that's retarded. And he's like, you guys hate me. Like during the Tommy stuff, he's like, I got scammed, and all of you forced me into this. And it's like, what the f are you talking about, you know?
He looks like a circle. He is,
oh wow, the typical fat joke. Real impressive, Dark. Yes, he's fat. Nick is fat. Wow. Guys, did you know that Nicholas Diorio is fat?
And but I like the mock to the parents.
Yes, you do. You just did.
Usually my house.
If it's not usually in your wheelhouse, you don't use it. Viper.
I find a lot of name posting Nicholas Diorio, right? But I heard a story, like story stuff. It's like this is like stuff 4 years ago. It's 4 years ago. He was on Twitter, and he posted a picture of him with a girl and seeing he had a girlfriend, and the girl comes and like me says, "How are we friends?" And so people why do you got the actually, I'll be later. But so like these stories, like, they're not interesting. They're not things that should be common sense or be done in any class. Like every creator has their fumbles or whatever. Like me hangs out with the
Dark Viper. You just made every argument that we've made, but towards Nick. It applies to you as well. Every creator has moments where they fuck up or look retarded, and people are allowed to criticize, laugh at, and shit on that, which is what you're doing right now. So how are we the monsters in any capacity? We're just doing what you're doing right now.
I have the answer. It's because we're putting attention on him that he feels is undeserved. And until he's given the due benefit where we get down on our knees and he's going to continue crying about it. Because he can't handle it. And he needs someone to change his deity.
Oh, wait, I forgot. It's because it's against you that you have such a significant issue. And now you're going to try and attribute Willie to what Diorio does. He is a crybaby. He's always been a crybaby. That's what all of those additional clips and laughing at you about the Among Us stuff and laughing about the rant that you had about the nameless guy. Like, Viper, you are engaging in what you hate.
Lowest of the low, the most lovable, pathetic people on Apple. And then
it's like really funny that he says that. Like, yes, drama creators are the... Okay, listen. Drama creators, we're the scum of the internet. We are scourge. We are parasites. And that's okay. That's okay. Who cares? People want their slop content. We provide slop content, making fun of people or talking about relative dramas. How is that criticism at this point? That has been a criticism since the first commentary channels have uploaded to YouTube. So what? So what? I don't care. I'm just here to laugh. I'm here to enjoy retards. I'm here to enjoy the drama cycles. It is what it is. You, on the other hand, attribute it to something that's way more important than what it really is. It's just people talking about people and laughing about it or commenting on it. That's it. Let's see what he said about Tom.
When I look around the internet, Willie Mac Show is constantly mocked, like constantly.
Mocked by who? The Hassan fans? Every time I look around the internet, Willie Mac Show is mocked. Where? By your community and the Hassan community? Because right now, neither one of your communities are in good standing. You're slowly dying. Hassan is now potentially going to be investigated by the U.S. federal courts for pro-terrorism.
Let's go.
You should be doing. Who cares what we think? The problem is that we live rent-free in your head for over a year, and you can't let that go.
In the same way that, like, who is his main subject? Turkey's not. He falsely accused Parasitical of being a groom and pedophile.
Yes. Does Tom hide from that? Does Tom hide from the fact that the parasitical thing? I don't think Tom hides from that. I'm pretty sure I saw him on live stream actually acknowledge it recently as well. Everyone knows that. Everybody. every major YouTuber knows about that time frame because that was a huge drama involving Pyrocynical. You, on the other hand, will turn around and say, yeah, I've acknowledged that stuff, but when people find out later, you get mad at it. Versus Tom just owns it, and he's like, yeah, I fucked up. That's it. There's a difference between how you handle things that are brought up from years ago and people that are like Turkey Tom. Tom will acknowledge his faults and immediately go into like, yep, I fucked up. I fucked up, could have done it better. I still think Pyro's a weirdo. I still think he's a freak, but I definitely fucked up some areas. You, on the other hand, will not let it go. You will get mad and scream out of context. You'll say that drama content is bad, but proceed to engage in drama content of people against XQC and others, Willie, myself, Chud, and the rest of everybody. You continue down this path. Versus Tom that just owns it. He's like, yeah, fuck it, I don't give a shit. Like, I did what I had to do. This is frustrating because there are people that have real healthy mindsets to things, and then there's you who's mentally ill.
And he wrote like an document about it, claiming like the Bible. Then he got bullied by the internet, and it turned out that Pyro did not do these things. It caused Tom to leave the internet for like 4 months. Thomas defended the use of slurs, called it.
Who cares about slurs? Seriously, who cares? If it's not directed at a person that slur was originally meant for and in a harmful way, I literally could care less. Nobody cares. Also, Tom never claimed that document in and of itself would be the ultimate Bible of destroying Pyrocynical.
He called people racial slurs on live.
You call people racial slurs on live stream? Where the hell did that come from? When have I ever seen Tom go on live stream, see a black guy in the chat, and go, "Hey, what's up, N-word?" Like,
it's never happened. He just that's just fucking lie. He just fucking lied.
When has that ever happened? I think he yelled the N-word on a live stream playing Fortnite like a couple of months ago, but that's not directed at somebody. That's not directed in hate towards anyone. Who cares?
He very recently was out cheating on his girlfriend, he got cheated on or something, and he's gone to bed. Like, everyone cheats on his what fucking hell is. Like, obviously, widely mocked by the entire internet.
Widely mocked by the entire internet. Okay. Tom said that people cheat all the time, or that cheating in relationships happens all the time. Okay. And cheating does happen in relationships. Did Tom say that all adults should cheat on each other? Did he advocate for cheating? I don't know that, so I'm not gonna like step in that landmine field. But if your argumentation is that adults cheat all the time, they do. People get cheated on all the time. It's an unfortunate nature of putting your love and trust into another person for that person to break it. People do cheat on each other. It happens. It's not some mystical thing that has just happened for the first time ever.
Support that man. Doesn't mean the wonderful dude, perfectly person who treats us.
I just noticed this, okay? Maybe I'm just an idiot for not catching on. I did catch on earlier, but now I'm going to definitively say it. So Dark Viper, because Willie is cool with Tom, myself, Chud, Diorio, the rest of us, the only real criticisms that I'm seeing here, at least in these clips from the live streams, I've yet to see his actual video, which is Tipster's video. He's just mad that he associates with people that he doesn't like. Who cares? Who cares that people are friendly with each other that are within the same content wheelhouse? People do it all the time. The gaming commentary sphere does it. Gaming YouTubers do it all the time. Twitch streamers do it all the time. People collab with each other, communicate with each other, talk to each other about games, or maybe even be friends IRL. None of that doesn't matter. You're pulling, exactly, God, he's pulling an In Praise of Shadows. Like with what
yes,
Jane did
100%.
with Wendigoon, and all the other people that follow and like him and talk to him, is trying to make it out like Wendigoon's an evil person because of the actions and things that people around him have said. You do realize you can be friendly with people and friends with people that don't have the same ideologies, or have done stupid shit, or said stupid shit. You can still be friends with those people? How does a Dark Viper understand that's just like basic friendship? I don't get it.
He doesn't have friends. I'd be hard pressed to believe that his best friend is not his wife. Excuse me, his girlfriend.
Even if Muda does hang around the quartering, who cares? Who cares if Mudahar shouted out one of our videos? The investigation into Mama Max was a good video with Diorio. The video about Hassan that Dark Viper's bitching about because Mudahar shouted out Willie is a good video, and he thinks it's a good video. I don't understand how this is a problem. Also, why are you showing us all saying Happy New Year to each other? That's like the dumbest screenshot of us. There are way better ones, like when I'm calling Roseanne like a dumb bitch or something. There are way better ones with me being a lot more harsh. And I've said those things publicly, so nothing really changes with that at all. Why do you listen to what your mods say? Why aren't you looking into that yourself?
Holy shit. And now he's like, promoting Mac into videos. What happened to Mudahar in the last couple of years?
What happened to Mudahar in the past couple of years? Mudahar can like people's content and promote said content. Especially the fact if it's about Twitch and how Hassan is a major issue for Twitch. Mudahar looking at that going, hey, that's a good video. Even if, like, let's say Mudahar and Willie aren't even friends. Mudahar can say that's a good video within isolation and promote said video. So what if they're friendly? I doubt Willie Mac Show and Mudahar call each other on the phone every single day. You want to know something crazy? None of us talk that much privately to each other. None of us. On top of that, you've also promoted Willie's videos before on Hassan. So I don't get how you're upset at Mudahar doing this when you have gone into Willie Mac Show's comments and said this Hassan video is phenomenal, or whatever the exact wording is. How are you getting mad at Mudahar for doing the same thing that you've done?
So again, if you want to check out Willie Mac videos, great, covers the topic, I highly recommend you see this to see actual proper journalism and actual proper objective coverage of this situation. Journalism from Willie Mac Show.
Did you hear where he said proper investigative journalism of this situation? He didn't say any other situation. He said that situation.
Did I miss the hot minute where we were like, I've been calling YouTube for ages. I like that. I like people what happened? Please source.
You know, other people can do drama content, right? They're not gonna be good at it, but people can do it. I don't get this.
Like, this entire video is, I don't know, I mean the fuck up.
You're such a fucking molding retard. It's so funny to me. Like, he makes it too easy to be able to dismantle his points. It's just garbage. This is moved out of context.
Where Mudahar had taken the L after a drama with Ethan Klein, and Dark Viper intervened, doing the same thing, where he doesn't play the full clip and cuts the context to it, so
Oh yeah, I remember this video. Yeah, he just straight up like rips the context of Mudahar like apologizing about the H3 stuff, and then proceeds to say that it's a fact, but he gets mad at everyone else who may or may not have done it to him as well. It's just ridiculous. I've seen that clip.
And it turns out that I told you this person.
Clip jumping, 100%.
One of my viewers mentioned that you wish to discuss my views on reaction content. Well, I'm sorry to say that I don't think it would be feasible to engage in a voice discussion. Why not? Why wouldn't it be feasible? I don't understand that. If you... Oh, Doge Angle's asking what Dark Tipster AU is. I'm just gonna DM Doe real quick. I'm really willing to get further clarification. Oh, wait, hold on. I got distracted. So, if you want to stand on your convictions, right? If you really care about your positions, your convictions, all of these things, Dark Tipster AU, you should be comfortable with doing a call and arguing those points and being confident in those because you are the expert in your opinion. So, but how is it not feasible? How is it not worth your time to do that when you're the one screaming from the rooftops? I'd be happy to hear any particular issues you have in my videos or positions. I'm more than willing to give further clarifications or attempt to rebut any particular criticisms, despite it would clearly be more sensible for me to simply let the matter drop. So you're just afraid of actually talking about that. You're not confident in any way that you can meaningfully argue with somebody who has a legitimate dichotomic, like a complete difference in argumentation against you. Like, you can't do that. It's very interesting to me. Chud Logic, hello there.
In order for him to be able to do argumentation about it, he would have to be able to address them, and he's not going to do it where he's not doing it during his precious little time when he's playing GTA games and GTA related products. He spends so much time focusing on Grand Theft Auto that he has so much time to talk about it while not doing Grand Theft Auto. Every single clip I think I've seen him in within the last 3 months has never had him doing anything with Grand Theft Auto in the background. So where's all that time going? Where's all that hype up and focus up for GTA 3? Excuse me, 6. Where is it? Where is it? Is it a mirage? No. It's because you just want to yap. You just want to yap, and you're mad that people are talking about you, and your yap can't explain why you're upset. And explaining why you're upset makes you look bad. 100%. That's all it really comes down to.
He just writes a whole paragraph. Like, yes, I think it's the viewer in question that's been quite keen for us to talk about this and present the idea to me. I don't want to seem like I'm desperately trying to get you in content, get in your content for my benefit. It was more they suggested it to me, and I was possibly interested if you were. In fact, they had said you were actively looking to bait people on this. That's fair from Chud. I think the issue is, regardless, I largely agree with your fundamental points about React content, when creators like Asmongold do, how it negatively impacts creators, etc. So the thing is that what Dark Viper's about to say is that Chud agrees with him on his reaction points, but that's not what Chud does. Chud doesn't sit there and eat food like Hassan, Asmongold, XQC, any of these guys. Those situations are rough. Then in the Asmongold point, the Asmongold thing is that Asmongold would upload reaction videos same day as the original video and mod the viewership. But they could wait a few days, then react to the content. That is the biggest issue with Asmongold. Asmongold at least like tries a little bit versus Hassan and XQC and Aiden Ross and all these other lazy fucks. We can all agree on that. Dark Viper just heard the words, I agree with you on Asmongold, and immediately jumped. Let's see here. The main point of requiring clarification would be around things that have provisions within fair use already, such as news or content with educational purposes, or reacting to a video of, say, a streamer announcing they're quitting, in which they lie or obfuscate about some controversy they have been involved in. Shut, I hope this makes sense. I understand there isn't much to be gained for you talking on this on stream due to the disparity in our audience's size, but happy with your thoughts. Shut's actually like being nice to him. Oh my god, he just keeps moving. Let's see here. The provision in fair use allows for dissemination of facts wouldn't seem to be given allowance for reaction to copyrighted works, merely repeating the facts contained within them. The facts themselves are legally different as a person's expression of them. For example, if I read a book where I bring on your Alright, here we are. Sit and read the book to your audience from start to finish merely because it contains facts. Is that a bad thing to like read someone else's work and talk about the actual intricacies of said work? Is that a problem?
In his mind, yes.
I don't get that. Like, how is that an argumentation point? If somebody, like, let's use his argumentation point, right? Let's use an example. All right, if I wrote a book where I bring together all the facts about birds thus far, no, and you could not sit and read the book to your audience from start to finish merely because it contained facts. You could, however, repeat anything you read in the book and be directly quoting it, so long as you said to be reproducing the work. That is retarded. It's a book. It's for public consumption. People can criticize said book, use said book, reference said book, read said book, and use said book for other forms of content. That is retarded. Repeating a shooting happened recently, and the news report says the culprit is a person named Steve is quite different from sitting and rebroadcasting new reports made by someone else. But what if you have your own issue on that? What if they actually didn't shoot someone and the news report's incorrect and you want to correct that? You want to be able to view that work, criticize said work, and transform said work through said criticism. That doesn't make any sense. Like, people do this all the time. People use other people's journalistic work to reference these things, or to use clips of said things, or to talk about said things. It's happened for millennia. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. News, political, social commentary, criticism of others are the last things you want reactions to. Why? In the sense of live first-time viewings. Such things can be done with careful consideration and research, not at the top of the head where information can be misrepresented or things left unchallenged that otherwise would be if greater time is taken. Reacting to the greatest risk and spreading this information inadvertently. Okay, but that doesn't violate copyright law.
He doesn't care.
That doesn't violate copyright law. That's just what you have a particular issue with.
He doesn't care. He'll still strike it until somebody takes his ass to court, and then he's gonna sit there like anybody who content trolls and who copyright troll, and he'll say, I have your information now, and now I'm gonna harass you. That's what he wants to do.
So you setting a DMCA with the current way that the DMCA system is operating, or at least how fair use operates, doesn't fall in line with that I am aware of. We're going to strength to harmful perspectives due to being ill-equipped in the moment to correctly combat them. They're also in generally lower quality due to the person speaking being unaware of everything in the video, leading to them to speak on things unnecessarily as they are about to be addressed in the video. But that doesn't break copyright law. That doesn't give you the right to strike people's videos because of that. Let's see here. Leading to speak on the all forms of political reactions are done for the sake of entertainment and benefit of one's making them, not for any social good, at least compared to other forms of political and social commentary that do not have equal chance at such negative consequences. That doesn't matter. It's still transformative. That doesn't matter. I want Dark Viper to pull this from U.S. copyright law. I want him to find exactly what that is and tell me that the U.S. copyright law and other forms of law are okay with this. This is headcanon. This is headcanon. This isn't like real written facts of the DMCA. Again, he's using this as an example, and it doesn't make any sense. To put it another way, nothing that is done by reactions can't be done with response videos. Okay, so you just have an issue with people doing reaction content in general. Overall, doesn't matter any other context of it. It's just reaction in general. I understand that's been his position forever, but there are varying degrees of reaction style content that he needs to understand is in itself a form of transformative medium. If I sat here and said nothing for hours, or even, let's say I said nothing for 10 to 15 to 20 minutes uninterrupted, and I just ate food the whole time and went, lol, and just kept the video going, that is not transformative. That is a watch party. I get that it is the lowest form of transformative media is doing what I do. It's the lowest form imaginable. Lowest. All I do is pause the video, put my screen here, and shit talk. But at least I'm transforming and adding more to the conversation than just sitting there like Hassan or XQC that just eats food and plays movies or full-blown terrorism videos like Hassan does, uninterrupted. There's a definitive difference.
Here, where he asked me about what I think what kind of reaction content he does is permissible, justifiable, moral. He said he accepted was that reaction content is bad and he described this.
No, he didn't. He said I agree with you like in context of Asmongold stuff. So what I am deferring, and this is making an assumption, Shud might be completely different with me on this, I have no idea. But Asmongold's main issue was that he would do a reaction to a video that came out the same day, Asmongold would then upload video same day or within a day of it, not allow the natural viewership of that video to grow after like a week or two, then post the video, which would cannibalize the original views' videos. That, to me, is something that we can have a discussion about. And it even seems like Asmongold took that to heart and he's not doing that anymore. Like, so what is, like, how is Shud agreeing with you on this other shit when that might be the main focus of the argument? I don't know. That's how I look at the issue with Asmongold's reactions. Maybe Shud has a completely different argumentation point than I do.
I mean, true with you. But Shud spent, you know, explicitly explaining to him why what he does is not something that is okay. I thought about this. Oh, this is never going to So I explicitly said to Shud Logic, what you do is okay.
But wait, did Shud see that? Are you going to show the rest of the DMs that he respond to this full-blown fucking schizo moment? Because what Dark Viper's about to do is saying, you see that timestamp right there, November 7th, 2022? After I said this, Shud Logic still went live and did what he did. Okay, here's me a little bit, maybe you can I'll admit it, I'm probably sleeping. But there's no DM past this. You can even, actually, no. There's proof right there. That's the bar, all the way down. Shud didn't see this document here. He didn't see you writing out this paragraph. So how would Shud know I'm going to DMCA you now?
So, okay, I forgot about this. Oh, this is November 22. So I explicitly said to Logic, what you do is okay. I do not permission to react to my content.
You didn't say that. You didn't say that in that entire DM frame. I just read all of your DMs with him. Chat. At any point did he say you are not allowed to react to my content or anything in there from what I've read out loud so far? Did anybody hear the words Shud Logic or Shud, you're not allowed to react to my content? Did anybody hear that when I said it? I don't think I said that. So Viper is making shit up right now. What would it matter though? It would matter because Dark Viper within these DMs is stating, I talked to Shud about why I think there's an issue with it, but he didn't expressly say anything about Shud, you're not allowed to react to my content. I just have an issue with your content. There's a difference.
Yes, no, because he didn't stand nothing legitimate reason of commentary, and he has no way to idea. In fact,
no legitimate ways of commentary. Did you watch the video? Because Shud in himself was just criticizing the ever-living shit at your meltdown and laughing at it. That is transformative. I just don't get it.
On the other video, looks like this. Raped by Jack, the feminist.
It's still allowed to react to like ask people not to react to them all the time, lol. But the thing is that Dark Viper's never expressly said that to Shud. Shud had no idea to know that. Dark Viper's going off the assumption that Shud should already know that. That's my argumentation. Like, if he said, I will DMCA you if you react to my content, Shud would be like, yeah, Dark Viper's soy. He's gonna DMCA me if I react to any of his content. Like, he's not doing what I'm doing, where I am transforming the content. And Dark Tipster...
No, he still said that too. He did both things. Because Shud don't give a shit. He did both things. Because one, he explained, oh no, if I react to it, he's gonna claim it. Because he's soy. So he started insulting the shit out of him. And he criticized it with the assumption after pretty much figuring out this time. Oh no, he doesn't like me doing this. Oh man, he's gonna be so upset about it. Oh, wah. And then mocked him about that too. He did both.
Hey, you made his own video, you know? This is the funniest goddamn line I've ever heard. I just want you to hear this.
He has no way to talk about the entire video. In fact, the thumbnail of the video looks like this. Raped by Jack. The premise of this video found with answer questions whether or not Jack's films personally sexually assaulted me.
Guys, hold on. DK is the greatest thumbnail artist this community has ever seen. I'm gonna hype DK up a little bit, alright? I'm gonna glaze DK. DK is one of the best goddamn thumbnail artists of all time. Do you realize what he is doing here? I want you to listen carefully, again, to his argumentation point of why he believes that this video is invalid.
And he has no way to talk about the entire video. In fact, the thumbnail of the video looks like this. Raped by Jack. The premise of this video found with answer questions whether or not Jack's films personally sexually assaulted me.
That is not what that's about at all. Not even close. It's about how Jack's films has argumentation points that are against yours, or at least is able to articulate his points better than you, and you got mocked by Jack's films at one point.
Correct.
Discussion.
Correct.
You got raped. You know, if you don't like the word rape, okay, but that's what happened. It's not to answer a question if you were sexually assaulted by Jack's films. Like there's nothing in there. Like I don't know how you took away as that. I don't know how you did that. I don't know how you took away. That is what it is. What is wrong with you? Yes, laughing at you, making fun of you, talking about how you lost an argument or some kind of situation. It's just like, who cares? I mean, I could do this entire video when he had drama with him and upload it on his channel. Not Sean. He's a hypocrite. We all know this. The reason I'm even taking the time to do this is because it pisses him off. Because it's funny, and he's easy to debunk. He's easy to argue with, and he thinks he's some sort of debate lawyer.
He legally doesn't have any right to repost my content on his channel. In the video itself mentions twice that he knew it was illegal when he was in.
Yeah, where's the clip then? I don't remember that.
Personal message from me saying you should not do this. I don't give permission. I do not believe what you are doing.
But you didn't say that in the messages. We read them.
Right. And today, right? Anyone with any semblance of sense in the world, that's the end of the story. Plus, Chud Logic is wrong. It's wrong YouTube with connections to the slimiest, almost terrible evil on the
I found the issue. He just hates drama channels. Okay, and you can hate us all you want. We've been hated for years, baby. Drama channels, again, like I stated earlier, are the scourge, the scum puddle, the leeches of the internet. So what?
So for months, he gets up every day to possibly find all these that and just lies about context of those shit.
No, we laughed at the context of those clips. We laughed at the fact that you had a full-blown meltdown in Among Us, and then you said it was Hashimoto's disease that caused that. We laughed at the fact that you had a full-blown meltdown about Nameless, and you were like, nobody's gonna care about my speedrunning record. Like, come on. Here's the clip of Chud. Perfect. I would take a look at this.
Context of the clip, it tells you a very different story. As Dark Viper prides himself on taking only few small clips of other people's arguments to take them out of context to either points in the well, or to show off his own superiority when addressing new points. To prove my point, here are both clips. We'll replay Dark Viper's version first, and then we'll play Chud Logic's second. So you can see how much was taken out of context.
Like, if you watch 30 seconds of TikTok, right? I think that's a big deal. I think that's more, it's not a big crazy thing. But from an IP perspective, if you would breach that person's IP and they could legitimately file a DMCA request against you if they wanted to. Same with Asmodee reacts. Yes, he talks a lot, but increasing the entire video.
Okay, so me and Chud do have a definitive difference.
Like a legal restriction, maybe, but then could make legal restrictions. Legally, I think that all fall under the same issue with, all reacting to the content that exists. Like, if you watch a 30-second TikTok, right? I think that's a big deal. I think that's more, it's not a big crazy thing. But from an IP perspective, if you would breach that person's IP and they could legitimately file a DMCA request against you if they wanted to. Same with Asmodee reacts. Yes, he talks a lot, but increasing the entire video. Do you know what I mean? It's like, there's no legal restriction here, so it's all based on his perspective and his morals. But it's like inconsistent, man. I just don't know why you differentiate so heavily when there doesn't seem to be that much differentiation, really.
Interesting. He still doesn't get that Chud's position is against his. But he said that Chud agrees with him. You took Chud out of context, Dark Viper.
He finds every video and reacts to every single one of the videos. Months crusade to find anything you can.
Months crusade. Months. Hold on.
I'm pretty sure it was more like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, tops. It wasn't months and months and months and months and months. That's a fucking lie.
Let's channel real quick.
I was hit with an axe.
Actually, I was on Dark Chud right now. You want to go watch that? Let's see here. Months-long crusade. 1, 2, 3. 3 of these videos, 1 and 2 of them were within the same time frame. One was 7 months ago, one was 7 months ago where he DMCA'd him. 6 months ago because the H3 podcast, laughing at him. Last friend turned on him, talking about the Carl Job stuff. Sympathetic history of Dark Viper, him reacting to British Runner, him debating a Dark Viper fan, and then Dark Viper hippie spurs on extreme schizo rage. That is 6 months. Hold on, wait a minute. So 11 months ago. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 videos on Dark Viper. The last one was 6 months ago. So you're kind of being a little dramatic there.
This even led to a Kiwi talking being made 5 videos so they could funnel content back to him.
This is a lie. Full-blown lie. I will die on that hill that it's a lie. Chud does not get documents from Kiwi farmers to funnel more viewership to him or information to him. Does he peruse Kiwi farms? He's admitted himself. I've also perused Kiwi farms. A bunch of people have perused Kiwi farms. People that lie and say I've never been on Kiwi farms have definitely been on Kiwi farms at one point. Just to peruse for information. The farms are not the Chud Logic forums. The farms are not specifically written by Chud Logic youth. Kiwi farmers hear about a walkout, they check out the content and go, oh shit, this dude seems funny to laugh at or to A-log to death. Let's make a thread on it. That is it. We have no association with Kiwi farms. None of the drama content creators tell people to make Kiwi farms threads so that we can have information from A-logs. No.
And that is probably the most majority reason why people get so fucking annoyed with that mention. But it's even worse in his case because I'm pretty sure even if they were to do the best amount of work they possibly could just to A-log about him, because it would rile him up, piss him off, and make him into an infinite source of entertainment, eventually they would probably get tired of him and they would probably commit to saying whether or not they will or will not take him to court. And I don't know if Joshua Moon would be willing to truly pay the dip on that, but if he were to be able to, and he were to follow through with it, he would probably be willing to go that far. Simply because it'd be funny though. And I'm of the opinion that he definitely should, because it would be funny though. If he'll commit is entirely different, but it would be fucking hilarious if he did. I don't think they will. It's a level beyond the pale. To be fair, Rockstar Director probably going to delay GTA 6 for 4 years because he doesn't want to launch his during Trump's presidency. Well, kind of doesn't have a choice. They kind of have to come up with that game. They put out too much shit. They can't hope to delay it. The franchise needs an output. GTA 6 is fucking shit. If it doesn't come out, because then it's going to be compared against GTA Online, and that's already a trash can fire to begin with anyways. Not worth the time of the investment. But hey, that's the hill that he put himself on. They have to do it for people like him, because if they don't release that game, what other content he's going to have other than molding about people that he disagrees about for another 6 months, another 12 months? My child could be 3 by the time we hear and see the end of this. Isn't that a scary thought? Isn't that a bizarre and scary thought? Zillion will be speaking full sentences before he ever takes a single bit of accountability for his own fucking molding.
None of that's real. This is a blatant lie. Blatant, full-blown lie. So the Tea Party 2 chat dropped tonight, so the Chud Logic is responsible for Yes, so on Twitter, at one point, Dark Viper did try to state that we doxed him at one point, which is not true. I've already talked about it in the beginning of this live stream. It is not true. None of us doxed him. None of us got his personal information. None of us wanted his personal information. I believe the only time we ever talked about the Dark Viper Kiwi Farms thread is saying, oh shit, Kiwi Farms is making a thread on him. That's crazy. Like, yeah, it's crazy. It's also crazy that other people that we've talked about have had threads made on them. But that's not on us. That's what the people that use the site and want to create a thread. So blaming Chud Logic for that is false. You're just trying to do the Keppel's argument in sympathy and look sympathetic to your retarded audience.
Stop. It's why I have now because of this fucker. But miss all this.
It's not Chud's fault.
Offhandedly, in this video that I met someone called someone mentioned one of these cartoonish grifters who is friends with Chud Logic. In fact,
Cartoonish grifters. I don't think Willie has ever grifted anywhere in his life that I'm aware of. Maybe I'm like retarded. Does anyone at any point think that Willie could be considered a grifter? Like, is he trying to say that from like a drama perspective? Where he's like, yeah, he'll obviously just go inside drama. He's a drama creator. But like, grifters more used in the context of like people in the political sphere. So I don't get that. I don't get how Willie's a grifter. I think you're ascribing a word to Willie to make him sound as negative as possible to immediately start off. Which is fine. I start off saying negative shit, but like, I don't believe you understand the terminology of that word.
He's a group of drama YouTubers that all work together to like collaborate and put the same message and attack the same people in particular ways. I'm gonna this group.
This is not true. This is not true. Yes. Have we talked about other creators and shit talk them relentlessly? Absolutely. Have we talked about the Creator Clash stuff and working in tandem on these things because Creator Clash was such a mess and easy dunk? Yeah. Have we talked about the Rosanna stuff and her being a dumb bitch and complaining that she got kicked out of that she got demoted from 3rd place to 4th place in a YouTube video involving Mr. Beast? Yeah. Like, coordination is a very strong term. That means no matter what, right? No matter what, you continuously work with each other all the time. And that you never argue with each other. That you always work in tandem. We don't. Augie and me do not work together. Augie shit talks. Fucking Baby just laughs at the drama. Optimus is never in the live, never in the chat unless it's something that he cares about. Bolax is Bolax. Lulahar is in there to add more information to it as an outsider. Keemstar is Keemstar. What more do I have to say about that? Turkey Tom never really talked to the group chat about the only shit that he cares about. Delorio talks in there the majority of the time. Diesel barely talks in there. It doesn't matter. It's almost like people that have the same vested interests in drama are in a group chat together to talk about drama. Oh my god! The worst thing of all time!
These guys are bullying matchers, their association as well. Because Chud Logic, of course, Wing Matcher doesn't disclose this association.
Who cares? Who cares? All he says is you, me, Xylee, and Keem talking there most. He is right that I talk in there a lot, but I'm stopping that. It's like annoying.
If you haven't already, the multiplayer is like Uno but with a shotgun.
Fun. I might actually do that. It doesn't matter. Like, I don't care. Like, I really kind of just don't want to be involved in like group chats, but I'll be in them for like basic discussion. But I definitely was annoying at one point. Augie is right.
I do not care. Skip.
Reference how Wing Matcher for some reason had been saying entirely false things all the
time. Is that what Lily did? I don't remember.
Because Lily is like, but in the video,
is that the same person?
I referenced how Wing Matcher for some reason had been saying entirely false things all the time. Why else respect Wing Matcher?
It is complete false things. So here's my retort to that. Dark Viper. Okay. Here's my retort to that. All right. Billy is responding to your actions that you are doing publicly and like shitting on you, just like everyone else has been doing because you don't let it go. We've moved past you. Nobody wants to talk about you. The only times that we get to talk about you or care to talk about you is when you try taking pot shots. What are the false things that Billy has said about you? Be specific on Twitter.
The I showcased Willie Mac made like a dozen false tweets about the situation, including retweeting misinformation from Chud Logic himself, and he seemed to know nothing about anything that was going on. This pissed off Wing Mac show to the win. What was funny about him being pissed off is that in a live stream later, he admitted that he knew nothing about it.
I had to call you about the Viper stuff. Does he live in Australia, right? He doesn't live in your country, right?
Okay, Willie doesn't know anything about him, and then makes a video learning everything about you. Like, I don't get it. What?
He confounds he didn't know anything about me beforehand, and then uses that as a justification of he's not qualified to talk because he didn't do his due diligence. But Carl did! And I give everyone the pass. I give you all the Dark Viper pass to talk as much shit about him as possible.
What does that matter? What does that matter? Okay, Willie didn't know who you were, and then found out about who you were through your DMCA attempt. Because every commentary channel, and I'm going to shock you, you're all going to be shocked with this very, 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 very scolding hot take I'm about to say. People don't like when people DMCA other creators over stupid shit. Crazy! That is the hottest take of all time that YouTubers, especially drama channels, don't like when people DMCA people. Shocking. I know. Crazy. That is something that has never been said in the decades-long existence of YouTube. It's versus somebody of a Dark Viper phrase it. Yes, I know. It's a complete non-point. I get where you're coming from. It's just crazy that he's using this as like an argumentation point.
Like, don't even know what he's I don't get any of this. No, because I don't even know what you react to what's very You said, yeah, but I haven't seen it yet. Yeah, talking to him makes no sense. It just doesn't make any sense. I never know what you're on about. It is actually like talking to like one of the crazy crackhead homeless people. Yeah.
Why would you leave this in? It's just Willie shitting on you, yeah. I don't understand what's going on, but he looks like a crackhead homeless person. He talks like he's on crack.
What kind of content does he even like? I would love to see what his live streams hold. He does mainly GTA content, I think. GTA speedruns and stuff like that. Like Let's Play stuff.
Just based on the dates of the videos releasing, he did at max 3 weeks of research into my career, which is 12 years long. I almost he did not spend 3 weeks, but at max he could spend 3 weeks. He then also made commentary on my entire 30 years of life for some reason. None enough time to learn about what you know nothing about.
Oh, I'm so sorry that Willie Mac Show didn't do research for like going through literally every word that you have ever said. The main focus is that you were addicted to Chud. The main focus is that you're a lolcow, and the main focus was that you are a weirdo. And how retarded your 14-page document is. Question: the 14-page document, was that first written 12 years ago, or was it a few years ago? Doesn't matter. The context and the talking points is regarding the actions that you made during these distinct time frames. I don't get this obfuscation where it's like, oh, you only did 3 weeks of research in my 12 years on YouTube. It's bullshit. He wrote the document 2 years ago. Why do we have to go back 12 fucking years? I don't get you, dude.
Hey, he is the expert grifter lining instead of money.
It's annoying as shit.
I was in the shoes. I was limited my scope of my video like 1 or 2 topics, probably like 30 that he tried to cover in 14 minutes.
30? He didn't try to cover 30 topics. There are chapters for each topic. One is about the DMCA stuff, one of you being like a lockout ask, and a couple of others that aren't substantive to your history. It's substantive to the actions that you made within those times. So like, what the fuck are you talking about? I just don't get it. Okay. Chris Discord. Oh yeah, Anthony, the Anthony guy, Leon, to answer your question, him and Lily have had like a back and forth. She's accused him of like plagiarism or whatever. She has DMCA'd him before, and he like won the DMCA claim, so I guess she re-DMCA'd him again. I have no idea.
Hey, when you're actually, it doesn't really matter. That's
at least like the brief understanding that I know about.
Friends.
So again, friends, that is a very heavy thing to say because friendly and friends are two totally different things. Friendly with each other because we both run in drama spheres does not mean we are friends. I am not best friends with Augie because we are on a friendly terms in the context of like the small conversations that we've had. Same thing with Nick. Even though I've talked to Nick numerous times, I doubt Diorio considers me a friend, and I wouldn't consider him like a close friend or a friend in that context. We are friendly with each other. It just doesn't make sense to me that you're ascribing legitimate friendship to people that just have professional working relationships with each other or friendly relationships with each other. I'm not trying to downplay it. That's the reality of the situation. I am not best friends with Keemstar. I am not good friends with Keemstar. I am friends to friendly. I would say more friendly with Keem than friends, right? It's ridiculous. Tommy, I talk to Tommy occasionally. I'm not friends with Tommy C. I'm cool with Tommy. I'm friendly with Tommy. Like, I don't get these people that do this. To Chud combo at context. So let's see what Chud actually had to say.
Yeah, and I guess that's it. I was going to say one more thing, and the other sad thing about it is it does create this chilling effect where, it makes it more difficult to kind of engage with and respond to people's content who are like that. Like, I'm not touching this video now because I don't want to fucking strike me again, which is a shame because it should be about open discourse and disagreement, and even shitting on each other and calling each other names. That's all.
I love that he just keeps cutting it out.
He doesn't disclose, and again, it was in the story letter. So
it doesn't matter. Why does he have to disclose that he's friendly with people? It doesn't make sense to me. Dark Viper, how about you disclose every single person that you have ever had a friendly interaction with or run in the same sphere of and make the same content with, and disclose all the people that you've had those conversations with. Disclose all that. Put it out there for the internet because that's essentially what you're expecting Willie Mac Show to do, which is ridiculous. It's a ridiculous thing to expect from people.
You're
retarded.
I'm going to make a video on this situation between Chad and Dark Viper. I haven't made my mind yet about my stance on the issue. So we said, all right, I'm looking into this Dark Viper stuff. So Jin, he asked which site, and we just depends, haven't decided yet. Which I say, maybe the first time I'll do a video about me where someone actually reads and watches my work beforehand. Good luck. Maybe it would be nice if you've done this before, now Twitter. Honestly, the man say he didn't look at some before the first line goes,
so what if he was retweeting Chud being like, Dark Viper struck me, he's a piece of shit. Yeah, you can retweet that.
But not in the world of Dark Viper. He will do anything possible to say that it's not allowed. Period. It's the crime is merely existing nearby. You noticed something that he didn't want you to see. And as a chronic noticer,
you can retweet that. You can have a passive tweet. You can have a passive like and retweet. That doesn't mean full-blown endorsement.
Had my friends on the news, and already friends information about the thing for weeks. Right. So he makes this video. Dark Viper won't stop from reacting to the lockout. And so I watched this video when it came out, and 17 minutes in, I had to start thinking, why is this fear so false? At this point, I already knew that Willie was lying. I knew that his association with each other.
But you loved everything about all the Hassan videos. Are you saying that Willie is grifting and lying in all the Hassan videos as well? Now, I'm not trying to attribute that because this is your situation, right? But when Hassan says that Willie's lying about him, do you agree with Hassan now that Willie is lying about him? I'm curious what you have to say about that. He was friendly with Chud Logic, so he's motivated to lie. Again, another fucking crazy allegation to make. Did people have discussions in the group chat about how much of a fucking retard you are? Yes. Did we talk about how Chud was DMCA and we would do stuff to help him in the context of retweeting, telling Team YouTube to look into this, maybe getting Keem's partner involved to help him overturn the DMCA strike? Yes. Who cares? People do that all the time. Nobody gave Ackman shit when he tried to help out Mischief during the Quantum TV stuff. Like, I don't get you.
He's lies, so I use that line more to defend those lies. But even then, I still don't understand why it was so false. And the big reason for this is, he would say false things that better than not all from saying. It's like there's no practical benefit to the false things he was saying. He was saying anyway, because I had the impression that, well, Willie Mac didn't know much about me. I didn't really something because the previous, like...
So you made an assumption. You made an assumption that this dude knew shit about you. Wait, hold on. Are you out of your fucking mind?
He would say false things that better than not all from saying. It's like there's no practical benefit to the false things he was saying. He was saying anyway, because I had the impression that, well, Willie Mac didn't know much about me. I didn't really something because for the previous, like, year and a half, 2 years, he had liked 50 of my tweets.
No. I'm more or less running out the clock, but I can also feel myself mentally fucking tired because I've technically covered this issue halfway. So, let me wrap up my shit. Ah, fucking Christ. It's so fucking annoying and so fucking pathetic. If I had started earlier, but I was having to deal with a couple of in-house chores and things. It's so fucking ridiculous looking at the Dark Viper situation and how it keeps ballooning because this guy just won't go onto a stream and talk to people. Well, I'll be goddamned if you're gonna stop me from seeing my woman. I'll be goddamn if you stop me from seeing my woman. So, I'm gonna have to go to their chat. I will see you all, same Carl time, same Carl channel, at a later date. And today is the 13th. On the 15th, you might have noticed that there hasn't been a poll for movie nights, and that's because I am choosing the selection. There may be 3 movies total, but all of the movies are going to be chosen for me. You're not rushing me, sweetheart. You're not rushing me. I noticed I did not put up a poll for those. I'm going to take the polls of any movies that are suggested, and I'm going to put them towards December. For November, I know exactly what movies I want to be able to expose you all to. You'll learn about them the day of, but we're going to have to stream them from inside the server. I cannot broadcast to Twitter, because that would involve buying Twitter Blue for the new account. And money is tight this month, so not necessary, and don't want to do it for the time being. Simply because I am protesting Elon Musk until I can justify doing it. Gotta kind of sort of build back up the platform that I had and get back there again. So, be that as it may, thank you for watching. Thank you for listening. I will see you all. I love you all. I will see you. Same Carl time. Same Carl channel. Goodbye, everybody. Mwah. Hugs and kisses. Hugs and kisses.